This time for sure. Everyone's saying it. Welcome back to the Pace NSC Super Playoffs Sunday live stream. My name is Aiden Leahy. If the first two times didn't come across, joining me, as always, in the booth is my excellent co-host, Forrest Weintraub. How are you, Forrest?
I'm super excited. I mean, we're about to have 6 matches and potentially a final sequence between the 8 top teams in the Pace NSC. It's going to be really high quality. These players are so good. I can't wait to see what they
Yeah,
do.
we've been kind of in awe pretty much all
Definitely.
weekend at the caliber of the buzzes that we're seeing and just the level of communication and effort that these teams have been putting in to get to these super playoffs. And because I don't know what super playoffs are. I don't think you do either. I've heard we do have an explainer video coming at us live from the Pace NSC team, giving us the breakdown of super playoffs. So if y'all want to take that away.
It is Sunday morning, and the teams have gotten a full night of rest to prepare for Super Playoffs. After playoffs concluded on Saturday afternoon and the necessary tiebreakers were played, teams were sorted into groups of 8 to determine their final placement at the NSC. Teams in Super Playoffs will only play 6 rounds because one of the teams in their group is from their playoffs group, and that result carries over. 24 teams in contention for the title have been whittled down to the top 8. The final standings of the top Super Playoffs bracket will determine what type of final series will occur. If the top team is 2 or more games ahead of the second place team, they have won the title and no finals are played. If the top team is 1 game ahead of the second place team, an advantaged final will be played. If the top 2 teams are tied, then a 1-game final will determine the champion. Our broadcast will be covering the top Super Playoffs group as the 8 best Quizbowl teams in the country battle it out to decide their rankings. Every game in Super Playoffs could have massive implications for all teams' rankings and who the eventual champion will be. Welcome to the most challenging phase of the tournament. Super Playoffs will begin soon at the 2026 Pace National Scholastic Championship.
Void there. Forrest, I'm a little bit concerned about Forestville A's performance in that explainer
Why so?
video. I thought you had more dog in you. I thought you would be getting out of that
No,
playoff bracket.
It's a common misconception, but Forestville is not actually named after me. If you closely inspect the team name, you will see that they're missing an R. They spell Forestville incorrectly, and I, of course, would never endorse such a spelling, but, I'm happy that they're carrying on 6/7 of my name.
They're carrying on what now?
Ha.
Well, let me tell you. Let's
Hey,
we had to do it once. It is June. This tournament has been running from June 6th to 7.
And it
but
is June 7th now, of
but
course.
but I've been told by some other teams that 6-7 is Unk now and it's old.
Really?
And Tiki Funk is the wave. We're still trying to find out what Tiki Funk is. We've got our investigative journalists on the case, but that's not my problem. What my problem is to discuss our brackets and what teams we've got today. On stream, we'll be looking at the Super Playoffs, which is the top 8 teams in the tournament. These teams have placed in the top 2 of their prelims division, as well as the top 2 of their playoffs division. Several of these teams we've seen before. Several of them have been terrorizing the standings off stream and are making their debut here. So if you want to cut over. we're back.
Oh.
We can take a look at that. But as mentioned, yeah, Lexington seems to be discussing miscellany for their goofs and gas. But this is a team that can turn on the heat pretty much immediately. And I mean, Shashir Bardwaj has been just destroying this
37
tournament.
powers, 33 tens. That's, if you count them up, that's 7 correct answers per game, which is 70% of the way to controlling the game.
Yeah, but it's not just Massachusetts is up here. We've got 6 other teams. Starting out with a win in the championship bracket. If each of these teams has had the chance to play one other team in this bracket already, that the result of that game carries over here. So coming in with a win, we've got. Okay. I'm having active communication with our guys in the back to make sure that I am audible, because sometimes I'm really quiet. Sometimes I'm insecure, And
well, you shouldn't feel insecure, Aiden. The people want to hear what you have
I
to
know.
say.
I'm just so vulnerable sometimes. But coming in with a
Really
win,
that.
we've got Lake County Academic Team. As you saw, their school logo is actually the PACE logo, and they arrived at that
Wow.
completely independently from first principles, which we're considering the plagiarism lawsuit, but they're being so good at this tournament that I feel really bad about it.
I think it's just a sort of Newton-Leibniz situation, They sort of looked into the nature of the universe and they realized that there was pace.
Absolutely. Lexington also coming in with a win, along with Strake Jesuit. They did, as we alluded to quite a bit yesterday, they did sort of take the upset of the tournament loss to Waubonsee Valley, who are currently in our 17 to 24 bracket, but they have been stellar since then. And because that team is not in the Super Playoffs, that loss is basically wiped from the record. They can, they sort of learned, they've clearly learned from their mistakes, and they're ready they're firing on all cylinders. And finally, Chapel Hill, which has definitely been probably the biggest upstarts of the season, coming off, I believe, a 65th place at 2025 HSNCT. They have had a meteoric rise, especially with the introduction of 9th grade phenom Ahadi Yara, getting to 6th in the Groger ranks and 5th place or 8th place at HSNCT.
I believe it was 5th.
I don't fully remember.
You.
And but I'm not known for having the facts, or I'm mostly
sorry,
the
it
having
was 8th.
opinions. But coming in with a loss, which one loss is not going to spell the end of any of these teams'
Yeah, I would
tournament
be pretty
hopes.
surprised if anyone made it through this bracket undefeated.
But it does mean that the standard for making it to the absolute top of the standings is going to be even higher. We've got Belmont, we've got Hoover from Alabama, we've got Park Tudor from Indiana, and finally Johns Creek from Georgia. Johns Creek, despite what it might be named, I did learn Johns is short for Johnson. It is not
Yes.
applying to multiple people named John. I don't know why it's not Johns Creek. You would
Ooh.
think that would be the
That's
phonetic
interesting.
pronunciation, but they are the last team in this tournament. They're the last team in immediate contention from the state of Georgia, my home. Lambert A tragically struck down on the battlefield by Belmont at the end of yesterday. Of course, they're all fine. They're in the 9 to 16 bracket, which we'll be able to get to pretty soon if you could pull that up as well.
Okay, it looks like we can't pull that up right now, but rest assured that Lambert is still kicking, still in contention.
There is
for
we
ninth
yeah, and
place.
we will be able to provide proof of life in a short while.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they're fine, and I believe that as far as the other major awards that are being giving out, the junior varsity, the top junior varsity team has been Saratoga High School pretty much this whole
Yeah.
tournament. We got a few glimpses of them yesterday morning, and they were absolutely a high octane team, buzzing a lot. Some of the time even buzzing correctly.
Yeah, they're taking an overtime win against Montgomery Blair A. They're carrying that into Super Playoffs, and of course, very impressive to get such a clutch win against one of the top 5 teams by Grover ranking.
Of course, and yeah, Montgomery Blair also joining them in the 9-16 bracket. And as far as the small school division, I believe with a win over New Berlin Eisenhower in their playoff bracket last time, Westwood out of Massachusetts was able to lock up that small school title with a pretty commanding 4-1 record in the afternoon.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to their player Yuhan Chen, the top scorer with nearly 40 points per game. Yeah, good to see Yuhan providing so much scoring for this team.
Absolutely, and we can just take a look at our schedule for these Super Playoff rounds while our tech support rapidly tries to get the full brackets posted, as is our God-given right as pace viewers. We'll be starting out in the morning with Belmont A versus Lexington, 2 teams that came all the way to Chicago just to play their neighbors, basically, as sometimes happens at these tournaments. Following that up is a southeastern rivalry for what will probably be the outcome of what the best team in the Southeast at this tournament is. It's Hoover versus Johns Creek, or Johns Creek, as I'll be referring to them for the rest of today, until I forget, much like aluminium.
You're not going to be able to.
Much like aluminium. Following that up, we've got Chapel Hill versus the Lake County Academic team. I guess I'm taking a stance now that North Carolina is considered lower mid-Atlantic and not the Southeast.
Well, I mean, they
as far as circuits go in college Quizbowl, the environment in which we are familiar, but that might make people upset. We can perhaps
you can reframe round 12 as the top teams in the Deep South.
Yeah, we can have a hot take about what states are and aren't in the Midwest. The answer is, believe it or not, only Illinois.
Oh, so Park Tudor from Indianapolis, they're not from the Midwest?
No, and that round 15 matchup
they're
between
from the what? They're from the West Midlands.
From the West Midlands, absolutely. Round 14, Lexington will be back in here, facing off against Strake Jesuit A.
That's a rematch of the finals from last year.
Longtime fans of Pace NSC. None of you bandwagons may remember 2025. But Strake was able to defeat Lexington in the finals last year, take, I believe, their first Pace title. Lexington hoping to get their first Pace title as well. So that's going to be a round with most likely a lot of implications for how this bracket turns out. Round 15, we've got Belmont A versus Park Tudor. Two stalwarts of the community in Andrew Gow and Evan Ting, bringing their support to this tournament. I want to say one or both of them were on the Riley Conference panel yesterday. I know Andrew was. I think.
Well, let's.
Yeah, I want to say one of the players from Walter Payton. Walter Payton B, who we saw in the morning, their captain was also on the Riley panel, which I recall from the picture. I was not at the Riley conference because I was taking a nap. I'm gonna be real. No way, I was getting dinner.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a much better excuse.
I took a nap after dinner. How was your dinner, Forrest? Were you able to finally get food?
It was great, yeah. I got dinner with most of the other editors of the NSC. We walked over to, what's it called, like Pubtown or something?
McDonald's?
Well, no, we did not get McDonald's.
That was only one of our other friends.
Saw that there were massive lines, decided to come back here and order Uber Eats. Then we had it. What am I doing? We had to make a mad dash to the cafe to get silverware for 25 cents a set. But once we had that figured out, it was a great time.
They charge you for silverware at this hotel? That's kind of crazy.
I mean, I don't know, they don't want to lose money on such a valuable commodity.
That's true.
I bet they have a 24-cent margin on that silverware.
That's true, and I admit this was my sin. You can see over there the Aquafina bottle. I did, in fact, take that from the hotel room. I ignored the sign that they're charging me. I didn't want to
Is
do.
Pace gonna pass that cost on to you?
Most likely, and you know what?
Wow.
That's my cross to bear. I did not want to do what I was doing for pretty much all of yesterday, which was running back and forth, getting comically small cups of water, drinking them, and then realizing I didn't have more water, so I would have to go back and get more 5 minutes later. Not a very efficient use of my time, particularly when I'm here.
Gets your steps in. Oh,
It gets my steps in when I'm here to get involved with all the questions.
that's true.
And speaking of getting involved with the questions, our last round of our schedule in round 16, not counting the finals, will be Chapel Hill versus Park Tudor, another matchup between two strong teams. I mean, if the playoffs were a sign that there's no real rest at this point in the tournament,
definitely not.
Superplayoffs absolutely not. Hopefully these teams are well rested and able to do their best. And I'm hearing a sign from our third man in the street, Samir Sarma, that we have received a life raft, aka round 1 being allowed to start. Round 11 of the tournament, round 1 of today, so we no longer have to fill time and filibuster.
Well, it was great filling time with you.
Of course, I would spend time with you anytime, Forrest. You're the homie. But round 11, we've got two teams that we know for a fact are homies. They're interacting a lot. They've played quite a few times this year. Splitting results. Belmont has beaten Lexington. Lexington has beaten Belmont. And, this is for all the marbles for them. So we're really excited to see this matchup happen. So we'll cut over there for our first match of the morning between Belmont A and Lexington A. Don't go anywhere.
Not be fast.
At Lake Bow.
Well,
That's actually kind of cool.
It's better than Vox.
That's cool. Yeah, no,
That-
but
that's
they
good.
like play an excerpt from like an
Vox
opera or
is so
something.
good.
Because
They
in
didn't
science
hide
bowl, the
the
meta is to
opera.
buzz
That's good,
left-handed.
as long as it's not
Because you have to write with your
Well,
right
it
hand.
is.
Oh, that makes
Oh.
sense.
Or you have to
I
buzz
actually
with your
like
left
that.
hand. So your thumb might not be
That's
very
better than
strong. So then, or
the
very
fight
accurate. So the better technique is to use your entire
Oh,
arm.
that's actually
no,
valid.
it
That's
definitely
valid,
is.
bro.
This guy's just
Yeah.
storks.
But Cyber has evolved too much.
bro.
Yeah,
Can't
like-
be
oh,
serious,
yeah,
bro.
Wait, it's not even good meta. Nobody
I
does
see
it. It's just like a
AG, yeah,
joke.
My bad.
You were the one. You're the problem, bro. Those are just good for me.
Miles
Yeah,
Morales.
sorry, I
Jesse
don't want
Morales.
Yeah,
to
It's
no,
on the
challenges
same
are
level of
good
tough.
because the mod takes long to read them, so you get a couple like
Bro,
just like zone out.
Morales is such a tough last name, by the way.
I think Mike could do a little
It's
too
really
much
tough.
math with that one.
Hello.
These are guys from like somewhere, some boring town in like fucking Massachusetts or whatever.
What's that? The
Yeah,
guy
if I
who
need some
views
stuff,
Slam,
like,
I'm
stuff
going
like
to their
that,
doorstep,
yes,
bro. Cart.
Shit ain't sweet in the mod.
Carson is kind of tough.
Belmont
I
Hood,
guess.
bro. That's her up,
Tennessee
bro.
Morales
Okay,
is so
probably shut
tough.
up.
Put my glasses in the same spot as yesterday.
Yeah. Name.
It's a normal combo we can do, bro.
Well,
Do you guys know what Brian
Oh
Chinese is?
What company owns Purely?
Relief? Amazon.
Yeah.
No,
There's already a toss up on that, bro. Get your face out of here.
Ice.
That's like, that's different. That's
Sorry, snow.
For 10 points, how many calories is one?
Ice
one-
one.
Yeah.
How many grams of
Yeah.
how many grams of sugar?
like
I lucky knew this.
60?
No, no, it's 42.
Yeah, how does this have the same amount of sugar as
Yeah.
this?
How's us supposed to
Approximately
make
how
that
many carbs? How many carbohydrates of grams? Nah, same 42. Because sugars are
shit. Gotta do that.
Oh.
Dude, I hate
This
when,
is a
like,
good question.
you buy something and they
On
have
the
like
nutrition
the social media
labels-
profiles.
Okay.
all that, bro.
The
And it's
nutrition
just
label
stupid
of the
foods.
Pure Leaf
Like,
tea
how about berries?
for 10 points
And it
has
had,
a
like,
circle of
like
what color
Facebook.
in its top right corner?
I'm not following my berries on Facebook.
Nah.
Wait, Blue's not a bad guess.
Dude,
Blue's not a bad
I
guess.
tilted it this way
I
for him to
wasn't
bike,
gonna
and
stop.
you can't even see it.
I've been lying.
No,
Wait, do you guys know why they have the circles? I watched a reel on this.
Like the
It's
dots are there
coming
for like
up
color
today.
references.
Yeah.
What is it?
Like the dots on the plastic label are there as color references.
To make sure that like the printer didn't mess up, basically.
Oh.
No, sometimes they hide. Usually they
The
hide them.
reels look
So
like
like
how
on the
blue
iced tea,
those
it's
are.
underneath this.
Yeah.
That's like half my study.
Yeah, it's kind of
No, we
Good
30'd
knowledge
the
managers,
the
NND.
mess
Well, I
with
actually
the
didn't know that.
literature
I just like
realized
inferred
that.
it from the fact it's always the same colors as the weird stuff on the logo.
No, yeah,
It's like on this one, I think it's the same color.
Should we do left hand, right hand?
Hook up, bro.
I'm a hooper.
Yo, these buzzers
So
are
much tension.
Yeah, they do.
We should build like an app,
resistant,
but just like education.
so you can prime it.
See, that's how you have to balance.
Someone should build an educational app. What a groundbreaking idea. Tell
I
me
know.
more.
That's why you have to give it
You're gonna prime it?
I might unironically use Venkatesh's buzzer.
Priming is dangerous as hell.
Priming is dangerous.
I might use Venkatesh's buzzer.
Maybe after second
Kryptonite
line, I'll start
AI
priming,
too.
and then I'll accidentally buzz without looking at the
know.
answer. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know there were startups
priming
in
right
nuclear
now.
energy.
Quick
I didn't know
question.
you
Dude,
were
the buzzer-
nuclear energy.
Yeah,
You can give it
The
one.
buzzers-
I didn't.
What is the
How the fuck
No,
do
it
you
is, it
start
is.
a
Of
bit?
nuclear energy.
Compensation
You
of
can give it. You can give it
two
one
those
fourth prime
operated
safely.
by like
I'm not doing
tech
it. Scary.
By Truth Social.
Yeah,
why the
that
fuck?
was
This
that
did
was
not-
that
but
was the
looking
nuclear
full
energy.
motion
That
is
wouldn't make
faster
no
than
sense.
priming.
Why-
Yeah,
why-
pushing it
why
down
would
should
I
be
feel like
faster.
that was
You know what I mean?
I
I feel
think
like
every-
say
most
unexpectedly.
people
Go down
would be
fully.
neg-
It's faster
neg
going down from
crypto.
here because you're
I guess
already
crypto
like
would be
have like a soft
expectedly
thing, so you have to go
crypto
from
or
soft to
AI?
powerful. But if you
I
go
was
from
thinking
here,
AI.
down,
Alright,
it's faster.
I don't think that's true.
I
I like
personally.
think it's faster.
I mean, I don't do a full swing because I
Yeah,
use my thumb.
so
Dude, you see Henry Bonds. buzzing
hopefully
with
get
it, bro.
started
Just
here.
to
Just
stand
think
up here
there's
and smacks it.
slight technical difficulties, but my name's Karsten. I'm going to be the moderator for this match. And we do not have a sponsorship message for this round, but we could do a buzzer check for Lexington and Belmont, maybe starting at the end here, and if you could also introduce yourself, what grade you're in, and if you're a senior and going to college, you could say what one that is too.
I'm Atticus. I'm a junior, and because I'm a junior, I'm not a senior.
Adi Pudusani, 11th grade, Lexington High School.
I'm Shashir Bardwaj, and I'm a junior.
Alvan Hussein, 11th grade, Lexington High School.
Andrew Gow, junior.
Peter Mahowald, sophomore. Jeffrey Wu, junior.
Gregory Zelovich Jr. Follow at GKZ on Instagram. That's TAGGKZ on Instagram.
Can I test my buzzer again?
Can I also test mine?
Could have plugged like
Yeah.
Belmont in general, bro.
Can I also test my buzzer?
Why not?
Me too.
I think I need to.
Yeah, me as well. Me as
Yeah.
well.
Oh,
Do a full buzzer check again. Why not?
it works.
Me as
Okay.
well.
At this point, if they don't work.
That's on me, actually. Yeah, it doesn't work, bro.
Alright, are both teams ready to get started?
Let's go.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Let's go. Let's get it.
Toss up 1. New England Biolabs developed a method to detect this functional group that uses TET2 to protect substrates with it from degradation by apobec enzymes. 2 of this group are attached to sulfur in a molecule spuriously detected on the exoplanet K218 methyl 20.
Nice.
Methyl is correct.
Good buzz.
Joseph
That's
Wolfe was
just TMS.
spared from execution after a ruler of this city laughed at his missionary attire for 10 points each. Name this city where Nasrullah Khan had Arthur Connolly, the coiner of the phrase "great game," executed. A Central Asian Jewish diaspora named for this city became Russian subjects in 1865.
Central.
What's it called again? Kazaria?
Answer?
Kazaria?
Bukhara. Russian incursions into Central Asia were partly motivated by Alexander II's desire to block this country's expansion. This country governed India as a Raj during the Great Game.
UK.
UK is right. Units known by this term schemed to help Reza Shah take the Iranian throne in 1925. These units' Stanitsa democracy was dismantled following the October Revolution.
It's Russian.
These units.
Answer?
Hazelbash.
Cossacks. 10 on the bonus.
That's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Toss up 2.
Next.
Charles Rosen argued that there are multiple types of this form, which is the subject of a theory by James Hippokowski and Warren Darcy. Works in this form transition from the P space to the S space and may later feature a retransition. This descendant of rounded binary form comes in Di Chiesa and Di Camara variants that Arcangelo Corelli used in several trios. Allegro is sometimes appended to the name of this form when describing the first movement of symphonies. Themes are worked.
Sonata.
Sonata for 10.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
Sonata.
Your bonus. Description acceptable. A speech given at this event describes a woman who has broken a rigid and time-honored code of our society and declares no code mattered to her before she broke it, but it came crashing down on her afterwards. 10 points each. Name this event where a speech is given that concludes, "In the name of God, do your duty." A character watching this event from a balcony notes that she had never before seen one man remove his coat or sweat. Answer?
March in the mains.
It's the trial of Tom Robinson. The woman referenced in Atticus's speech is this character, Tom Robinson's accuser. This woman's father later attacked Scout and Jem on their walk home from a Halloween pageant.
Yo, why am I selling? You got something white ass name.
Answer? It's Mayella Ewell. The trial of Tom Robinson occurs in To Kill a Mockingbird, a novel by this author of Ghost Out of Watchmen.
Lee.
Lee is right
My bad.
for 10.
Oh, good.
Toss up 3. An essay by this author claims that Europe's sixth civilization calls for its Hitler, I mean its punishment, and equates its title concept with thingification, a sprawled flat and inert town that is disconnected from its statue of Empress Josephine, is the setting of a long poem by...
Cesare.
Cesare's right for
Nice.
20.
Nice.
Your bonus. Answer the following about experiments that involve inhaling gases for 10 points each. Inhaling helium increases the pitch of one's voice due to helium having a lower value of this quantity than air. This quantity is often measured in grams per cubic centimeter.
Density.
Density is right. In contrast, a deepened voice is commonly achieved by inhaling this element,
Sulfur.
dense
Hexafluoride.
hexafluoride, which has an octahedral
this
geometry and is the
Sulfur,
most
yeah.
potent known
Is it-
greenhouse gas.
Is it this element,
It's
right?
this
It's
element's
sulfur.
hexafluoride.
Yeah,
So sulfur.
Sulfur.
Sulfur is right. Ignoring warnings, this chemist experimented on himself to discover the euphoric properties of nitrous oxide, which he gave the name laughing gas. This scientist also invented the first carbon-based arc lamp.
I don't know this.
Answer?
Desaga.
Davy.
Good
So
try.
Humphrey Davy. So 20 on the bonus. Toss up 4. People in this profession, such as Bob Hoover, could give a 10 to devices deemed unacceptable under any circumstances on the Cooper-Harper scale. 42nd John Boyd trained many people in this profession and also developed the ODA loop. In 1976, a Soviet man in this profession named Viktor Belenko defected to Japan, revealing secrets about the fox bat. In 1962, an American in this job was exchanged for spy Rudolf
Pilot.
for 10.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Your bonus. In a novel by this author, the Iberian country breaks away from the European continent and floats into the Atlantic Ocean. 10 points each. Name this author of The Stone Raft. This
Nice.
Portuguese Nobel laureate also penned the novel Blindness.
Saramago.
Saramago is right. This character follows his creator into a graveyard in a Saramago novel titled For the Year of the Death of This Character.
Ricardo Reis.
Ricardo Reis is right. Ricardo Reis is one of the many heteronyms created by this Portuguese poet who attributed his Book of Disquiet to Bernardo Soares.
Pessoa, right?
Yeah,
Pessoa.
Pessoa is good for 30.
Good job. Good job, Pete.
Toss up 5. Deformations in these objects due to their collective motion is described by a non-spherical model co-developed by A. Bohr and Ben Modelson. A model for these objects includes Coulomb, pairing, and asymmetry terms, and a formula co-developed by...
Like atomic nuclei.
That's 20 for
Nice.
atomic nuclei.
What?
Your bonus. Under war capitalism, this country began cultivation of Jumel cotton. 10 points each. Identify this modern-day country ruled by a viceroy who was granted the right of hereditary rule in this country by the Convention of London after a conflict with the Ottomans.
Egypt.
Egypt is right. Egypt's cotton production took off during the Lancashire cotton famine of this decade. Ports such as Mobile and New Orleans were blockaded to prevent cotton exports in this decade.
Surely 1860s.
1860s is
Nice.
right. Egypt's Ibrahim Pasha commanded forces at the successful siege of this town during the Greek War of Independence. This town fell following the exodus of its guards and is where Lord Byron died.
This town. Care about.
Answer?
Slongi.
Miss Longy's good for 30.
Nice, good
Good
30.
30.
Toss up 6. While at a location titled for this adjective, a character spectates a war between cars and pedestrians. In a novel titled for this adjective, the protagonist hallucinates 2 women dismembering a child in a sanctuary during a snowstorm. A location...
Magic.
Magic's good for 20.
Nice. Density.
Your bonus. So many animals died on this highway in the 1970s that it earned the nickname the Meat Maker. 10 points each. Name this 4,860-mile-long highway, sometimes backed up at a steep grade section near Wawa. This highway's mile 0 is sometimes said to be in St. John's.
Highway 1.
I was gonna say go either 90 or 66 or US
Answer?
66.
I-90.
It's Trans-Canada Highway.
Oh.
The route markers for the Trans-Canada Highway consist of a white one of these objects. Lester Pearson pushed Canada to adopt a flag containing a red one of these objects. Maple Leaf is right. Six tree-lined overpasses above the Trans-Canada Highway in this national park have reduced animal deaths. The Chateau Lake Louise serves tourists to this park on Alberta's western border with British Columbia.
This is Banff, yeah, probably. Because they haven't had the M yet.
Banff is good for 20.
Nice.
Toss up 7. A notorious siege launched primarily against these people spared Lapis Lazuli Hall at a site where marathon walks are still practiced today. Under the Ritsurio system, these people were led by a chief administrator known as a Sogo. Some of these people, who also doubled as warriors, would depart from Mount Hiei.
Like monks.
Monks good for 20.
Good.
Nice.
Nice job.
Your bonus. In one
Hero?
account, this figure is
I don't know.
mortally wounded by Molionidas of Elis while fighting alongside his brother against King Augeas. 10 points each. Name this twin half-brother of Heracles, the mortal son of Alcmene with her husband Amphitryon.
It's not Linus. I'm so bad. Linus.
Iphicles. Although Heracles did not participate, Iphicles was one of the numerous heroes assembled to hunt a massive one of these creatures in Caledonia sent by Artemis.
Boar.
Boar is right. Other accounts of Iphicles' death have him slain in a battle during a punitive expedition against Hippocoon, a king of this city. While Pollux is the son of Zeus, his twin half-brother Castor is the mortal son of a king of this city, Tyndareus.
I don't know. Sure.
Thebes.
Sparta. 10 on the bonus. Toss up 8. In 2025, this man used his super mustache alter ego to again...
Maduro?
what was it?
Maduro?
Yes, Maduro's
Nice! No, good knowledge. That's crazy.
bonus. After Pope Paul VI called these people intrinsically disordered, an article in the Italian magazine Tempo alleged that he was one of these people. 10 points each. Pope Francis allowed priests to bless members of what minority group, despite affirming church doctrine that their marriages are not legitimate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gay people.
Gay people is right. Following the 2025 appointment of this first woman Archbishop of Canterbury, the anti-gay Anglican sub-movement GAFCON briefly threatened a schism.
Smith.
This is Sarah Mullally. This denomination's mainline American branch allowed gay people to join the clergy in 2010, causing many churches to leave it for the ECO. A branch of this denomination founded by John Knox is colloquially called the Kirk.
Give me Southern Baptist.
Presbyterian.
Presbyterian is good for
Nice.
20.
Nice.
Toss up 9. This god defeats the serpent Lotan in one text named for this god that features him fighting the death god Mot and sea god Yam.
Ball.
Ball is good for 20.
Let's go.
Good job.
Your bonus. Designing DRAM at this length scale has created challenges for maintaining cell data. For 10 points each, give this prefix placed before technology for devices that operate at atomic scale. An SI unit with this prefix equals 10 to the power minus 9 meters.
Nano.
Nano is right. Shrinking DRAM cells exacerbates a phenomenon whereby this terminal induces charge to leak from the drain. In a MOSFET, applying enough voltage to this terminal allows current to flow between the source and drain.
Cathode, anode. Which one?
Cathode.
Right.
Anode.
Anything. Cathode.
Cathode.
Gate.
Oh.
DRAM leakage is also exacerbated by regions heavily subjected to this process, whereby impurities are introduced to silicon to make it P-type or N-type.
Doping.
Yeah.
Doping.
Doping's good for 20.
20. Nice. Let's go. Keep it up.
Toss up 10. A silver bridle knife bearing a signature was often depicted by an artist from this region, who also painted a P-shaped pretzel in another work. Théophile Torre Bourgère rediscovered an artist from this region who painted a red-jacketed man dropping a coin into the hand of the title yellow-clad procuress.
Flanders.
That's good for 20.
Love to see it.
Johann Galtung founded the studies of this concept and conflict. For 10 points each, what concept names a Nobel Prize won by Barack Obama and Malala Yousafzai?
Peace.
Peace is right. Galtung's essay Violence, Peace, and Peace Research distinguishes personal violence from societal violence described by this adjective. This adjective modifies functionalism in the framework of Talcott Parsons.
Bio.
I don't know.
Bio.
Structural. Galtung distinguished the lack of personal violence from the lack of structural violence as positive and negative peace, echoing this 1963 essay's distinction between a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, and a positive peace, which is the presence of justice.
Is it something by Echo? Or fascism?
Yeah, sure.
Fascism.
Letter from Birmingham Jail.
Oh.
10 on the
That would make
bonus.
more sense. It's fine.
And we're at the half.
We're up
Oh,
80.
Well, actually, we're
pretty
142
close.
20. That's pretty close. That's 2
Yeah.
cycles. That's fine. That's what
That's not
we
bad.
were
Keep
doing
going.
more.
This is probably way easier to score keep than
Make that
just
work.
one.
No, it is because I don't have to add my fives.
That's fine.
No,
That's
next to
actually
the
good.
first half, we should maybe next.
Yo.
Wait a second.
No, I think it starts negative. Shit.
Good buzzer.
Attaboy. Good fraud.
Total fraud.
That's good.
Yes,
fraud.
Hold on. What's
That's
Maduro?
Yo, Loki.
Is Maduro?
Think about it.
See?
Method was Loki
Yo,
fraud.
Insane
What else
buzz.
would it
Functional
be?
group. That's
In
important
history,
for life.
there's probably someone named Maduro.
Is it like
history.
exo?
Alright. Are both teams
No,
ready
it
to start
started
with
that
that?
though.
Just like think
Okay.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Alright.
I've got
Toss up 11. This nickname was most commonly used to identify a man who operated during London's wartime blackouts named Gordon Cummins. Soccer fans in Leeds chanted 11-0 in reference to hoax tapes pretending to be a Yorkshire man with this nickname. This nickname was used in a letter whose postscript ends, "They say I'm a doc..."
Jack the Ripper.
For 20.
Good
Nice.
buzz.
Let's go. Yeah. Loki got a lot.
This thinker wanted to call her rational egoist philosophy existentialism, but chose objectivism since that was already taken. 10 points each. What Russian-American author promoted objectivism in novels like Atlas Shrugged? Rand is right. This book argues that rational egoism is indirectly individually self-defeating since it could be beneficial to not be an egoist. In this book, Derek Parfit described the repugnant conclusion.
Fountainhead. I don't know. The Fountainhead.
Answer? It's reasons and persons. Proponents of egoism often cite this thinker's claim that self-interest motivates the butcher, the brewer, and the baker, although this thinker rooted ethics in fellow feeling in the theory of moral sentiments.
Theory of moral sense. Can't be missing this. Just say
Answer?
Hobbes.
It's Adam Smith. 10 on the bonus.
Doesn't matter.
Toss 12. In this novel, the last pre-electric king drinks leftover drinks after a bean fest. Friends of this novel's author wrote critical essays on it in Our Examination Round His Factification for Incamination of Work in Progress. This novel is named for a hod carrier who vanishes before mourners can eat his body. In this novel, washerwomen turn into a tree and a rock after gossiping about Anna Livia Plurabelle. 10 long thunder words appear.
Finnegan's Wake.
Oh, was it?
Finnegan's Wake.
Finnegan's Wake is
Nice.
right. 10.
Good buzzer beats.
Because I gave
Your bonus. Lewis West studied brainwashing and LSD cults with test subjects from a free medical clinic in this neighborhood. For 10 points each, name this San Francisco neighborhood where tens of thousands of hippies and flower children flocked to during 1967's Summer of Love.
That's a street. Go.
Answer?
Go.
It's Haight-Ashbury.
Yeah, Haight-Ashbury.
The CIA's MK Ultra program financed West's research, which involved causing one of these animals to overdose on LSD. In 1874, Thomas Nast first depicted the Republican Party as this animal.
Elephant, right?
Elephant is right. West served as a psychological evaluator for this man, whom West believed had developed a hidden personality. In 2023, Gavin Newsom denied this man parole for killing Robert F. Kennedy.
Sirhan.
Sirhan is right
Nice.
for 20. Toss-up, 13. A Frank Sulaway book found that this variable correlates with support of revolutions due to its impact on openness. Higher values of this variable for an individual correlate to lower IQs in Robert Zayant's confluence model. Sensitization to HY antigens may explain why males with a higher value for a type of this variable are more likely to be homosexual. People with the lowest value for this variable face a dethronement.
Birth order?
Birth order for 10.
I'll get it right there.
An archaea of the genus Thermococcus is the most resistant to this phenomenon out of any known organism. For 10 points each. Manganese-based antioxidants are thought to explain why a species of Deinococcus, nicknamed Conan the Bacterium, is resistant to what stimulus whose damage may be repaired through photoreactivation?
Heat.
It's like light. It's like too much light.
Oh, light.
Okay.
Light then. Yeah.
Light.
Prompt?
Sunlight.
It's like when
Or
UV?
Yeah, sunlight.
Or it might be
No, I don't have anything for that. I want ionizing radiation.
Oh.
Radiation damages DNA in part by causing these bases, which are contrasted with purines, to form dimers. These bases include thymine and cytosine. Pyrimidines is right. Certain fungi discovered at Chernobyl are thought to harvest energy from radiation using this compound, which is also overexpressed in eastern tree frogs around the site.
compounds.
Acetyl-CoA.
That would make sense.
Answer?
Acetyl-CoA.
Melanin.
Oh.
10 on the bonus. Toss up 14. A metaphor in this novel describes a basin in the mind where words float around on thought. A woman in this novel washes her feet in the monstropolis darkness on a friend's porch. In this novel, Sam gives a sermon imagining a river of molasses, and vultures repeat bear, bear, fat at a mock funeral for Matt Bonner's.
Their eyes were watching God.
Their eyes are watching God for the last word of power.
Predicted.
Bonus. Poems in this language are often divided into metrical units known as tent pegs and tent ropes, for 10 points each. Identify this language used to write a collection that includes The Ebony Horse and the early murder mystery, The Three Apples, which was most famously translated by Richard Burton.
It's like Old English, maybe?
Sure, yeah.
Maybe. I like that.
Old English, yes.
Yeah, Old English.
Arabic. Richard Burton's translation of Arabian Nights includes a story in which this character uses the words open sesame to steal gold from the 40 thieves.
Alibaba.
Alibaba.
Yep.
Alibaba is right. In another story from the Arabian Nights, one of these people finds a copper jar with the seal of Solomon on it, causing a genie to give him a choice of how he wants to die.
Slave.
I think so.
Slave.
Fisherman.
Oh.
10 on the bonus. Toss up 15. This state's governor, Isham G. Harris, argued against the reckless fanatics of the North in endorsing John C. Breckinridge for president. This was the first state governed by the only man to govern 2 U.S. states. Jose Enrique de la Peña controversially claimed that volunteers from this state were executed. After losing an 1835 congressional race in this state, one man told constituents...
Illinois.
Incorrect.
Nowhere.
That you may all go to hell and I would go to Texas. This state was the most common birthplace among the Alamo's defenders. This home state of Davy Crockett was the birthplace of a dark horse presidential candidate who promised to annex Texas, which he did in his only term. For 10 points, James K. Polk died in what volunteer state's city of Nashville?
Tennessee.
Tennessee is right.
Oh, good.
Your bonus.
30.
Apocryphally, this oratorio was inspired by its composer's visit to William and Caroline Herschel's observatory in Slough, where he saw the 40-foot telescope. For 10 points each, name this 1799 oratorio that begins with the representation of chaos and features a sudden fortissimo in the orchestra as the chorus sings the word Licht.
The Creation.
The Creation is right. The Creation is by this classical-era composer whose visits to London resulted in symphonies such as his 94th, nicknamed Surprise.
Haydn.
Haydn is right. Haydn's Creation begins in this key and switches to a parallel key as the chorus sings the word Licht.
Creation.
Answer?
C major.
C minor. 20 on the bonus.
Yes.
Toss up 16. In a 2018 film in this language, a wounded commander secretly trains a lookalike to become his shadow. A shot of a human outline surrounded by arrows appears at the end of a film in this language, whose 4 sections are each dominated by a single color. After making a wish, a woman leaps from a bridge into mist at the end of a film.
Chinese.
Chinese is good for
Nice.
10.
Nice. For how many?
For 10.
Okay.
Good buzz.
Classicist Barry B. Powell controversially claimed that one man, whom he called the Adapter, invented this system in order to record Homer. 10 points each. Name this system, which uses the symbols sigma and omega.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Greek alphabet.
Greek alphabet is right. Powell posits that the Adapter invented the alphabet in Almina, a site that was likely demolished during a revolt named for this ancient region. The Lex Gabinia allowed one general to go after a gang of pirates named for this region.
Cilicia.
Cilicia is right.
Nice.
Powell justifies his adapter theory with a list of writing systems and their creators, citing Ulfilas' creation of this script. This script's namesake people sacked Rome in AD 410.
Visigoths?
No, it's the Gothic script, or the Visigoths.
Timeout.
Timeout, 20 on that bonus.
220.
With the toss-up.
Bonuses.
Going into cycle 17.
It's in the past, then.
Let's go.
Nice. Right, we're up 90.
How many tosses?
2 signs. 2 signs.
4 left, but very likely 2
Yeah,
sides.
we
So
still
2 signs, yeah.
what do we have?
Maybe bio.
So it's
question
just,
mark?
just us.
Maybe bio.
Yeah, we're
Birth order?
up 90.
We're up 90.
Okay.
Yeah.
That does count.
Based on
Yeah, but
BCR,
this
we
time
should
it
be
was
a bio.
3
Whatever
toss-ups.
happens, don't if it
So
happens.
if we get one, we probably win.
Keep
We
pressing.
don't really expect to win.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, no. If we get one, we just like
Skip one.
If we get one, it's gonna be very hard for us.
Alright, are both teams ready to continue?
Yeah.
Let's go.
This will be toss-up 17. Hans Petersen co-names a conjecture limiting the size of this mathematician's tau function using Fourier coefficients. Sato added modular forms above level 4 to this person's fast-converging infinite series for 1 over pi. This mathematician's summation technique for divergent series calculates the sum of all positive integers.
Ramanujan.
Ramanujan is right for 20.
Good job.
Your bonus. This author claimed he was never not thinking about Iceland after traveling there with Lewis MacNeice. 10 points each. Name this poet of Journey to Iceland and The More Loving One. This poet wrote, "The stars are not wanted now. Put out every one" in another poem.
Auden.
Auden is right. This creator of Jacob Dezote and Somi451 quoted Auden's never not thinking about Iceland line in his travel blog. The immortal Marinus arrives from Iceland at the end of this author's The Bone Clocks.
Bone clock.
Some contemporary.
I have no idea.
Contemporary.
Answer? It's David Mitchell. Professor Lindenbrock follows Arna Saknussem's code to Iceland to descend into the Snæfell's crater in a Jules Verne novel titled For a Journey to This Place.
Center of the Earth.
Center of the Earth.
Center of the Earth is good for 20.
20. Let's keep going.
Toss-up 18. Walter Long's film adaptation of a Cole Porter musical titled for this activity, co-starring Frank Sinatra, was called Pornographic when Nikita Khrushchev visited the set. The back of a double bass player features prominently in a brown-hued Georges Seurat painting that shares its title with this activity. A poster by Henri Toulouse-Lautrec depicting Jane Averill engaging in this activity inspired the character of Satine in a movie musical by Baz Luhrmann. This dance was often performed to the music of a piece set on the banks of the Styx, Jacques Offenbach's Galop.
Can.
Can is good for 10.
Nice.
Bonus. In 2024, Peter Schatzschneider's research group provided the first experimental observation of Terrell rotation, which is a consequence of this phenomenon. 10 points each. Name this phenomenon that allows for a moving pole to fit in a barn in the ladder paradox.
Oh yeah, length contraction.
Length contraction.
Length contraction is right. Length contraction arises because this quantity must be a constant in all inertial frames according to special relativity. For a vacuum, this quantity is approximately 300 million meters per second.
Speed of light.
Speed of light is right.
Space-time interval.
Pencil and paper ready.
Oh fuck.
For an object with a proper length of 1 meter that is traveling at 0.6 times the speed of light, how many meters long is the object as measured from a stationary frame?
I think it's this.
You
Let
have
me
10
just double
seconds,
check.
and please express your fraction in simplest form.
Should be 4 for 5, I
Go,
think.
go, go, go.
4 for 5.
405.
Nice.
Good for 30.
Insane.
I just want to double check. I had it
Good
memorized.
shit.
19. This phylum's genus Glycera is a predator whose 4 jaw fangs uniquely contain about 10% copper bound to melanin. This phylum's genus Ossidax acts as an ecosystem engineer by boring through the bones of sunken animals. Paired appendages, called parapodia, are found in...
Annelida.
Annelida is good for 20.
Nice! I'm sorry, I knew it was almost.
Your bonus. A Billy Harper album titled For This Type of Person was the first released by an eponymous Italian record label whose sister label is Soul Note. For 10 points each. Name this abstract figure identified by a 2-word name. This is the first figure in the title of a flamenco-inspired album with a track calling for duet solo dancers. Answer?
The princess.
Black Saint. The Black Saint and the Sinner Lady is by Charles Mingus, who played this instrument. The typical rhythm section of a jazz band contains piano, drums, and this instrument.
Bass.
Bass is right. Mingus spent most of his early career working in this U.S. state. Gary Mulligan and Chet Baker helped develop cool jazz while playing in this state, the home of the longest continuously running jazz festival.
What Kansas City? Missouri?
California.
Never mind.
10 on the bonus.
That's
Toss up the last. A new religious movement named for being based on these people's practices uses a symbol of 3 flaring vertical lines.
Maya?
No.
What?
To represent an inspiratory force called Awen. These people inspired Edward Williams to develop a new alphabet and use the pseudonym Iolo Morganog. The birth of triplets to one of these people, named Tlokta, marks a central site of worship used in the harvest festival of Samhain. Strabo placed these people as studiers of moral philosophy among 3 honored classes. These religious leaders worshipped from sacred groves of oak trees and conducted sacrifices by trapping people and animals in a giant wicker man, according to a commentary on Gaul by Julius Caesar. For 10 points, name these Celtic priests. Druids is good for 10.
nice.
The buzz.
Your bonus. Objects that have passed this process can be included in a catalogue raisonné for 10 points each. Name or describe this practice, which might be done by employing the techniques of Giovanni Morelli to focus on details such as ears and fingers.
It's practice.
Sketching.
Art authentication.
Oh.
In 2012, both Andy Warhol and this artist's authentication boards were disbanded by their estates 27 years after they collaborated on a series of boxing-inspired posters. With Al Diaz, this artist formed the duo Samo.
Basquiat.
Basquiat's right. In 2025, the LMI group claimed that LMR was an authentic Vincent van Gogh made at the St. Paul Asylum, from where he also painted the dark cypresses and swirling sky of this painting.
Really just Starry Night.
Starry Night.
Starry Night's good for 20.
Nice.
Good game.
stuff.
Good game.
Do we stay in here?
Wait, what was the Flanders?
Really great game from both teams there. Lexington ends up pulling it out 410 to 260, partially off the strength of getting those live tens, particularly Shashir being able to, when the toss-up gets deep, being able to, stay composed, know when the clue's going to hit, and be able to react faster.
Yeah, and I noticed 2 of them were on music toss-ups, or at least music clues. He got the Sonata form toss-up and the can-can toss-up at the start of the penultimate sentence of both of those questions. Very, very gritty, very ethical buzzes there.
Yeah, as we're saying, much to be discussed about the ethics of bowl, but also, I mean, let's give our flowers to Adi as well.
Sure.
Really, as a science specialist, being able to get good early powers on 3 of those science toss-ups really sort of locked up that game.
Yeah,
I'm like-
I mean, Belmont did keep it close. Through toss-up 17, they were only down 50. If they got maybe 2 of the last 3, and if they had definitely gotten all of the last 3, they could have won. But instead, Lexington swept it, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, I'm trying to signal to Samir with my eyes to figure out whether there will be an interview happening after the matter. I'm being told no. That's the exciting
unfortunate.
resolution there. Presumably because we are ready to get ready for round 12 pretty soon. Forrest, was there any toss-ups there that either you wrote or that someone wrote that you thought really stood out to you as being pretty interesting?
Well, I mean, I thought the aforementioned can-can toss-up was very cool, sort of focusing on, one might call it like old pop culture, but there were also some interesting paintings, or interesting painting clues, so rewarding a variety of ways of engagement with, I guess the can-can itself is sort of old pop culture, so if you know deep things about the history of that, you would be able to get a good buzz. This is yet more Bentley Bowl. I keep shouting it out, but it is, of course, a big part of the set. In fact, the term Bentley Bowl was itself coined by Andrew Gow.
Yeah, that is so true. As far as things that stood out to me, I really liked Tim Morrison's bonus on the trial of Tom Robinson from To Kill a Mockingbird. For these kind of books that a lot of people are reading in school, that the people watching probably were assigned in 9th grade and have since forgotten, like Forrest has. Being able to really mine these well-established canonical books and find interesting angles from them, and is really interesting. Although it is pretty funny that Harper Lee is known primarily as the author of Go Set a Watchman.
Yeah, well, you need to fill out the sentence so that there's more than a To Kill a Mockingbird.
Of course, you can't just say who wrote, even though sometimes I will say just who wrote for the easy part.
Well, I mean, you can say it, but the question writer can't.
Yeah, and I will also say, although he appears to be on his phone scrolling Twitter over there, I will say shout-outs to that last toss-up on Druids and sort of how those practices have sort of refracted into modern beliefs and practices from Sinesio, friend of the program, I might add. Was really interesting to me, although it was negged quite early. I think that was sort of an aggressive, just like it's toss up 20, the game is over. Let's try and do a stunt.
I mean, sometimes you get an idea in your head early in the question, and you know that it may not be the smartest thing to do, but you're like, if I don't get this really early buzz, then I won't be able to flex it, and I just can't stand that possibility.
So yeah,
I think that's what was going on there. But really impressive that a painting of an African mask by Paul Clay was able to write and edit a Quizbowl question.
Yeah, we're sort of establishing the concept of Senecio stock here, along with the Gannon Cannon and Bentley Bowl, sort of the big three of writing Quizbowl packets.
That's the first time we've said stock on stream today, but this is an important concept in Quizbowl. So would you like to explain for the folks at home what that is?
Of course. So stock in common parlance refers to any clue that you know. Thanks, Forrest. But no, but basically, in through the years and years of Quizbowl packets and information that has been archived, there are some clues that come up again and again, both by writers wanting to basically use a shorthand for difficulty to say, well, this tends to come up right before FTP, and people who have engaged with Quizbowl will remember it right before FTP. In those instances, stock can often be used, but it has sort of had a euphemism treadmill sometimes to mean I've seen this before, and therefore it is stock.
Yeah.
When some things are just important, some things are central to either the text or the concept, and you will just pick it up in class. It really is all contextual.
Yeah. So the purists in Quizbowl will insist that a stock clue is only something that comes up a lot and is not important to know. So that might be something like, well, we unfortunately didn't get this clue. It's one of my favorite stock clues, but the Dog of Tears from José Saramago's novel Blindness, great stock clue. I have no idea what it is, but you gotta know this phrase.
Well, it's a dog.
Oh, well, thank you for explaining that, Aiden.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to. I mean, it's not any harder to cry when you're blind.
That's true.
That is true.
That's true.
And I will say, speaking of hot takes, such as whether you can cry when you're blind, we do have several hot takes in the Pace NSC Livestream mailbag, which you, the viewer, the boy, girl, or other reading this, can contribute to at pacehottakes@gmail.com. That's PACE hottakes@gmail.com. And if you have a hot take about Quizbowl, about the world, whether if you believe that sending a hot take telling someone to enroll in a certain university will consider anyone on Earth, then you could. I think putting an ad in the paper would probably work too. But our first hot take is the subject line is hot take incoming, and it's from none other than Joseph Chambers, University of Virginia player, very, very good college player.
And former Pace editor.
Who writes, "To whom it may concern," which, crazy start. Joseph, you know who it concerns. It's me. It's my email address. Many viewed the return of Gannon Evans to the role of co-head editor of this year's NSC set as a recommitment on the part of Pace to the Gannon canon, possibly at the expense of Bentley Bowl, much beloved among Pace players past and present. With nearly a day's worth of play behind us, how would you eminent members of Pace firmament, what does that mean, respond to these very pressing concerns? Well, I'll tell you, I would respond to those very pressing concerns after Game 12, clickbaited, and we'll be able to get right away with, as I mentioned, a Southeast showdown between Hoover and Johns Creek with a lot of playoff implications to come. Let's send it back to Karsten.
Did he already came up?
Alright.
He already come up.
So,
I don't remember. Neither do I.
My name's Karsten. I'm going to be the moderator for this round. Before anything else, we do have a sponsorship message for this round.
Nice.
Best of luck to everyone in the rest of today's rounds. We'd love to have you join us at NASAT on June 27th and 28th on the campus of Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, Virginia. Contact Fred Moreland by emailing fred at iqbtnasat.com for more information. All right, and now if we could do kind of a combination buzzer check and introduction, where you buzz in, say your name, say your grade. If you're a senior, you could let us know if you're going to college somewhere, if you're interested in doing that. We'll start over here at the end.
I'm Alan. I'm going to Purdue.
I'm Krish. I'm a junior.
I'm Sonny Bracamanes. I am a senior going to Northwestern University this fall.
I'm Evan, and I'm a junior.
I'm Edward. I hope to be rooming with Sunny.
Woo!
I'm Eli. I'm a junior. I'm Kevin. I'm a junior.
All right. So Hoover, Johns Creek, are you both ready to begin?
Yes.
Yep.
Good luck, y'all.
Good luck.
Got toss-up 1. While a man in this work tries to stop hiccuping, another character compares the agreement central to both music and medicine. A character in this work contrasts the mixed gender and all-male parentages of one deity's common and heavenly aspects. This work's central concept is called the child of resource and poverty and likened to a 6-runged ladder by the possibly fictional priestess Diotima of Mantinea. Aristophanes describes how Zeus separated spherical 8-limbed humans to create the central...
Poetics?
No. Central concept of this dialogue, in which Alcibiades drunkenly rants about his crush on Socrates. 10 points name this platonic dialogue set at a drinking party featuring several speeches about love.
Symposium.
Symposium is right for 10.
Nice. That's Phil.
Your bonus.
Yeah.
A house in this state, inspired by the phrase, "we have decided not to die," promises life extension via its bright colors and bumpy, uneven floors. 10 points each. Madeline Gin's Bioscleve house is in what U.S. state? Also home to the Flatiron Building and the One World Trade Center.
Yeah. They hit state, right?
Yeah.
New York.
New York is right. Gin's developed the Bioscleve house with her partner from this country. Another architect from this country designed a concrete box with a cross-shaped slit in it, the Church of the Light.
Oh, it might be Italy.
Japan.
It is Japan. My bad.
Jins and Arakawa planned a reversible destiny one of these buildings in New York. A Mayan revival one of these buildings in Tokyo survived an earthquake.
Hotel.
Hotel's good for 20.
I should go to Japan.
Toss up 2. These phenomena are driven by RFDs according to the recycling hypothesis. Howard Bluestein co-developed a portable device to measure these phenomena. The Toro scale measures the intensity of these.
Asteroid impacts.
No.
Okay, it's not.
These phenomena. As these phenomena dissipate, they take a rope-like appearance, and wide examples of these phenomena are nicknamed for their wedge shape. Rear flank downdrafts in these phenomena are responsible for producing hook echoes that can be detected using Doppler radar. The intensity of these phenomena are measured on the Fujita scale based on damage. Supercells often produce, for 10 points, what violently rotating columns of air that occur frequently in a namesake alley.
Tornadoes.
Tornadoes is good for 10.
Really slow. I might be trolling.
Your bonus. The narrator of this novel recalls how a man sold the Just Judges panel of the Ghent altarpiece for a single bottle of alcohol. For 10 points each. Name this novel, narrated by Jean-Baptiste Clement, who inhabits a bar in Amsterdam named Mexico City. Answer?
The Rebel.
The Fall.
Oh.
Clements compares the concentric canals of Amsterdam to these places. In Dante's Inferno, the first of these structures is known as Limbo, while sinners guilty of treachery are found in the ninth of these places.
Circles of Hell.
Circles of Hell is right. Clements tells the reader to imagine the heat of one of these places in The Fall. In The Stranger, Merceau argues with a chaplain while in one of these locations.
Okay. Prison.
Prison is good for 20.
Nice.
Toss up 3. A monument to this battle was funded by a pacifist priest and is known as the Cairn of Peace. A so-called Lion's Leap occurred as troops assaulted the old vineyards during this battle. Thousands of soldiers drowned during this battle after...
Austerlitz.
Austerlitz is good for 20.
Nice!
Okay, that makes sense.
Your bonus. In 2025, authorities raided the child-filled LA mansion of Sylvia Zhang and Guojun Chuan, who ran a company employing these people. For 10 points each, name these people, many of whom are flown to the country of Georgia, where they're often awarded payments at milestones such as heartbeats.
Heartbeats.
Like workers?
Organ donors?
Answer?
Go.
Organ donors?
These are surrogates. Israel airlifted 26 babies, but not their surrogate mothers, following one of these events in Nepal in 2015. Substandard construction exacerbated a deadly one of these events in Turkey in 2023.
Should be an earthquake.
Go.
I trust.
Yeah, earthquake.
Earthquake is right.
Good.
In 2024, this PM passed a law that imposed prison on people who use foreign surrogates. This leader of the FDI party failed to reform her country's judiciary in 2026.
Oh my god, wait.
Answer?
Merkel.
Georgia Maloney.
Oh, yeah.
10 on the bonus.
No worries.
Toss up 4. This character tells a family secret about a butler who got a mysterious nose condition from polishing silver. This character rambles, "I always watch for the longest day in the year and then miss it," before hurting her knuckle and blaming a hulking man. This character tries to give back a string of pearls when drunk before her wedding. This woman cries after a man pulls out piles of shirts and tells him you...
Daisy Buchanan.
Daisy Buchanan for 20.
Good buzz, good buzz. Nice buzz.
Your bonus. In 2025, researchers from the NIH and the University of Virginia discovered hemifusomes, a new organelle consisting of 2 of these structures joined by a diaphragm. For 10 points each, name these structures whose fusion with the cell membrane is mediated by snare proteins.
So vesicles, I think.
Sure.
Okay. Vesicles?
Vesicles is right.
Nice.
Hemifusomes were discovered using a 3D variant of this technique. The 2017 Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded for this technique that has partially supplanted X-ray crystallography for imaging biomolecules. Answer?
Freeze fracture microscopy.
It's cryo-EM. A droplet containing proteins and these molecules is usually embedded in the hemifusion diaphragm. The cell membrane is a bilayer of one type of these molecules.
Lipids. Okay. Phospholipids. So lipids.
Lipids is good for 20.
Nice.
Toss up 5. A hadith attributed to Abu Huraira describes one of these objects known as the Garkad that would protect Jews during the end of the world. Jibril is unable to pass one of these objects that serves as a boundary between the 6th and 7th heaven. Before signing the Treaty of Al-Hudaybiyah, Muhammad undertook a pledge at one of these objects. Allah changes...
Like a well?
No.
Oh.
Changes the number of daily prayers at one of these objects named Sidrat al-Muntaha. Hawa re-encounters her husband at Mount Arafat after their disobedience to an order regarding one of these objects leads to their expulsion from Jannah. 10 points, name these plants that include one of immortality that produces fruit sinfully eaten by Adam.
A tree.
The tree is right for 10.
Thank you.
Your bonus. Despite the fact that the medium had been in use for 500 years, Vasari falsely claimed this person was the inventor of oil painting. 10 points each. Name this artist who painted an Italian merchant family in the Arnolfini portrait.
Van Eyck.
Van Eyck is right. Van Eyck's use of oil may have inspired Roger van der Weyden to create an inverted T-shaped depiction of this religious scene. Peter Paul Rubens depicted a white cloth draped on a ladder in his version of this scene for Antwerp Cathedral.
I think it's either Descent from the Cross or the Annunciation. I think it's Descent from the Cross.
Should be Descent from.
Descent from the Cross.
Descent is right. For good. With Van Eyck, this Flemish artist helped pioneer the use of wet layering with the Silern triptych. The Marode altarpiece is often attributed to this master of Flamal.
Lamal.
Who's
in Moreau?
No.
No, you said he's in Flemish.
Answer?
Go.
Bruegel.
It's Robert Campen.
Fake.
No worries. 20 points. Toss up 6. Female New World monkeys have varying numbers of a protein family in this anatomical structure based on their zygosity at the ML gene locus, which is on the X chromosome in all primates. The membranes of cells in this structure that resemble a stack of discs contain the earliest discovered class of G protein coupled receptors. Recoverin prevents receptors in this structure from binding to arrestin, allowing them to keep activating transducin after being triggered by the 11 cis to all trans...
The eye.
Prompt.
The retina.
Retina is right for 10.
Good.
Sorry.
In the 19th century, hippophagic societies promoted the eating of these animals. 10 points each. Identify these animals that had been taboo to eat in most of Europe for the preceding millennium. War examples of these animals were ridden by knights.
Or war.
Horses, guys.
Okay,
No,
go.
war.
Horse.
Horse is right.
You're right.
Yeah.
Gerald of Wales, the chaplain to this English king, describes seeing an Irish king taking a ritual bath in mare's blood. This king's sons repeatedly rebelled against him alongside their mother, Queen Eleanor of Aquitaine.
Oh, Henry II.
Henry II is right. This polymath supposedly devised a way to keep people alive for days on end with horse broth baths. This man names a medical university in Salzburg and coined the phrase, "the dose makes the poison."
Okay, do we know?
Wasn't it Paracelsus?
Answer?
Go.
Paracelsus.
Paracelsus for 30.
Good. Nice, man.
Okay,
Where's
that's
Toss
what I
up
was
7.
thinking.
Europeans with this characteristic visited Cabo Verde to obtain sea turtle blood. Agnes of Courtenay was the mother of a king often named for this characteristic who led...
Bald.
No. Led troops at Montgisard in 1177. Hawaiian...
Leprous.
Lepers is good for 20.
Nice.
Your bonus. Answer the following about the bard's characters who only speak one line according to their ranking in Michael Anderson's Hallucinating Shakespeare. 10 points each. First is a third musician in this play whose only line is, "Faith, I know not what to say." This play features a balcony scene featuring 2 star-crossed lovers from Verona.
Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet is right. Second is a soldier who is instantly killed for yelling Jack Cade at the worst possible moment in a play name for this man, which also includes the line, "Let's kill all the lawyers." In another play, this man's wounds reopen and bleed in the presence of his murderer, whom he and his son tell to despair and die.
Richard III.
Henry VI. Fittingly, a third Roman in this play complains, "I took this for silver while looting." This play's title general is dissuaded by his mother Volumnia from sacking Rome.
Titus Andronicus.
It's like Coriolanus.
Coriolanus is good for 20.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Toss up 8. A story by this author wonders when the title character's voice will die out and asks how gathering can take place in utter silence. In another story by this author, a character tries to find the source of a whistling sound and collects flesh in a room called Castle Keep. In a story by this author, the title Mouse Person claims that her artist...
Kafka.
Kafka is good for 20.
Just him. He's just him.
Your bonus. Attacks on priests during this conflict were recounted by Father Fidel Blandem-Berrios' book, What Heaven Doesn't Forgive. For 10 points each, name this decade-long countryside civil war sparked by the assassination of liberal presidential candidate Jorge Eliezer Gaitan.
La Violencia.
La Violencia is right. La Violencia began in the wake of a 10-hour-long mass riot. In the wake of 10-hour-long mass riots protesting Gaitan's death, called This City Atzo. This is the capital of Colombia.
Yeah, Bogota.
Bogota is right. This person claimed a revolution may be brewing while witnessing Bogota during La Violencia. During his before his execution, this man shouted, "Shoot, coward! You are only going to kill a man."
Should be Che Guevara.
That sounds like
Che Guevara.
Che Guevara is good for 30.
Good.
Toss up 9. In 2026, Lisa Davidson made her much awaited debut in this role, who ends the opera as she sinks gently, as if transfigured, onto her lover's dead body as the orchestra holds a B major chord. In her Act 1 narrative and curse, this character enlists her maid Brangena to prepare a poison. This woman remarks how softly and gently her dead lover shines at the... Isolde is good for 20.
Nice.
Bonus. This figure separates his daughter, Jianu, from a cowherd she loves by placing them on opposite ends of the Milky Way. For 10 points each, name this figure who asked a mountain god to trap 4 dragons that became rivers. The rat won the Chinese zodiac race organized by this figure.
Like the Jade Emperor, right?
It is right.
I think so. Yeah, Jade Emperor.
Jade Emperor is right. Jianu performed this activity with clouds for the Jade Emperor. Arachne was turned into a spider after a competition
Like
in
weaving,
this
yeah,
activity with Athena.
Just weaving.
Weaving is right. The Lovers' Festival of Qixi celebrates Jianu and her lover being reunited by these animals.
Magpies.
These animals'
Yeah.
luck-bringing roles in East Asian cultures include bringing Korean children new teeth.
Yeah, magpies.
Magpies is good for 30.
That's 30.
Toss up 10. In this city in the 19th century, islands with names meaning painter, bath, and rabbits were connected to create a mile-long park on its Margate Island. This city's rich thermal bathing tradition includes the Roman-era Thermae Maioris and the Art Nouveau Gellert thermal bath. In 1987, UNESCO designated Andrassy Avenue in this city a World Heritage status. This city's citadella to the south of Castle Hill was built in the 19th century by the Austrians and is today used for fireworks to celebrate St. Stephen's Day. The completion of the chain...
Budapest.
Budapest is good for 10.
Nice. It's just like St. Stephen.
Yeah. Dudley Hirschbach and Yuan Li received the 1986 Nobel Prize for developing a technique that uses crossed examples of these phenomena to study chemical reactions. For 10 points each, name these collimated phenomena, which are condensed into layers that have well-defined orientations with respect to a substrate in one form of thin film deposition. Answer?
Directors.
Molecular beams. MBE deposits thin films of these materials on a substrate. These materials display long-range order and contain a repeating lattice structure.
Crystals. Yeah. Crystals.
Crystals is right. MBE is used to produce one type of these devices, which have a source, gate, and drain terminal. In 1947, Shockley, Brattain, and Bardeen developed the first one of these devices at Bell Labs.
Transistors.
Transistors is
Nice.
good for 20 and a half.
Let's go.
I have that too.
Let's get it.
Yeah, reset. Okay.
Let's go. Come on.
7 points. Let's wake up.
I might have been able to score still, but I think he would have
You got
outplayed
this.
me.
Let's go.
You have
All right.
this half is all.
Both teams ready to continue?
Wait, is the
Yes.
VFA still?
Is the
I think so.
Got it.
Smith is
Yes. There's
Alright,
4
sure.
toss-ups.
All right.
Come on.
Wait,
Got
because
toss up
it's
11.
VFA player anyway.
These objects name a realm whose chirping swans annoyed the giantess Scotty into leaving. The giantess Hirokin was summoned to move one of these objects named for a circle.
A ship.
Ship is for 20.
Good. It's just him. It's literally him.
Sorry, I got up.
The Rock Bottom Remainders, a music group consisting of authors, claims to play music about as well as Metallica writes novels. Name some of their members for 10 points each. This honorary member of the Rock Bottom Remainders wrote I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings.
Maya Angelou.
Maya Angelou's right. The band's guitarist Stephen King took the title of his series The Dark Tower from a poem by this author, who published The Pied Piper of Hamelin and Porphyria's Lover in dramatic lyrics.
Robert Browning.
Robert Browning is right. This saxophonist of the Rock Bottom Remainders wrote about a minister shooting a drug dealer in Deacon King Kong and fictionalized John Brown's raid in The Good Lord Bird.
Zoo. Oh, wait. Steven?
Answer?
Stevens.
James McBride. 20 on the bonus. Toss up 12. In 2004, a leader of this country's missing persons NGO Contra S was poisoned on a flight. A Vincent Bevins book titled for a CIA-backed method used in this country's capital documented a coup long commemorated with a violent 3-hour film broadcast each September 30th. A longtime ruler of
Indonesia?
Indonesia's right for 20.
Yes.
Yeah, just 30 September.
Good.
Your bonus. After 2 large guns exploded, the commander of this ship lashed its wrecked hull to its opponent's ship in one battle. 10 points each. Name this ship, originally a French merchantman known as the Duc de Duras. This ship sank after defeating the HMS Serapis during the Battle of Flamborough Head.
Oh, is it like Victory?
Go.
Answer?
Victory.
It's the Bonhomme Richard.
Yeah.
This captain of the Bonhomme Richard served as a rear admiral in the Russian Navy before an assault scandal. This man yelled, I have not yet begun to fight, when the captain of the Serapis asked him to surrender.
Yeah, John Paul Jones.
John Paul Jones is right. The name Bonhomme Richard alludes to this founding father's Poor Richard's Almanac.
Yeah, Ben Franklin.
Franklin is good.
All out.
Toss up 13. These activities contribute to the civilizing process, according to Eric Dunning and Norbert Elias's book Quest for Excitement. Franz Boas opposed a 1904 event of these activities called Anthropology Days. An autobiographical history of one of these activities in the West Indies comprises Beyond the Boundary by C.L.R. James. The Choctaws...
Like a revolution.
No. The Choctaws' use of one of these activities to resolve conflict led to its name, Little Brother of War. A police raid on one of these activities broke up a crowd that included an anthropologist who used thick description to describe that event in his essay, Deep Play. For 10 points, the Balinese cockfight observed by Clifford Geertz is a blood kind of what activities that includes cricket and lacrosse.
Like sports games?
Sports games, 10 points. Your bonus. This author was known as the Bun to Blanche Ulrichs, whom she called Sir Baby. 10 points each. Name this author whose landmark 1947 book was blacklisted for being unbearably sentimental by influential librarian Anne Carroll Moore. Amy Gary's biography of this author is titled In the Great Green Room, a line from her best-known book. Answer?
Charlotte Bronte.
Margaret Wise Brown. This classic bedtime book by Margaret Wise Brown features a cow jumping over the title celestial object.
Cow jumps up. The moon.
The book is Goodnight Moon. Like Goodnight Moon, this author's The World is Round was illustrated by Clement Hurd. The MoMA owns Pablo Picasso's 1905 portrait of this modernist author who hosted a prominent Paris salon.
O'Hara.
Gertrude Stein. Nothing on the bonus. Toss up 14. A Lost Play adaptation of Uncle Tom's Cabin began this country's genre of spoken drama, which includes a play in which a young man who wants yogurt is slapped by a carpenter. In a novel from this country, the narrator encounters a frog with one eye blinking and states, I know this is God. In an absurdist play from this country, a decade passes as characters like Hothead and Glasses debate whether to wait at the title Bus Stop. In a 2008 novel,
China.
China's good for 10.
Okay.
Your bonus, the 1849 premiere of Louis Farrenc's E-flat major chamber work for this many musicians featured a teenage Joseph Joachim. 10 points each. Give this number. A curse on this number reflects composers like Beethoven, who died after writing this many symphonies. 9 is right. Farrenc's nonette was so successful that she was able to negotiate a salary equal to her male colleagues for her job at this institution. Composition students at this institution sought the Prix de Rome.
It's the French Academy. Sure. French Academy.
The Paris Conservatory. At the Conservatoire, Farrenc took private composition lessons with Anton Reicha, who wrote 24 pieces in this genre. Despite its name, this chamber genre features a French horn. Answer?
String octet.
Wind quintet. 10 on the bonus.
Let's go. We got this. Come on. Let's go.
Toss of 15. Norio Miyaura developed a method of adding this element to a halide that is often telescoped into a cross-coupling reaction. Compounds of this element can add to vicinal diols like pinnacle to form reagents that undergo anti-Markovnikov addition to alkenes. Clusters of multiple of this.
Boron.
Boron is good for 20.
Good.
Alright, we're having fun.
Your bonus.
Good.
A Martha Nussbaum paper titled for this action argues that it is sometimes positive despite its connotation. For 10 points each, name this treatment of another person as a thing, such as when men treat women as sexual commodities.
Yeah. Objectifying. Objectification.
Objectifying.
Objectifying is right. This 1923 book divides experience into worldly relationships with objects and spiritual relationships with subjects. Hasidic Judaism influenced this magnum opus of Martin Buber.
Come on.
Elementary forms of religious life.
I and thou. This philosopher inspired Graham Harman's object-oriented ontology, which holds that objects exist independent of human perception. A 1929 book by this German philosopher uses the example of a hammer to illustrate readiness to hand.
Heidegger.
Heidegger is good.
Good job.
20.
Let's do it.
Come on.
Toss-up 16. An artist from this country depicted 6 men clinging onto a cross-shaped mast in The Ninth Wave, one of his mini-romantic seascapes. 2 artists from this country who painted Morning in a Pine Forest were part of an artist cooperative.
Russia.
Russia is good for 20.
Perfect.
Alright,
Good stuff.
let's wake up.
Your bonus. Some POWs in this conflict took to tattooing the flag of their captor country on their torsos to prove their anti-communist bona fides. 10 points each. Name this conflict where the Battle of Pork Chop Hill was fought.
Pork Chop Hill. Battle.
No, I just.
Answer?
Uh,
It's the Korean War. Some pro-communist POWs during the Korean War took Francis Dodd hostage to draw attention to their rights rights of mandatory repatriation under these humanitarian conventions, whose 4th version was negotiated in a Swiss city in 1949.
Right?
yeah. Geneva. Good.
Geneva, that's right. A black POW with this surname moved to China to escape American racism during the Korean War. The photo Saigon execution was taken by a photojournalist with this surname.
No, it's like
Answer?
Jackson.
McConnell.
Adams.
Oh, yeah, that's
10
right.
on the bonus.
No worries.
Toss up, timeout.
Okay.
Yeah, I have that too.
I think there's still an AFA left, right?
Hey,
There is
We
no
got
delay
this.
on it.
Okay.
We got this.
We can do this. Come on.
Yeah, let's go.
There's a hist. There's
we got this.
There's one side.
one side. Is there lit?
There's one
On
left.
camera,
Okay,
by
so
the way.
we got this,
Yeah,
guys.
actually.
Just lock in. Let's lock
Okay.
in.
Get
Please
one
give
with
me
them.
this
Get
company.
one. Get one.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's
I
fine.
have a Britlet and a side.
Get both of them. If you get both of them, we win.
Would you have gotten
All right.
Russia beforehand?
Are both teams
Let's
ready
go.
to continue?
Yes.
Yes.
So this will be toss-up 17. For a particle passing around one of these devices, the term charge times magnetic flux over h-bar describes the Berry phase of its wave function. A massive one of these devices names the CMS experiment. Gauss's law implies that the B field is a type of vector field named for
Solenoid.
solenoid for 20.
Perfect.
knows?
Good
Good
stuff. Good stuff.
Your bonus. Brayton Braytonbach co-founded the Sestigers, a movement of authors that primarily wrote in this language. For 10 points each, name this language. In a novel in this language, Ben decides to help the janitor Gordon investigate the death of his son Jonathan at the hands of the security police.
Chess language. Check.
Alright, go.
No one makes sense.
Is it?
Go.
Answer? It's Afrikaans. The Afrikaner activist Bram Fischer was fictionalized in this South African author's novel, Burger's Daughter. This author also wrote
Gordimer.
July's People.
Gordimer.
Gordimer's right. In another apartheid-era novel, this character is addressed as colored male at a hospital. This character endures in his journey to return his mother to Port Albert even after she dies in a novel titled For His Life and Times.
Michael.
Prompt.
Michael K.
Yes.
Yes.
Michael K. for 20 points.
Come on.
Toss of
Get
18.
one.
A suggestion to avoid launching a frontal assault on this case was ignored by Charles Fried during arguments on the Thornburg case. Jay Floyd was mocked for
Roe v. Wade.
Roe v. Wade for 20.
Bang!
Ball!
It's
Aye.
the
Nice.
worst joke
Joke
in
of all
legal
time.
history.
Your bonus. An elbow graph is used to find a namesake hyperparameter for this algorithm. 10 points each. Name this algorithm that groups data by iteratively computing centroids and then computing the Euclidean distance between the centroids in each data point.
Okay, wait. This is the hard.
Answer?
K-means?
K-means is right.
Oh,
One method
good.
of coding categorical variables for K-means clustering is to use one-hot encoding to turn it into dummy variables, which are described by this adjective. This adjective names the base 2 numbering system used by computers.
Binary.
Binary is right. One hot encoding categorical variables for k-means, clustering is suboptimal because this quantity becomes too big. For a vector space, this quantity is given by the cardinality of a basis set.
Dimension.
Dimension is good for 30.
Time out. Score check.
All right, timeout.
Score check.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Have
Yeah.
fun.
Have fun.
We're going into cycle 19.
Yeah, have fun, yo.
All right, both teams ready?
Yep.
Toss up. In one essay, this author wrote, "We have just enough religion to make us hate, but..."
Swift.
Swift is right for 20.
Bro.
Okay, yeah, we could.
I don't know why
The
I'm even here.
Apollo tradition makes use of some of these objects referred to as nfumbe in the creation of Nganga vessels. For 10 points each, name these objects controversially used to decorate multiple Catholic churches in Europe, including the Otranto Cathedral and a church located beneath Sedlec Abbey in Czechia.
Like, these objects, icons, I think.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say like babies, but flying babies.
Answer?
Icons.
Bones.
Oh.
Palo and Santeria developed among Afro-Cuban populations following synchronization of belief in these beings with Catholic saints. Oludumare is worshipped as the chief of these spirits.
Like, it's like Orishas, I think.
Go.
It's Yoruban.
Go.
I think that's right. Is that right?
I
Orishas.
don't know.
Orisha is good. In Palo and Santeria, health spirits like Babalu Aye are syncretized with this Catholic saint. This saint from Bethany was raised from the dead by Jesus.
Oh,
Lazarus.
Lazarus.
Lazarus
Yeah,
is good
okay,
for 20.
Bruh.
Final toss-up.
Alright, good.
A piece in this genre suddenly lands on a low B-flat minor chord after a 3-minute ascent of the keyboard that reaches sextuple forte. Irrational ratios like E to pi define several tempo canons of a set of 49 works in this genre for player piano by Conlon Nancaro. A collection of pieces in this genre by Ligeti includes a toccata named The Devil's Staircase, 6 dances in Bulgarian rhythm, and a set of 153 pieces in this genre from Bartok's Mikrokosmos, which get progressively harder.
Like etudes.
Etudes for 10.
Yeah, okay, it's just
No worries.
microcosmos.
I ended up operating. Who cares?
You're good.
Your bonus. Though tough to quantify consistently, the strength of these substances is often expressed using the Gutman-Beckett method. For 10 points each, what substances catalyze the addition of organic halides to a ring in Friedel-Crafts reactions?
Lewis acids.
Lewis acids. That's right. The Gutman-Beckett method for expressing Lewis acidity uses a form of NMR based on this element's isotope 31. Coca-Cola contains a small amount of a weak acid named for this element, whose red allotrope is used in matches.
Phosphorus.
Phosphorus is right. Quantifying the strength of Bronsted-Lowry acids is easier because they can be described by this value equal to the negative base 10 logarithm of the dissociation constant.
Oh, 10. Stupid. PK. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Answer?
PKA.
PKA for 30.
We did that in.
Yo, y'all just locked in. Good game.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to need the interview mics for this. Sorry about those
All right,
technical difficulties.
All right,
So-
awesome. But really, let's not focus on the mic. Let's focus what just happened there, which was an absolute explosion from Hoover A.
Specifically from Alan Yuan in the second half. I mean,
Alan, Science 4-5 UN, as they say.
he had 3 humanities powers in that game, 2 literature, and 1, I think, mythology.
For a total of, I think, 9 powers for Hoover that game.
Yeah, I mean, just
I
an
mean-
absolute explosion. 3 powers from Krish Nathan and 1 from Sonny Bracamontes.
I mean, yeah, that was a team effort. Going into toss up 13 or 14, right about when Johns Creek called the timeout to try and recalibrate.
I mean, Johns Creek had the lead after 14.
Yeah, but the thing about calling a timeout is that it allows your opponents to take a breather too, and they really just seized that momentum, getting 5 straight powers to wrap up that game and close it out. So Hoover with a if Hoover I mean, we haven't seen them in every game, but if Hoover is playing like that every game of Super Playoffs, they could very well be championship contenders.
Yeah, and I'll add, they're also doing this with only 3 players. Every team we've seen so far has had at least 4 players. I mean, you can, of course, do very well with a team of 3 players. It's not that different from having a 4th scorer who's buzzing 0 times per game. But, usually you count on your 4th scorer to provide, clutch buzzes like we saw from Atticus in the last game.
Of course.
the fact that Hoover only has 3 players, they're starting from a disadvantage, and yet they've made it this far, and they just had a really dominant win in the top Super Playoff bracket.
Absolutely, and you know, no shade to Johns Creek as well, who were also getting a lot of good buzzes, particularly in the early game. I mean, they were as far as keeping control. Hoover was definitely having a bit of a neg storm early, but were really able to turn it around and get sort of get calibrated, and they were hype. I think that's probably the most amped we've seen any team in here be so far. They were there. The nices could be felt through the room for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, there were also some gritty 10s, of course. This is my preferred style of play. There were some gritty 10s from Edward and Eli on Johns Creek, so shout out to them.
Yeah. So let's not ignore what we had earlier, which was we were interrupted during our mailbag discussion.
Unbelievable.
I mean that's what people come that's what people come here to do. We should go on strike. I think our labor that is paid it's paid in vouchers. It's paid in meal vouchers and getting a flight to Chicago. But I don't really understand the question from Joseph. Honestly, this is referring to talking about Gannon Cannon and Bentley Bowl. I think that there has been plenty of content of both varieties. I'm not fully aware of what Gannon's canon actually is, but I will say that after leaving yesterday, after leaving the stream yesterday, there was a group of high school students, I think led by Andrew Gow of Belmont, that were just sort of ritualistically shouting Gannon Cannon over and over again,
yes,
as if they were a cult.
They've renamed the spiral corkscrew shaped statue in the lobby of the Hyatt Regency O'Hare to the Kaaba, and they congregated there to worship the Gannon Cannon.
Which feels, to some extent, insensitive. I don't know against who or what.
Maybe insensitive against Mike Bentley.
I don't know, yeah.
I must say, we haven't really shouted out many Gannon Cannon questions in this set. They have been abundant, of course, but
And that's because they're not good. I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm
I'd
allowed
like
to
to
say
shout
that
out a
because Gannon's
good
the homie.
Gannon Cannon question from this packet,
For
I should
sure.
say, which is Toss-Up 11, a really interesting common link on ships in Norse mythology. And I think this is sort of the exemplary Gannon Evans question. It's sort of a fastball down the middle, right? In the sense that this is a topic that comes up a fair bit. It's a common link question, meaning it clues multiple different things that have a shared characteristic. It's a common link that is maybe commonly done, but he still provides a fresh angle by having new early clues on, there's apparently a realm in Norse mythology called a Noatun, which is named after a ship. I don't know how he finds this stuff, but I remember
Probably by looking up Norse mythology or reading the Eddas.
Yeah, maybe he's read the Eddas.
Maybe he's read the Eddas.
I remember Gannon once said that every time he writes a question, he tries to find something that is new and interesting to him, and I think that really comes through.
Yeah, there were quite a few toss-ups that I found to be interesting. Tiffany Zhou's toss-up on sports from the from the perspective of anthropology.
That was classic.
Pretty interesting. We were getting a sort of an anthropological perspective on a wide variety of sports yesterday, including the adult kickball league. Since we turned
and
pop darts. We had ESPN.
Pillow fighting.
We had ESPN 8, the Ocho. On there was also pop basketball, the arcade. At the arcade, where you shoot the basketball into the mini hoop.
Yeah.
I went to bed and when I woke up this morning, it was still on. It was a different year's basketball championship. They were still wearing the same jerseys. I thought that it may have been running for 7 hours.
Yeah.
It may have been running for that entire time. And you can really tell that we are filled with content this morning.
Get you some content, I can provide a terrible pun, which is that unfortunately, there was a clue on CLR James's Beyond a Boundary in the sports toss-up, but unfortunately Hoover had a tough wicket on that clue, as we call it now.
Yeah, as they say.
As they say.
I
I hope that one person found that funny.
Yeah, I'll also give a shout to to the various identities of Jonathan Swift toss-up that we didn't get to hear because it was answered in approximately 3 words, in probably by pure numbers and by pure insanity, might be the craziest buzz we've seen in this room.
Yeah,
from
I think
someone
so,
who is ostensibly a science player.
Well, I mean, he's not ostensibly a science player. He had great buzzes on the science toss-ups.
Yes.
It's just he also had great buzzes on the non-science
Yeah,
toss-ups.
I mean that was just a statement game, a statement game from Alan. And we have our next team coming in, still rocking the bucket hats. Although one of them is wearing a different bucket hat. I've got to ask what's changed. What is on this new bucket hat? It's there's another one. What does your bucket hat say? It's just Coca-Cola.
Yeah, we're hearing one of the players' sisters also has a bucket hat that's different from the Chicago bucket hat.
Yes. Yes. In a second, you can come over here real quick. We got 1 minute.
Oh well, we've got got Lake County AT showing up.
Yes, we do need to. We have talked about Robert Wisdom enough on the stream that I think RobertWisdom can come over and say hello.
I mean, yeah, he's basically
basically a celebrity. But also, we don't want to waste too much time. But yes, all of Chapel Hill is wearing bucket hats that say Chicago on it so in case they forget where they are, they can just look up and they can know.
Well, they should have hats that say Rosemont then. I mean,
I don't think anyone on earth is selling Rosemont merch.
I will buy it.
I will buy it too, but
yeah,
I don't know if
there's got to be such
I don't know if
among
2 of us
Quizbowlers.
is a critical enough mass.
I mean, surely like half or more of the people here would buy Rosemont, Illinois merch. Surely.
I think you are overestimating that. I would say.
I mean, it's a shame, really.
Yeah, we are live and.
Let's see.
I'm being shushed.
Oh. No, the peanut gallery is being shushed. We're
I
meant
see.
to continue. So
I see. I thought that like a celebrity had entered the room,
No.
like Lake County AT alumnus Jalen Brunson, as I've been told.
Wait, there's no way.
Yes, famously.
Really?
Jalen Brunson
I
of
don't
the New
believe
York
you. I
Knicks
just straight up don't
did go
believe
to
you.
Lake County High School in Lake County.
He's from New Brunswick, New Jersey. Did he move? Oh, wow. Oh, no, but he played for this place called Stevenson High School in Lincolnshire, Illinois, not Lake County. Common misconception.
Common misconception. I'm the only person who has been perfect on keeping up that kayfabe. But whenever it cuts to Samir, immediately someone drops the ball. What's up with that?
Well,
They're not media trained like us.
I think these I don't know, these players are just being fooled by the appearance of their opponents, who have done such a good job of simulating the Stevenson A team, but of course they're they've been replaced by an Eidolon.
It's really philosophical. Just taking a look at some other clues from this round. Shout outs to I'm sure a lot of people will be really happy to get that Good Night Moon content. Some classic MSNCT core.
It got missed in our room. Are people still hearing it as a bedtime story in this generation?
I have no idea.
Maybe people are instead reading Good Night Tiki Funk.
Good Night Tiki. Wow, the bar has been raised ever higher.
Sure
I will say missing that easy part is a little bit crazy. I think like if you've never read a book, like you've at least been osmosed to that one. It's like it's a hop on pop green eggs and ham type beat.
Sometimes your brain just isn't used to thinking about stuff that you last learned when you were 3 years old. I don't know.
Yeah, well, some of us never forget.
That's true. I bet that's why you're a top dinosaur and shark player.
I am. That they sort of came up alongside me in the in the community. I played the homeschool from the Land Before Time at HSNCT 2018. And let me tell you, Petrie had a 6-neg game. Kind of embarrassing.
Well, I mean, they just got heart rated by you.
Just mogged.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is worth discussing. Is heart rating is heart rating a distinct characteristic? Because I feel like people use it interchangeably with other zoomerisms, like cortisol spiked. I mean that's practically the same thing.
I mean, I guess it's
All
sort
of these
along the causal chain. So
Yeah.
I believe cortisol causes like a fight or flight response, right?
Yes.
And part of that fight or flight
Probably.
response is for your heart rate to raise. So it depends on which part you want to focus on, right? Your cortisol spikes when your aura is in danger.
Right.
But
And
your heart rate spikes when you're playing Quizbowl and you're worried about losing. That's
which jeopardizes your aura. Losing is especially in our results-based society.
You don't care about your aura. You don't care about your image. You just care about the outcome of the game.
That's fair.
And
That's
what
fair.
makes it heart rated or getting heart rated rather than a cortisol spike.
Yeah, really, I think heart rating, like the concept of heart rating, kind of came first. So really, like the internet has been stealing from Quizbowl, I would say.
Stealing from visionary theorist Andrew Zhang.
Stealing from young Zevi, absolutely. Taking a look at other any questions you wrote in here that you want to sort of walk through your process.
Let's see. Actually, I'll shout out Moonday, who wrote many philosophy questions for me. He wrote a great toss-up on the symposium, A Platonic Dialogue, which sort of does a good job of having like a survey of the different speeches in the dialogue. So it has normally dialogues have 2-ish characters. This has a lot more. They all give their own speeches sort of on what their theories of love are. Most of them are pretty stupid, and Socrates dunks on them.
You would think it would be a romantic dialogue then, and not just a platonic one. The dichotomy is crazy.
You know, that's very interesting. So the term platonic love is sort of a product of the Renaissance, where Neoplatonist thinkers like Marsilio Ficino were reinterpreting Platonic philosophy.
Yeah. But because they're Italian, they couldn't stop thinking about love.
It was sort of interpreted through the lens of Christianity.
Of course.
And of course, the past 1,000 years or so since Augustine of Christian philosophy or Catholic philosophy in particular, had mostly been people hating themselves for having desires. If you read Augustine's Confessions, it's wild
Of course, he's
stuff.
confessing.
So Ficino had to reconcile the Platonic dialogues, which are very, raunchy. I mean, Alcibiades. Ooh, he comes in, he says, "Gentlemen, I am plastered," and he starts begging Socrates to sleep with him. So
who among us hasn't been plastered once or twice in their life?
Hopefully
Hopefully not our players.
Yeah. So he had to reconcile that with the existing Catholic theology, which said that desire was bad, and thus the term of platonic love. Although it's really more similar to an idea from Aristotle.
So true. They should be calling it something else.
Yeah, they should be calling it Aristotelian love.
Yeah, I will say shout-outs to Cluing. Oh wait, that's a tiebreaker. I'm glad I didn't say anything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't be spoiling
Shout-outs
that.
to the toss-up on something. You'll never know.
Yeah.
Well, you'll know when the packets are posted.
Yeah. You can play them on QB Reader probably.
You can imagine. QB Reader is sponsored by a different Jeffrey Wu than the one we saw earlier.
That's correct. QB Reader is developed by a former Columbia and Naperville North player named Jeffrey Wu, spelled Geoffrey.
Former roommate of Roy Cluley as well.
Oh my God! I mean, I really don't think we need to be advertising Cluley.
We don't.
Pace does not
I don't know what they do. I don't think they do anything.
They use AI to help you cheat interviews.
I see.
So if you want to do something
that would be great for
in
Samir
2
Sarma.
ways,
That would be great for Samir Sarma. He would be able to get AI to say, but how do you feel? Do we have any? Oh, we have a hot take. We have a hot take from Michael Barecki, who's calling in from presumably his apartment. But emailing in. One, bounce backs are fun. We've already talked about bounce backs, Barecki. You've got to get with the program. We are anti-bounce. Bounce backs are fine, but I wasn't crying to see them go. And 2, I don't care if it's annoying for moderators. Beast mode for one.
Beast mode, but unfortunately, it invites the obvious response. I don't care that you think bounce backs are fun.
True. Ari has also provided a second email. Our good friend, subject line Ari, please wish Mr. Gannon Evans a happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday, Gannon Evans. His birthday is, of course, the 7th of June, a very blessed day.
A very blessed day, indeed. And Ari's hot take is hot take. Get the stream audience pilled on early Netherlandish painting. Sort of speaks for itself.
Yeah, Regier Vanderwey, she likes Regier's Descent from the Cross. I think it's kind of mid. I've said this before. She hates me for it.
Here, well, we're being told that we've yapped enough, and we are ready for round 13, which will be between North Carolina's Chapel Hill and Lake County academic team. We've narrowed them down to Illinois, but we're trying to get closer. Take it away.
I don't know how you're gonna prop that.
All right.
Sure, why not?
So we've got
Easier
Chapel
water.
Hill, Lake County ATA.
Just hold it up.
My name's Karsten. I'll be the moderator
Close.
for this
Fine.
match.
Another
And
one.
before anything else, we do have a sponsorship message.
Yippee.
A very important one. Pumersh Industries would like to give another hearty welcome to all of the visitors to our hometown of Rosemont. This round is dedicated to our partners at Visit College Park. From fishing or birdwatching at Lake Artemisia to watching planes take off at the College Park Airport, there is just so much to see and do in College Park, Maryland. Consider College Park when planning your next vacation.
What the heck? The only interesting thing in College Park is ACF National.
The only interesting thing overall
alright.
is QBranks.live.
We could do kind of a buzzer check / player introduction where you buzz in, say your name, your grade. If you're a senior and you have a college you're planning to go to, you could let us know that as well. We'll start at the end here.
I'm Lokajith, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Hadi, I'm a freshman.
I'm Robbie, I'm a senior, and I'm going to William & Mary.
I'm Graham, I'm a senior, and I'm going to Oberlin Conservatory.
My name is Modi, and I'm going to UIUC.
Spencer, I'm a junior.
I'm Ani, I'm a junior.
I'm a junior.
All right. Are both teams ready to get started?
Yeah.
All right. We've got toss-up 1.
Let's go.
An artist's sketch based on one of these works by Jerry Grandinetti removes a ruptured air hose. These works inspired depictions of red paint in the Brushstrokes series. A painting of a disappointed red-haired woman taking a phone call was inspired by one of these works titled Secret Hearts. Different styles of these works are placed in the Big Triangle in the book Understanding These Works.
Comics.
Comics for 20.
Good job.
Nice
Good
buzz.
buzz.
On that, bro. It's just the Liechtenstein, like drown. It's like the.
Your bonus.
Yeah.
In 2001, the E821 experiment at Brookhaven detected a 3.5 standard deviation anomaly in these particles' G factor. For 10 points each, name these second-generation leptons, which are more than 200 times heavier than electrons.
Why not?
Boson.
No.
Muons.
Oh, that's right.
When muons were discovered in 1936, they were erroneously believed to mediate the residual strong force, which follows this potential. This screened Coulomb potential is proportional to the negative exponential of alpha times m times r.
What's the type of
Leonard
potential?
Jones.
Sure.
Okay. Leonard Jones.
Yukawa potential.
Sure.
Oh.
Muons have been theorized to be a catalyst for cold fusion by producing an exotic form of this atom. This neutral atom contains 1 proton and 1 electron.
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen is good for 10. Toss up
Alright.
2. Cells unable to remove this compound due to defects in selenoproteins like GPX4 will undergo ferroptosis from accumulation of damaged phospholipids. This compound reacts with chloride to form acid during the respiratory burst of neutrophils. Chromogenic substrates like TMB and DAB react with this compound in immunoassays that use a chemiluminescent reporter enzyme purified from horseradish. The dimerization of glutathione and oxidation of vitamin C help protect DNA by reducing this uncharged compound and its ROS products. The catalytically perfect enzyme catalase converts
Hydrogen peroxide.
hydrogen peroxide is good for 10.
Nice.
And your bonus. Mark Zuckerberg has made his employees chant this phrase because he admires its entrepreneurial journey. 10 points each. Name this phrase inspired by a censor's 152 BCE visit to assess a conflict between one people and King Massinissa.
What?
So like, one people's conflict.
Answer?
Carthago delenda est.
Sure.
Carthago delenda est is
Nice.
right. Zuckerberg once adopted the hairstyle of this Roman emperor. In between stops at Rome's McDonald's, Zuckerberg likely visited the Areopagus, honoring this first Roman emperor while on his honeymoon.
Augustus.
Augustus is right. Zuckerberg may have named a daughter after the Western Emperor Magnus Maximus, who was defeated at the Battle of Poetovio by this more successful emperor. This emperor, the last to rule a united Roman Empire, convened the First Council of Constantinople.
Diocletian.
Wait, it's just.
No.
It's not Constantine, is it? Oh, it could be Diocletian.
Okay.
Diocletian.
Theodosius the First. 20 on the bonus.
Okay, nice.
Toss-up 3. A character in this play makes fun of his sister and her friend for liking books that make them cry. Two men yell, "Damn your pig" and "Damn your prune sauce" while rejecting a list of foods in this play. A character who sings "Toroddle, toroddle, torol" and instructs a carriage to be driven around in circles.
She stoops to conquer.
She stoops to conquer is good for 20.
Oh my glory.
Your bonus. In the majority opinion of this 1948 case, Fred Vinson cited Ex parte Virginia to show that the Equal Protection Clause applied to all branches of government, for 10 points each. Name this case in which the Supreme Court ruled that a restrictive covenant preventing a black family from moving into a whites-only neighborhood in St. Louis was unconstitutional.
Shelley v. Kramer. Shelley v. Kramer.
Shelley v. Kramer is right. This man argued for the petitioner in Shelley v. Kramer as head of the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund. He was appointed as the first black Supreme Court justice.
Marshall.
Marshall's right. Restrictive covenants were used alongside this practice in urban areas in which banks would deny credit to risky neighborhoods.
Yeah. Redlining.
Redlining's
Nice.
good for 30.
Good job.
Toss-up 4. British MP Thomas Duncombe exposed an 1844 scandal where a man of this ethnicity had his mail opened by Home Secretary James Graham. A British company named for a man of this ethnicity manufactured the first diode vacuum tube. In 1919, a shock trooper and poet of this ethnicity who felt betrayed by British and French diplomats invaded modern-day Rijeka in Croatia. British historian G.M. Trevelyan wrote a biography of a patriot of this ethnicity whose exploits in Brazil's Ragamuffin War led...
Irish.
Sorry, what was that?
Irish?
No.
What? Sorry.
Okay. Never mind.
Led to the epithet Hero of the Two Worlds. In 1897, a man of this ethnicity first demonstrated wireless telegraphy in Wales. 10 points name this ethnicity of inventor Guglielmo Marconi and nationalist Giuseppe Mazzini.
Italian.
Italian is right for 10. Your bonus. In one work, this poet wrote, let it not be like hogs hunted and penned in an inglorious spot. For 10 points each, name this poet, who ended one sonnet, like men will face the murderous, cowardly pack, pressed to the wall, dying but fighting back. McKay is right. McKay wrote, hungry for the old familiar ways, I turned aside and bowed my head and wept, in a poem named The Tropics in This City. Nella Larson's passing is set in this city's neighborhood of Harlem.
Oh,
New York.
New York is right. Claude McKay was born in this country. Marlon James's A Brief History of 7 Killings recounts the attempted assassination of a singer in this non-U.S. country, which gives the first name of an author with last name Kincaid.
Jamaica.
Jamaica's good for 30. Toss-up 5. A Thomas Nagel paper claims that all arguments in favor of this essay's thesis are inadequate, but still fundamentally correct. Building on Kierkegaard's theory that we are alienated from God, this essay defines one concept as sin without God. This essay describes 3 archetypes of people who live without appeal: the actor, the conqueror,
The Mythosisyphus.
the myth of Sisyphus
Good
is
buzz.
good for 20.
Go.
The basin formed by this river produces a flying river that disperses water throughout much of its continent. For 10 points each, name this South American river. The city of Manaus is at the confluence of the Rio Negro and the second longest river in the world.
Amazon.
Amazon is right. Deforestation to grow this cash crop threatens the Amazon's flying rivers. In 2025, Brazil exported a record 108 million tons of this crop, largely to China, following a tariff war with the U.S.
Wait.
Tea, sugar.
You say
I said coffee, but
Yeah.
I like sugar actually.
Answer?
sugar.
Soybeans.
Oh, that
These
makes sense.
creatures, a portent of death in Brazil, lend their name to the grileiros who clear-cut the Amazon. Dolbear's law allows you to calculate the temperature from the stridulation of these creatures.
What?
Temperature.
I don't know.
Answer?
Cows.
Cow.
Crickets.
What?
10 points. Toss-up 6. In a story by this author, a heavenly light fills a room after a speech given by General Lowenhelm. In another story by this author, the valet Casperson reveals that he killed and took the place of the Cardinal.
Denison.
Denison is good.
Good
for
buzz.
20.
Good buzz.
Bonus. The Anishinaabe tribe originated an idea of this many fires delivered by 8 prophets across this many time periods. For 10 points each, how many Napaljari sisters are chased by Jakura Jakura in an Aboriginal myth? In an analogous Greek story, this many daughters of Atlas form the Pleiades.
5.
Are you sure?
Wait, is it
Wait,
seven?
no,
Seven.
seven.
7 is right.
Okay, thank
The
you.
Wawalog sisters do this action in their hut to protect themselves from the rainbow serpent. Performing this action correctly allows a person to follow the paths created by an ancestor.
Is it dream?
Wait,
Yeah, I guess so.
Are you dream?
Dream time or something?
Answer?
Dream.
Singing.
Okay.
The stories of the Wawalog sisters and the Jungle Wolf sisters using digging sticks to make plants occur during this time period alongside the creation of song lines.
No, dream time.
Dream time.
Okay, dream time. yeah, yeah.
Dream time is good for 20.
Cool.
Toss-up 7. Alin Aspect's team changed this property of 2 detectors at the last second to close the locality loophole in an experiment that violated the CH-SH inequality. Encoding states using this property is more compact than using time or frequency bins and yields qubits described by the
Entangled.
No. Poincare sphere. S0 through S3 are parameters found in Stokes vectors which characterize this property. Intensity is proportional to cosine squared theta as this property is rotated by Malice's law. Cube beam splitters are used by refringents to separate light based on different values of this property. For 10 points, name this property of a light wave that can describe its oscillation as either horizontal or vertical.
Frequency?
That's polarization.
Oops. I don't know.
Okay. Sorry, that was like transverse or something.
Toss-up 8. John Perkins Cushing opened up an old trade in this good. Fur magnate John Jacob Astor specialized in low-grade Turkish examples of this product, a rival to the Malwa type. The factory of Jardine Matheson surrendered large quantities of this product to a commissioner who wrote a critical letter to Queen Victoria about selling
Opium.
Opium is good for 20.
Nice.
Bonus. A mandala name for these objects is paired with the womb mandala in East Asian esoteric Buddhism. For 10 points each, a text name for what objects ends by comparing ultimate reality to a dewdrop, bubble, and passing shadow.
Diamonds. Diamond.
Diamond is right.
Nice.
Vajrayana Buddhism includes this region's namesake form of Buddhism, which is led by the Dalai Lama.
Tibet.
That is right. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Vajra is paired with one of these objects, which represents wisdom. Japanese Buddhist temples house large instances of these objects called bonsho.
No, I don't. It's not. Maybe a tree.
Mirror.
Bell.
Bell.
20 points.
Yeah.
Toss-up 9 as a note to players. Original language term required. The Akalam describes one of these things still believed by the Ayavaji sect that ended with a god being sliced into 6 pieces. A set of these things whose names come from the throws of ancient 4-sided dice are sometimes visualized as a bull walking on different differing numbers of legs. The beginning and acceleration of the decline of the Dharma correspond to 2 of these things named
Like a yuga?
Yuga for 20.
What's it?
Your bonus. This phenomenon occurs when the Brunt-Weissela frequency is imaginary. 10 points each. Name this phenomenon that occurs in an envelope surrounding the sun's radiative zone. This phenomenon transfers energy via bulk motion of a fluid.
Convection. Convection.
Convection is right. A scientist from this family found that convection occurs if a star's temperature gradient is greater than negative little g over heat capacity. His father names a radius that gives the distance from a black hole's center to its event horizon.
Schwarzschild.
Schwarzschild is right.
Okay.
To explain the observed shape of the red giant branch, this scientist developed a model of convective stellar interiors, which predicts that low-mass protostars travel vertically downward on the HR diagram.
Hayashi.
Hayashi is good for 30. Toss-up 10. This state received the most federal funds from a Biden-era lead abatement program, despite having very few lead pipes. An Oscar-nominated documentary used found footage from this state to explore Susan Lawrence's fatal shooting of Ajike Owens, her black neighbor. 2026 redistricting in this state eliminated the district of the DNC chair for the 2016 elections, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Over 200 people have been killed by this state's deadly Bright Line train. In May 2026,
Florida
for 10.
Nice.
In the Biographia Literaria, this idea is contrasted with William Wordsworth's goal of awakening the mind's attention to the lethargy of custom. 10 points each. Give this 3-word term describing how readers temporarily accept fantastical literary elements.
Suspension of belief.
Suspension of disbelief. The term suspension of disbelief was coined by this co-author of the lyrical ballads, who included fantastical elements like the nightmare, life and death, in his poem The Rime of the Ancient Mariner.
Coleridge.
Coleridge is right. Coleridge claimed his view of poetic faith influenced this poem that describes a sight to dream of, not to tell, as the vampiric Geraldine reveals a mysterious mark on her breast.
Poem about a mark.
Kubla Khan.
I don't know.
Answer?
Kubla Khan.
Christabel.
Okay.
10 on the bonus.
Up 30.
All right, good job.
And a half.
All right, let's do it. Not too bad. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
No, this was me too. Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Are both teams ready to continue?
Yes.
God, that was a thing.
Got toss-up 11. In a 1974 paper titled For These Assets, Robert Barrow used an overlapping generations finite lives model to argue they aren't net wealth. These assets correspond to the 30 in the 70-30 strategy. European markets commonly value these assets by their dirty price.
Bonds.
Bonds is good for 20.
Yes.
What?
Miss Brinkman, I'm sorry.
Sungazer's album, Against the Fall of Night, includes a gent-influenced song in this dance's Pedushko variant, for 10 points each. Name this Balkan circle dance. At some Jewish weddings, the bride and groom are lifted in chairs while their families dance this dance.
Say it, yeah.
Hora is right. A player of this instrument, Ivo Papasov, wrote songs like Ivailovsko Horo for his Bulgarian wedding band. In klezmer, the melody is typically played by this single reed woodwind pitched in B flat.
No. Oh, it's oboe.
Yeah.
In B flat. Right. Oboe?
Clarinet.
Oh.
The horo is also popular among this
Oboe's
ethnic
English.
group, whose members include the jazz guitarist Django Reinhardt. This
it's
group influeed the
Romani.
development of flamenco.
Romani.
Yes, Romani is good for 20.
Let's go.
Toss-up 12. In an essay set in this state, mimes in blackface tried to pick a fight with a black man by telling him Chuck Berry's music was stolen. Eve Babbitt's Slow Days, Fast Company is subtitled For a City in This State, where an essay describes missing children like Jeff, Debbie, and Deadeye. The 5-year-old Susan is given
California.
California for the last word of power.
Nice.
Yeah. Power?
Rip.
Yeah, it was like
Your
essays.
bonus. This woman hailed the work of movie censor Joseph Breen in her first radio broadcast. For 10 points each, name this woman, a close friend of AP reporter Lorena Hickok, whose nationally syndicated newspaper column, My Day, ran from 1935 to 1962.
Eleanor Roosevelt.
Eleanor Roosevelt is right. Speeches from this other government official were included in the pulp magazine G-Men. A 2011 biopic explored this longtime FBI director's romantic relationship with Clyde Tolson.
It is.
Hoover?
Hoover is right.
Nice.
Martin Luther King Jr. took a job as an agony uncle for Ebony after connecting with a fellow graduate of this largest men's liberal arts college in the U.S., located in the same city as Spelman College.
So it's in Atlanta.
Oh,
So Atlanta.
Liberal Arts College.
Like-
Emory, maybe?
Say it.
Answer?
Emory?
Morehouse College. 20 on the bonus.
Gosh.
Toss-up 13. William Frasinito noted that this artist's employee had reused the same scene to indicate two different subjects based on the placement of a diamond badge. This user of What Is It wagons portrayed a hatted man leaning against a tree in front of a tent in one work. This artist,
Homer.
no. This artist of Broadway directed Alexander Gardner and Timothy O'Sullivan for the project A Harvest of Death. Harper's Weekly made full-page woodcuts of a portrait by this artist that served as a reference for the $5 bill. This student of Samuel Morse exhibited daguerreotypes of corpse-filled fields in the dead of Antietam. 10 points named this portraitist of Lincoln and photojournalist of the Civil War.
Matthew Brady.
Brady is right for 10.
That's I know.
Your bonus. Robert Sternberg developed models of this emotion named for Charles Spearman, Godfrey Thompson, and Louis Leon Thurstone before his triangular theory of it. 10 points each. Name this emotion. John Allen Lee created a color wheel of this emotion that includes ludus and storga.
It's not an emotion.
I don't. Just go like fear or something.
Fear.
Love. Above safety and below esteem, love and belonging comprise the third level of this psychologist's hierarchy of needs.
Maslow.
Maslow is right. While Jung believed the counterpart of Eros was Logos, Sigmund Freud posited that Eros is opposed by this drive in beyond the pleasure principle.
Psyche. Eros and Psyche maybe. I don't know. No, that
Answer?
makes no sense.
It's the death drive.
The death.
Oh.
drive. Oh, it's
10 on the bonus. Toss up 14. In water, these species transition through a quasi-free wet state before temporarily occupying a hydrated shell. Bombarding crystals like NaCl with radiation changes their color by creating defects occupied by these species known as F centers.
Crystals?
No. The birch reduction reduces an aromatic ring using a blue solution of alkali metal and ammonia in which these species are solvated. Marcus theory describes the transfer of these species through inner sphere or outer sphere mechanisms. The Faraday constant is defined as the charge of 1 mole of these species. Unpaired examples of these species cause the paramagnetism of free radicals. 10 points, name these particles that are lost or gained during redox reactions.
Electrons.
Electrons is right for 10.
Now he knows what a redox is.
Your bonus. Note to players, description acceptable. In the opening of one novel, a character reveals she has this quality after giving her name as Salmon, like the fish. 10 points each. Describe this quality possessed by Susie, the narrator of Alice Sebold's The Lovely Bones. Machado de Assis wrote a novel framed as the memoirs of a man with this quality, Bras Cubas.
Like he's posthumous, like he's dead. You have to go.
Yes, he's dead. The spirits of dead characters narrate a George Saunders novel about this U.S. president in the Bardo, set before his own death at Ford's Theater. Lincoln is right. This Ottoman miniaturist narrates parts of Orhan Pamuk's My Name is Red from Beyond the Grave, beginning with its opening chapter, I Am a Corpse.
Should we call that?
The devil?
Sure, why not?
Who's
Yeah,
a
it's the
miniature?
devil's one.
Who's a miniature?
Sure.
The painter.
Answer? Elegant Effendi.
Fendi!
Time out.
Oh my god.
20 points.
What am I
Timeout.
doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Okay.
Down 100.
Well, nice. We know what we have to
I
do.
need to lock it.
Yep. What are the remaining cats?
They scored it all.
What are the remaining cats?
We are not the second half team. No, we are.
Yeah.
We're a first half
Yep.
team, bro.
We're going into toss-up 16.
Going
One
into
side, one
15.
way,
Going into
two
15.
hissed.
Okay.
17.
Bro,
That is another planet.
Wait, what?
It's okay.
No, I said 16.
Right
Okay,
here.
it's my fault.
Because you have us going into toss-up 16 on your paper.
15.
Yeah, he has 15.
Oh wait, I just can't see. I just can't
We're
see.
going
one.
into 15.
Alright, are both teams ready to keep going?
Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
it.
Let's go.
So,
Yeah.
we're starting up again at toss-up 15. This author reimagined the concept of a body count in a novel in which one of the protagonists uses Google to reminisce about her past relationship with Darnell. In a novel by this author, the protagonist develops a crush on Father Amadi, who arranges a hair appointment for her. Later in that novel by this author, Beatrice poisons her abusive husband
Baldwin?
Eugene, after which Jaja goes to prison. One of this author's characters is driven by Kurt's inability to understand things like why she's drawn to Essence magazine to start the blog Raceteenth.
Adichie.
Adichie is good for 10.
They said hair.
I know the Adichie because it's world. Like, oh my god.
Members of this ethnic group were forced into a desert after the Battle of Waterberg. 10 points each. Name this ethnic group targeted by a 1904 annihilation order. Along with the Nama, members of this South African ethnic group were murdered at a concentration camp on Shark Island.
Okay, what's the Southern African massacre?
Nairobi.
The genocide. What's it called, bro?
Answer?
Herero.
Herero is right.
nice.
Despite opposing the annihilation order, this leader did not stop the ensuing Herero genocide. This Kaiser led Germany during World War I.
Yes.
Wilhelm too.
Yes, Wilhelm II is right. German forces issued these objects to the Herero during the genocide. A 1952 act concerning these objects gave civil servants the authority to endorse out using signatures.
These objects, maybe like
Tag.
Answer?
Dog tag.
Passes, passbooks. 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 16. An anonymous U.S. Marine took a photograph in this country showing a rebel leader tied to a door while wearing only a loincloth. That leader, Charlemagne Perrault.
Haiti.
Haiti is right for 20.
I knew the first line, bro. I knew the first line.
Bonus. The librettist Pietro Metastasio wrote the text for many arias in this musical form. 10 points each. Name this A-B-A structure common in arias from opera seria. Christoph Willibald Gluck abandoned this type of aria in part of his efforts to reform opera.
We take this.
How we down by
it could be.
Answer? What was that?
Da capo.
Da capo is right.
Nice.
In the repeat of the A section of a da capo aria, the singer traditionally composes ornamentation in this manner to embellish the melody. This action is when a musician spontaneously composes music as they play.
Improv.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
This Baroque composer wrote the da capo aria Vatacito e Nascosto for his opera Giulio Cesare. This composer's aria Ombra mai fu is also known as his Largo from Xerxes. Handel is good for all 30. Toss-up 17. Philadelphia's Baroque Orchestra is named after one of this composer's Opus 10 flute concerti in F major, whose opening ascending scales evoke the title Weather. This composer's Opus 3 is a set of concerti that feature 1, 2...
Vivaldi.
Vivaldi for 20.
Thanks.
It's over.
Bonus. Studies of these types of systems in epidemiology often use a bell pepper virus called PMMV as a control. 10 points each. The spread of COVID-19 in communities was widely tracked using measurements from what infrastructure systems, such as PCR tests performed by the startup BioBot.
A database?
Yeah.
Wastewater systems.
Sure.
PMMV was also used as a control in tracking this disease, whose symptoms include acute flaccid paralysis. Its first vaccine was developed by Jonas Salk.
Yeah, polio.
Polio is right. Wastewater epidemiology has also been used to monitor antimicrobial resistance, such as the 242,000 annual U.S. cases of infections from this genus of gram-negative bacteria, the most common cause of dysentery.
No. It's like Clostridium, maybe. I should know
Answer?
this. Chlamydia.
Shigella. 10 on the
Shigella,
bonus.
Okay, never mind.
Toss-up 18. This man lobbied William Randolph Hearst to fund a silent film series that imagines Japanese spies taking over New York City, and himself financed a raid on Columbus. Hearst newspapers questioned the veracity of a document written by this man, which was confirmed in Senate testimony given by Robert Lansing. This man's predecessor, Gottlieb von Jagov, resigned over the end of the Sussex Pledge and the beginning of unrestricted submarine warfare. Admiral Reginald
Brian.
No.
Okay.
Reginald Hall oversaw workers at Room 40 who decoded a document written by this man that promised Venustiano Carranza territory lost.
Zimmerman.
Zimmerman is good for 10.
I see.
Okay.
Name the following about balls in French literature for 10 points each. Mathilde Loisel loses the title object of this Guy de Maupassant story after attending a ball hosted by the Minister of Education, but later learns it is an imitation.
Necklace.
Necklace is right. This character thinks incessantly about a Viscount after dancing with him at a ball. This character reunites with an old love during a performance of Lucia de Lammermoor.
Oh, so it's Madame Bovary, right?
Probably.
Emma.
I just get one.
Emma is right. Irene Nemirovsky's novella The Ball is usually published alongside a novella titled for This Phenomenon. This phenomenon is invoked at the end of each stanza of The Ballad of the Dead Ladies.
Oh, the snows of yesteryear. So snows? Snow.
Snow's right.
Nice.
30 points. Toss-up 19. A form of this task proposed by Thomas J. McCabe involves finding linearly independent paths in a control flow graph. Fuzzers used for this task may be black box or white box depending on the desired level of coverage. Kent Beck claimed to have rediscovered.
Sequencing.
No. Rediscovered a methodology that is driven by this task, which often involves refactoring. Mocks and stubs are used to simulate the behavior of dependencies in the unit form of this task. Suites for this task often include assert and expect statements about the outputs of methods. In the beta form of this task, users assist developers in finding bugs in pre-release software. 10 points name this task that assesses the behavior of software programs.
Testing.
Testing is right for 10. Your bonus. Raymond V. Damadian was controversially not included in the 2003 Nobel Prize in Medicine awarded for this applied technique. 10 points each. Name this technique that uses powerful magnets to image the human body. Its
MRI.
functional variant is often used on the brain.
MRI.
MRI is right. Like in NMR spectroscopy, MRI uses a pulse in this region of the spectrum to cause spin polarization of nuclei, typically by matching the rate of the nuclei's Larmor precession.
Probably X-ray. X-ray?
Radio.
Oh, that makes
And MRI can produce image contrast by measuring the time it takes for either the spin-spin or spin lattice form of this process, in which nuclear orientations return to normal to occur.
Oh, I know this getting recorded. I know. Reionization.
Relaxation. 10 on the bonus. Final toss-up. Heracles punished the Kerkopes for taking up this occupation by tying them to a pole and carrying them upside down. A man with this occupation was killed via his own punishment of tying people between...
This like a bandit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bandit is
Yeah.
good for 20.
So stupid.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Chiron. It wasn't Chiron.
Your bonus.
It was the guy with the
This
trees.
artist's late life transition to sack forms is seen in the hanging tarps of her exhibition, The Empty House. 10 points each. Name this artist who placed figures representing different types of pain in cramped rooms for her Cells series. This artist's mother inspired her series of Maman spiders.
Bourgeois.
Say it.
Like bourgeois.
Bourgeois, right? Both the Tate Modern and this museum permanently house a Maman spider. A flower-covered dog created by Jeff Koons sits outside of this Frank Gehry designed museum.
Guggenheim Bilbao.
Guggenheim Bilbao is right. Though the Tate Maman is made of steel, the Guggenheim Bilbao one is made of this material. Based on the plaster model, Auguste Rodin cast his The Gates of Hell in this material.
Bronze, right?
I think so.
Bronze, direct.
Bronze is good for
Nice.
30. Alright. Alright, good game.
Sorry, I misspoke there. That was really a tale of two, not quite halves, but
Two sections.
Two sections. If you remember, after what, toss-up 7, toss-up 8, I think it was toss-up 7.
Toss-up 7. It was
where
180
that went,
to 40
that
in
went
favor of
blank.
Chapel Hill.
And then Lake County just shut it down. 13 toss-ups in a row from toss-up 8 to 20, turning a 180 to 40 deficit into a 180 to 500 domination.
I mean, just unbelievable. They certainly showed why they are such near-perfect clones of national champions.
Of course. And we're still, I mean, hopefully the factory that makes those clones can soon be made open source and available to the people.
I doubted Lake County. When we got to toss-up 6, I was like, okay, they already have a big lead. If they can just split the toss-ups from here to the end, it's
especially
an easy
with
win,
with 3 early powers from Robert Wisdom, who was wise this game.
I mean, Lake County, they had their backs against the wall because they've already taken a loss to Park Tudor. If they took a second loss, it would be pretty difficult for them to definitely difficult for them to win the tournament, and also somewhat less difficult to make a finals sequence. So the fact that they were able to clutch up and get this win is pretty huge. Unfortunately for Chapel Hill, that's their, I believe, second loss in the Super Playoff phase. So now they basically need to win out if they want to contend for the championship, although they've already had some impressive wins in this bracket.
Absolutely. And I think for Lake County, this must come as kind of a relief, honestly.
Yeah.
In round 11 and round 12, both of their games went to overtime.
Wow.
They went to overtime against, I believe, Hoover and pulled out a win, and they went to overtime against Park Tudor and were not able to close it out. So to have a game like this where you're not your hair is not graying prematurely, in the second half, that must be a good opportunity to remind yourself we've still got it. We can, like, if we put our pedal to the metal and we recall what we know, we recall what we practiced, that that we can beat any of the teams that are here.
Yeah. And of course, let's not forget that Chapel Hill was able to come out to a 180 to 40 lead on the strength of 3 powers from Robert Wisdom and 1 power from Ahadi Yara. So the fact that, I mean, they're obviously an extremely strong team. So the fact that Lake County was able to rip off 13 against, one of the top 8 and maybe top 5 teams in this tournament, that's really dangerous to stop. I mean, can anybody stop them, Aiden?
Quite possibly, and well, Park Tudor for one.
That's true.
Famously, not even one round to go. But I think it's a good time for us to take a look at the, being halfway through these super playoffs, to take a look at the tournament at large. On the other pace stream, Mike Bentley has been streaming the 9th place bracket, which is currently being led by 2 teams where the overall majority of their score are JV players. Northview, who has 1 junior and 4 JV players, and Saratoga, who we saw yesterday morning, and is, I believe, 3 JV players. They don't have a 4th player. And they've both been doing very well. Northview 24 powers through these first 3 games of the Super Playoffs,
a 24 to 9 power to 10 ratio too. That's nearly 3 to 1. I mean, it's just shocking to see numbers.
Yeah,
like that.
and but looking at the championship division, I think there is a clear, the overarching question of this tournament is anyone going to be able to stop Lexington? Lexington has almost 40 gets through these first 60 toss-ups of the Super Playoffs. 21.2 PPB is achievable, is beatable, but I think that's sort of that's under what their average for the tournament is. We've got a small sample size so far, and they have 480 points per game.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're getting that many toss-ups, it doesn't, 1 or 2 points per bonus aren't usually going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, their smallest margin of victory is 130 points, so a full 2-cycle swing. They've heard at least 11 bonuses in every game, and it looks like they're averaging more like 13 to 14. I mean, this is just a really dominating performance so far.
Absolutely, but we've got, but you know, riding their heels. I mean, Park Tudor, Strake, who is in here right now, for round 14.
Well, not physically in the
Not
room
physically,
yet,
but
they will be soon.
they will be in here in the near future. We will be having Lexington play Strake Jesuit in this room up here. I think that's going to be, you know, for Strake being able to run back that 2025 national championship where they were able to prevail. I think they know better than anyone that they can get there, and that, you know, Lexington is beatable for them.
Yeah. On Strake, I want to shout out Kong Lei, who was their top scorer at HSNCT, but is their second scorer here, I think just due to differences in distribution. But he's really kicked it into a new gear, starting with the playoff phase. He's had more points per game than in the prelims phase, which is really impressive. And he's also elevated his power rate. He's got 28 powers to just 1810, so he's really locked down on the categories he specializes in, mainly history, geography, and classical music.
Of course, and but taking a look at some of the other teams, we'll have Park Tudor in our last two rounds. Park Tudor has really stayed in contention. You know, as we saw, being able to clutch out that win versus Lake County, giving them their first loss of this tournament. They've also only had one other loss to Strake, so it's still very tight. And that game versus Lake County ended 400 to 380. That is a lot of points being taken off the board.
That's got to be the highest scoring game in the tournament so far.
Quite possibly. I don't know for sure because that will require a whole lot of numbers.
Well, I mean, Eventing, of course, their lead scorer, has gotten nearly up to the 100-point mark for the tournament overall. It'll be interesting to see if he can break a round number, which admittedly doesn't mean much, but would be very satisfying.
Yeah, any from that last round, any toss-ups that stuck to you, toss-ups, bonuses as you know, worth discussion. Me personally, you know, I felt a little bit called out by Hari Parameshwaran there, as I was the anonymous U.S. Marine who took that photo in Haiti.
Really?
I'm coming out
Why
about
did
it.
you do that?
I don't know. I would have to read the toss-up to find out. My motives are complex.
Well, I have to say, I think this packet had my second favorite philosophy toss-up. My favorite's actually forthcoming, but my second favorite philosophy toss-up is of course, the one on the Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus. I mean, it's a very interesting essay on, you know, it's an existentialist work on the meaning of our mortality and what that means for how we live life in face of the absurd. And I also really like Thomas Nagel's response to it, which is basically just, you know, you're right, but you don't need to be so melodramatic about it,
Yeah.
which I think is something that we need to hear from time to time.
But that's a very good segue, because I think you know, as far as you know, we've been talking about, you know, the strategy and the gameplay this whole time. You know, if you're, you know, put yourself in Chapel Hill's position there, and we were talking, you know, sort of about, like, you know, timeout strategy earlier, you know, whether you want to, you know, sort of stop the bleeding, whether that makes sense to recalibrate, or whether you can just do it on the fly. You know, if you're in a position where you feel yourself losing momentum, you know, if you feel like the boulder is about to slide back down the hill, how do you sort of catch yourself and try to turn things around? Because you know, obviously no shade given, I did feel like, particularly in the second half, when Chapel Hill had 5 incorrect answers in the last 10,
I mean,
those were efforts to sort of have make a statement, get back on the board, and really turn things around. Because I mean, if you know, an early snipe will sort of disrupt any momentum that's really happening.
I mean, I don't blame them for making those aggressive buzzes.
Absolutely.
I mean, once they lost the lead, they definitely had to play very differently. They had to be aggressive, be on the front foot, and I mean, if they weren't making those early buzzes, they probably weren't going to score, because I mean, Lake County was just so dominant in the second half. So I don't blame them for doing that, but I don't know, perhaps there could have been an earlier timeout when Lake County was maybe one toss-up away from taking the lead, or after they just took the lead on cycle 11, perhaps? I don't know. I'm not much of a timeout caller myself. I'm sort of a toss-ups, say, 11 to 17 player. That's sort of when I like to get my work done.
I mean, I think that's a great time to really get cooking. And I think as far as Lake County goes, I think they would probably agree with you if that was any indication. I mean, they were really electric there. Taking a look at some other content here. Boop doop doop. Yeah, when looking for content.
Some interesting Ganon canon in this packet on the suspension of disbelief. I mean, I think overly sarcastic productions viewers will be converting that one.
That's a throwback to like 10 years ago when everyone was like,
people still watch it.
You know the Divine Comedy is kind of like a fan fiction.
I mean,
it's kind of like a fan fiction.
I mean, wisely expounded. I thought the focus on literary theory there was really interesting.
Yeah, and
it's major concept.
Yeah, and I also, as a Reinhardt head, I really appreciated you doing a shout to the Roma's influence on dance and sort of having that sort of not as traditional look at European music perspectives. We're getting
an impromptu performance of Minor Swing right now.
No, we're getting outside the 12-tone jail in this house.
What's your preferred tuning system then?
Yeah, probably a fork.
Thanks for that insightful comment.
Yeah.
Well, how many tones does a tuning fork have?
Probably just the two. It kind of looks like a yay, you know. You're asking me music questions, and that's kind of.
I mean, you were the one who brought it up.
Well, you wrote it. I didn't write any questions in this set.
You didn't have to talk about it on the stream.
All right, let me talk about something else then.
Yeah.
Let me suspend my disbelief at at your audacity to really question me, and let's talk about that very fantastic shimmy by our tech guy Ashish.
It was so fantastic you didn't even see it.
Yeah, you didn't even see it. I was worried we were gonna see a finger on the stream, and we didn't. So that's really impressive. Really impressive work. We don't talk enough about the physicality that being on the Pace live stream requires. I've been doing a lot of push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups when the camera's not on me, and you're just gonna have to take my word on that.
I don't know if I'm going to take your word on that. I mean, I've just been, sitting here relaxing.
Suspension of disbelief, Forrest. It's all circles back.
I see.
All circles
just
back.
Like the circles of hell that we heard in a previous round.
Yes. I'm taking a look at the mailbag as well. Let's see. We got a question from opinion from once again second question from PaceCom staff member Anila Moparthy, who says Giordano's is all caps mid.
Giordano's.
I'm not Italian.
Giordano's.
I added an I. Giordano's is mid, and
well, I mean,
I guess we'll have
short answer. Correct.
I don't eat pizza, so I don't know.
Well, it's correct. It is mid, but we're being told that we're ready to go to the game between Lexington and Straight Jesuit, a rematch of last year's finals. And
will the second verse be same as the first? Let's find out.
Dude, Park is low-key good.
All right.
But Park actually is so impressed with me this
welcome,
year.
Lexington Straight Jesuit A. My name's Karsten. I'll be the moderator for this match.
Players, so that's pretty good for them. No.
Before anything else, we do have a sponsorship message for this round. This round is sponsored by the alumni of Fisher Catholic Quizbowl. So before we get started, if we could do a buzzer check / player introduction where you buzz in and then give your name, your grade, and then if you're a senior and going anywhere to college that you'd like to shout out, you can add that too. So let's start with Lexington.
Hi, my name's Atticus. I'm a junior, and I'm a junior, so that means I'm not a senior.
Adi Prasani, 11th grade, Lexington High School.
We're doing this again.
Shashir Bharadwaj, 11th grade, Lexington High School.
Alvan Hussein, 11th grade, Lexington High School, formerly Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School.
My name is Kang. I'm going to Stanford next year.
Jacob, I'm going to be a senior next year.
I'm Raj, I'm going to be a rising senior.
I'm Sean, and I'll be a junior next year.
Yes. Is this better? Hello. Okay.
Say it, bro.
All right. Are both teams ready to get started? Got toss-up 1. Musicians like Black Coffee blend house music with an electronic genre from this country based around synthesized log drums. The Mahotella Queens are a vocal group from this country who collaborated with a low-voiced singer known as a groaner. A singer from this country popularized a song that claims everybody starts to move as soon as Pata Pata starts to play. Paul Simon recorded...
South Africa.
South Africa is right.
Nice.
10.
Yeah.
Your bonus. A Huang Anyan book about the limited historiography of Chinese railroad workers is titled for Silent Examples of These Objects. For 10 points each, a golden example of what large nail was driven at Promontory Summit in 1869 to finish the Transcontinental Railroad.
Railroad spike, right?
Spike.
Spike is right. The golden spike was driven by this tycoon of the Central Pacific Railroad. A farm owned by this man became a school whose first class of students included Herbert Hoover.
Stanford.
Stanford is right. The Chinese character for luck was on tools used in businesses offering this service that began with Wallis in 1851. The case Yikwo v. Hopkins concerned San Francisco's permit requirements for this service.
So it's Chinese, right? So it's gambling.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
That's not what I was
so
thinking.
bad.
What I was thinking is worse.
Gambling.
It's laundry.
Oh.
20 points on the bonus. Toss-up 2. This thing arises from people acting as constrained maximizers, according to a 1986 book by David Gautier. A Charles Mills book argues that this title thing upholds white supremacy. A book titled for this thing begins by criticizing Hugo Grotius's defense of slavery.
Just War?
No. The creation of this thing marks the end of the original position and should be done behind a veil of ignorance, according to John Rawls's A Theory of Justice. A 1762 book titled for this thing claims that the sovereign's legislation expresses the general will, begins Man is born free but everywhere he is in chains, and is by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. For 10 points, name this agreement in which people give up individual freedoms to join society.
The social contract.
Social contract is good for 10. Your bonus. In an essay by this author, he admires the depth of a restaurant's lacquerware after deciding to eat by candlelight. For 10 points each, name this author of an essay which argues for the benefits of his home country's dim lighting over harsh Western-style lighting.
Japan.
Author.
Answer?
Murakami.
Tanizaki. Tanizaki's essay in praise of shadows argues that dim lighting makes performances involving these objects feel more real than humans. Performers control these objects in Japanese bunraku theater.
Puppets.
Puppets is right. Tanizaki cites this author's notion of physiological delight to argue that Western toilets are too well lit compared to Japanese ones. This Japanese author wrote Kokoro and I Am a Cat.
Soseki.
Yes.
Sosuke is right for 20. Toss up 3. Algorithms that perform this task by adjusting the radius of trust regions handle noise better than the BFGS algorithm. An algorithm for this task...
Optimization.
Optimization is good for 20.
Nice!
Sense.
Your bonus. A Mukarib of this kingdom built the temple of Maram Bilqis, which was dedicated to the moon god Almaka. For 10 points each, name this kingdom in present-day Yemen, whose largest city was once Marib. This kingdom lends its name to a loosely defined group listed as a people of the book alongside Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians.
Sabia.
Could you spell that?
S-A-B-A.
Okay, yeah. Marib was the center of trade in this good used in perfumes. This good, along with myrrh and gold, was presented by the three magi.
Wool? Oh yeah,
frankincense.
Frankincense is right. Marib was later ruled by the Himyarite kingdom, which was invaded by this other power ruled by Caleb. Saint Frumentius brought Christianity to this kingdom in modern-day Ethiopia.
Axum.
Axum is good for all 30.
Nice.
Toss up 4. A paradox named after a candidate in this election took place when an elector forgot to truncate their ballot, causing a 73-73 tie. The signing of the Treaty of Mortefontaine...
1800.
1800 is correct for 20. Your bonus. This technique is used in Imogen Cunningham's Dream Walking and Three Harps, as well as a photograph of Dorothy True captioned Watch Your Step. For 10 points each, name this technique used in a gun created by Etienne Jules Marais. This technique was often used in Victorian fads such as spirit photographs or headless portraits.
Cropping.
Multiple exposure. This photographer used multiple exposure to superimpose a face and leg in Watch Your Step. This photographer's most famous work depicts immigrants on multiple levels of a ship.
Stieglitz.
Stieglitz is right. This painter recorded her husband Stieglitz and their home in a double exposure image. This painter is better known for her New Mexico landscapes and paintings of skulls and flowers.
O'Keefe.
O'Keefe is good for 20.
Nice.
Toss-up 5. In a story by this author, a woman repeats nothing is perfect and that's life. In a story by this author, a woman changes her name to one that reminds her mother of the broad blank.
Flannery O'Connor.
O'Connor is good for 20. Your bonus. For 10 points each, answer the following about flame tests. This element, which burns with a blue-green flame, also typically appears blue when ionized in solution. This metal alloys with tin to form bronze.
Copper.
Copper's right. This element strongly emits D lines that cause its flame to have a yellow color. This element is vaporized in a type of gas discharge lamp that is being replaced by LEDs in municipal street lighting. Sodium is right. This scientist devised laws governing the production of discrete or continuous spectra while working with Robert Bunsen. The two discovered that the elements cesium and rubidium from unusual sky blue and dark red colors in flame tests.
Gotta guess. Kirchhoff. Say that. Kirchhoff.
Kirchhoff is good for 30. Toss-up 6. Note to players. Description acceptable. An alliterative poem titled for this event describes how a man slides his body through an impaled spear to strike his foe with the sword Clarent. The subject of this event dreams of being strapped to a wheel over an ocean of serpents, which may foretell a battle that begins when a soldier stabs an adder. After this event, Sir Bedivere is tasked with discarding an item retrieved by an arm that rises from water. 4 fairy queens use a black boat to carry the subject of this event to Avalon. This event caused by...
Battle of Camlin?
What event happened during it?
Death of Arthur.
Death of Arthur is good for 10.
I wanted to find that so bad.
Me too.
Good bonus. The neighbor principle concerning negligence was expounded in the case originating from this country, where a woman found a decomposed snail inside a bottle of ginger beer. 10 points each. Name this country whose legal system unusually mixes common and civil law. In 2026, it abolished the not proven verdict of acquittal.
Why are you looking?
UK.
Prompt.
Okay, so it's not England.
Scotland.
Scotland.
Oh, nice.
In Scotland, these bodies have 15 members, unlike the 12 normally used in England and Wales. The Sixth Amendment guarantees a trial by an impartial one of these bodies whose members are summoned for namesake duties. Juries, right. Scots law uses the term delict for these civil wrongs in Anglo-American common law. Negligence is one of these wrongs that name an area of law contrasted with criminal law.
Civil.
Tort.
Oops.
20 on the bonus. Toss-up 7. This author portrayed an earlier author as the blues musician Billy Blue in a 1993 play. In a work by this author, a character is killed after he crashes his van, the Comet. In that work, by this author, Dennis imagines one of his ancestors, Midshipman Plunkett, to be his son. This author imagined the adulterer hearing Nausicaa.
Walcott.
Walcott for 20.
Plunkett, bro. Yeah.
Your bonus. People of this ethnicity were the first to use a type of paper mat called a pafletti. 10 points each. Name these people, often said to have a type of steely determination called sisu.
What? Wait, where are we? Japan. East Asia.
Answer?
Women.
Finns. Pafletti are used in saunas, which are similar to these Japanese establishments that were often connected to Buddhist shrines. Give the Japanese term.
Onsen baths. I like that. Sure. Onsen baths.
Onsen will work. One of the gondolas in the Sky Wheel in this city unusually has a sauna built into it. This city is the capital of Finland.
Helsinki.
Helsinki is good for 20.
Nice.
Toss-up 8. In 2012, this man's ex-wife made headlines for illegally filming a Turkish orphanage. This man headed a boot camp for entrepreneurs that was praised by Xi Jinping's de facto chief of staff, Tsai Chi. This man's reputation was damaged by the posthumously published memoir Nobody's Girl and an interview with Emily
Chavez?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Emily Mateless of Newsnight, where he described attending a party for his daughter at at a Pizza Express in Woking. A photo of this man slumped in the back of a car with the headline, "Now He's Sweating," appeared on the cover of The Sun following his February 2026 arrest on his 66th birthday following evidence released in the Epstein files. 10 points. Name this former Duke of York, a younger brother of King Charles III.
Andrew.
Andrew is right for 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. In a play by this author, guests are confused by the theatrical Bliss family's quoting of the lines, "Is this a game?" "Yes," and a game that must be played to the finish. 10 points each. Name this author of a play in which a man lights a cigarette saucily during adverb charades. In another play by this author of Hay Fever, Madame Arcati attracts a ghost by playing Always on the gramophone.
Coward.
Coward is right. Students play a game in which they have to give Hector 50 pence if he can recognize their movie references in this Alan Bennett play. Hector's teaching style is contrasted with that of Irwin in this play.
The History Boys.
The History Boys is right. A man wins a game of flipping a coin heads up 92 times in a row. In this, playwrights Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead.
Stoppard.
Stoppard for all
Nice.
30. Toss-up 9. Franklin Foer's book on this activity and globalization profiled Vienna's all-Jewish Hakoah group. The Yugoslav wars are often said to have begun when a participant in this activity kicked a Bosniak policeman in front of the Bad Blue Boys. Groups centered around this activity include Turkey's left-wing Karshi and Croatia's right-wing Torcida Split. In 1989, 97 British supporters of this activity were crushed to death in the Hillsborough.
Soccer.
Soccer is good for 10.
Should've just guessed.
Your bonus. Description acceptable. The permanence of this condition in meromictic lakes leads to chemocline formation. 10 points each. Name this condition, which characterizes salt wedge estuaries like the Black Sea. High winds on the mixolympnion of lakes can lead to the loss of this condition through mixing.
Like having a salinity gradient.
Say that.
Having a salinity gradient.
No. I want stratification. The Black Sea lends its name to euxinia, a condition partially defined by lower levels of this molecule. Aerobic species live above the chemocline because they depend on this molecule for respiration.
Oxygen.
Oxygen is right.
Good.
Euxinia is also characterized by high concentrations of this element. Organisms named for this element employ the P840 reaction center, which is analogous to photosystem 1.
Be sulfur.
Those are
No.
answer.
Okay.
Answer?
Sulfur.
Sulfur for
Good.
20.
Good.
Toss up 10. A new vaccine for this disease, called VLA15, is based on the subunit OSP-A and could replace an earlier vaccine withdrawn in 2002 that was linked to autoimmune arthritis. Vectors for this disease on the west coast feed on western fence lizards, whose blood kills this disease's pathogen, possibly explaining why it is less common there than on the east coast. This disease, caused by spirochetes of the genus Borrelia, did not, as held by a false conspiracy theory, emerge from the Plum Island lab near the town where it was discovered. This most common disease transmitted by Ixodes parasites frequently presents with a bullseye-shaped
Lyme disease.
Lyme disease for 10.
Nice.
I should have gone that earlier.
Yeah.
What did you see?
Your
Conspiracy
bonus.
about?
The Arda, Purna, and Maha versions of this event are held every 6, 12, and 144 years. 10 points each. Name this Hindu festival and pilgrimage, often cited as the largest peaceful gathering in the world.
Kumila, yeah.
Kumela is right. One of these locations in the city of Allahabad, named for being the site of the confluence of 3 major rivers, is the site of the Prayag Kumbh Mela.
One of these sites is the confluence of the 3 major rivers.
Oh, how did that?
Like a temple?
Yeah,
Answer?
Bali temple.
Temple?
No, it's the Triveni Sangam.
Oh.
The Yamuna, Sarasvati, and this river, said to flow out of Shiva's hair, converge at the Triveni Sangam.
Ganges.
This river is considered the holiest in Hinduism.
Ganges.
Ganges for 20
We're down 10, I think.
and the half.
Down 10.
Let me lock in.
I agree.
Keep it up.
Yes.
Yes. Right.
Just run,
Both teams ready to continue?
Just run Chapel Hill method.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I'm ready.
We good.
Toss up 11. David Shapiro published a history of flower paintings this artist kept secret for 20 years. In the 2010s, X-ray photography revealed that an ochre and gray-colored painting by this artist was patterned around the golden ratio. 6 shift dresses created by Yves Saint Laurent were inspired.
Mondrian.
Nice.
Mondrian is right for 20.
Good boss.
Your bonus. A contest involving a part of these devices, known as a gnomon, was sponsored by the Kangxi Emperor to compare Eastern versus Western learning. 10 points each. Name these early timekeeping devices, one of which was installed along with a water clock in Athens' Tower of the Winds.
Sundials.
Sundial is right. Manius Valerius Maximus brought the first Roman sundial back from the city of Catania in this region. This region, a major source of grain for the Roman Republic, was the site of the first 2 servile wars.
Sicily.
Sicily is right. The largest stone sundial in history was built in this capital founded by Sawai Jai Singh II. This pink city was laid out by city planner Vyadyar Bhattacharya.
Wait, is it Jaipur?
Yeah, we asking.
Jaipur?
Jaipur for 30.
Nice. Nice.
All these farm
Toss of 12. 54 political prisoners were released after a member of this family led a 13-day hijacking of PIA 326. A member of this family wrote the letter from the death cell after being jailed by Operation Fair Play.
What was it, mine?
Yeah.
Noriega.
No.
Buto.
Buto is good for 20.
Nice try. Yeah, good try.
A B minor movement scored for this type of ensemble is marked Andante Doloroso at a tempo of 50 beats per minute and begins with the ascending gesture F sharp, B, C sharp. 10 points each. Name this kind of ensemble that plays the death of Osa. The composer of the Holberg Suite for piano later arranged it for one of these ensembles.
Orchestra.
It's
It's like a play, right? Like incidental music?
Answer?
Or orchestra?
No, I have to reject orchestra. It's string orchestra.
Okay.
The Holberg
I
Suite is
guess.
by this Norwegian composer who included the death of Osa in his incidental music to Ibsen's Peer Gynt.
Greek.
Greek is right. Another cornerstone of the string orchestra repertoire is this composer's E major Serenade for Strings, which includes a waltz. This composer orchestrated his own Slavonic dances.
No, it's Dvorak.
Dvorak is good for 20.
It's all good.
Toss of 13. Restriction on the use of these physical objects is one of the distinguishing characteristics of the Protestant sect Churches of Christ. Proponents of using these general objects often point to passages like Psalm 150. Conflicts over differing philosophies on using these objects have been dubbed the worship wars. Alongside a sling, David is often depicted in art holding one of these non-militaristic objects, which he used to soothe a demon-tormented Saul. A member of a popular four-man group known for using these tools drew controversy by stating that they were more popular than Jesus. 10 points. Name this general.
Guitar.
Yes.
Nice!
That's just John Lennon.
Just
what?
instruments in general, but
Nice. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, good buzz. Good buzz.
Alright, your bonus. This phenomenon produces a light cone at an opening angle such that the cosine of the angle is inversely proportional to beta. 10 points each. Name this phenomenon whose energy is given by the Frank-Tam formula.
Cherenkov radiation.
Oh,
Cherenkov radiation.
Cherenkov radiation is right. Particles that produce Cherenkov radiation possess this property relative to the medium. Tachyons have tachyons are hypothetical particles that possess this property with an imaginary mass.
Faster than the speed of light.
Yes,
Nice.
faster than the speed of light is correct. Cherenkov radiation is produced when beta exceeds the inverse of this quantity, indicating that the particle is faster than light in that medium. This quantity, denoted n, equals the ratio between the speed of light in a vacuum and a medium.
Refractive index.
Refractive index for all 30.
Good stuff.
Toss of 14. A passage in this work ends, heaven swallowed the smoke after a woman wails at a funeral. A passage in this text concerns a queen who executes men for fancied insults, but becomes a gracious ruler after marriage. A woman in this text, the subject of Maria Devana Headley's Bro.
Beowulf.
Beowulf for 20.
Nice! Yo. Nice.
Your bonus. Boethius's commentaries on Aristotle's Organon popularized the square of opposition, which organizes propositions based on their quantifiers and whether they contain this operation. 10 points each. Name this operation denoted with a tilde. If P is true, this operation of P is false.
Oh,
So not.
Yeah.
Not.
Not is right. A text by Boethius is titled for hypothetical forms of these constructs, which Aristotle first defined in his prior analytics. These constructs draw a conclusion from a major and minor premise.
Go.
Priori.
These are syllogisms.
Yeah, that's not.
Boethius's translation popularized this thinker's isagoge, which he wrote to introduce Aristotle's categories. This Neoplatonist compiled his teacher Plotinus's Enneads.
Porphyry.
I like that. Yeah.
Porphyry.
Porphyry for 20.
Nice.
Good pull. Still always
Toss up
yeah.
15. The fractional occupancy in the Henry adsorption isotherm has this mathematical relationship to pressure. The dependence of various measurable properties of a solvent on the Comlet-Taft parameters are examples of this kind of energy relationship that often compares two logarithms. The partial pressure and consequently the solubility of a component of a gas mixture has this relationship to its mole fraction. The rate of a unimolecular first-order reaction
Linear.
for
Nice.
10.
But when I
So
heard
stupid.
not the correlation.
Your bonus. Answer the following about Sacred Unset's Kristen Lavransdatter trilogy for 10 points each. Upon bestowing Kristen with one of these objects, her father states you must guard your tongues well. One of these objects titles the last novel in the trilogy.
Tattoo.
Cross. In The Cross, Kristen Lavransdatter dies during this broad event. People sheltering from this event narrate the stories of the Decameron.
The Black Death.
Black Death is right. Upon her death, Kristen's two remaining possessions are her father's cross and one of these objects. Gotthold Lessing's play Nathan the Wise uses the Decameron as a basis for a parable titled for these objects.
Rings.
Ring is good for 20.
Nice.
Timeout.
Up 110. I agree.
Five.
There are 5 left.
One science.
You got this.
Yeah.
That linear question was so
I'll give next game.
Yeah, you go, bro. I knew you were gonna get
I
that
should
one.
have gotten it at the line before. before.
You know the route slot question?
I should have gone at the route school.
Yeah, but the route school was so confused. Bro, I didn't know what to think.
I was like, isn't relative linear law? And then I heard unimolecular. I was like, okay.
Dude, that was good. Partial pressure to fraction. Even I know this, John.
I was thinking proportional.
Yeah, I was thinking proportional. Yeah.
Alright,
I think that would've been
both teams ready
accepted,
to keep
I
going?
was like linear inverse or some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
We're
go.
entering
Finish it off.
cycle 16. In an early use of tritone substitution, the intro to a song by this musician alternates between E-flat 7 and D minor 6 chords over a syncopated bass line. This musician recorded that song with Sarah Vaughan under its original title, Interlude.
Gillespie.
Gillespie is good for
Nice.
20.
Yeah.
Your bonus. An ocean quahog clam known as Ming had the highest precisely measured value of this variable for an individual animal at 507. For 10 points each, what variable, whose largest known value in vertebrates is held by the Greenland shark, can be estimated by counting the growth rings in calcified structures such as scales?
Age.
Age is right. Like scales, these structures are frequently used to estimate the age of fish. These calcium carbonate structures in the vestibular system of vertebrates help sense proprioception.
It's like the lateral line.
Otolith.
Otolith.
Otoliths.
Lateral lines
The
sounded
oldest
right,
animals
to
in
be fair.
general, believed to live in excess of 10,000 years, are the glass members of this phylum, which have spicules made of silica.
Oh, spicules. This is silica though, so spicules is probably like
Answer?
peripheral.
Peripheral is good for 20.
Okay.
Toss-up 17. This series largely avoided the censorship of its creator's earlier Noon on Doomsday, a response to Emmett Till. Bongos play over a repeating 4-note guitar phrase in 2 pieces of library music repurposed for a theme for this series by Marius Constant. A grandmother is struck by a car in an entry in this series written by Ray Bradbury. A bank employee in this series finds a ruined library but shatters his glasses. Jordan Peele's reboot of this series updated To Serve Man and reused its opening narration of You are about to enter another dimension. A woman is operated on by doctors with pig noses in one of this anthology series' twist endings. For 10 points, Rod Serling.
Black Mirror?
No.
Oh my god.
Rod Serling created what pioneering 1950s sci-fi TV show?
The Twilight Zone.
Twilight Zone is right
Yeah.
for 10.
You're
I
about
would have
to
brought that a line
enter.
earlier.
Yeah, you're about to enter. That's what I was
That's
Answer the following about the life of American sculptor Bob Casserly for 10 points each. Casserly died in his incomplete public exhibit Cementland, located in this city, where he helped found its city museum. The city is home to the Gateway Arch.
St.
St.
Louis.
Louis.
St. Louis is right. While honeymooning in Rome, Casserly helped subdue Laszlo Toth after he attacked this sculpture
Pieta.
with a geologist's hammer.
Pieta.
Pieta is right. Casserly sculpted some of these animals for playgrounds in Riverside Park and Central Park. A sculpture of one of these animals dressed as a ballerina is held near the Lincoln Center, and a faience statue of one of these animals is the unofficial mascot of the Met.
Lion? Like the
That's what I was thinking.
Lion?
I don't know.
Hippopotamus.
Oh.
20 on the bonus.
The blue hippopotamus.
Toss-up 18. Until Prohibition was lifted, so-called coffee shops during these events sold alcoholic sly grog. During one of these events, long toms and puddlers were common sights in a town founded by migrants from Siyi called Ararat. A rebellion during one of these events was sparked.
Gold Rush.
Gold Rush is good
Nice.
for 20.
Good.
Your bonus. After Zeus introduces himself as king of all the gods in Lucian's Dialogues of the Gods, this man assumes he means Pan and asks why he doesn't have a pipe or horns or shaggy legs. 10 points each. Name this Trojan prince who replaces Hebe on Mount Olympus.
He's replaced by Ganymede.
Ganymede is right. Zeus assures Ganymede that he will live fabulously, eating ambrosia and consuming this drink of the gods, leading Ganymede to
Nectar.
simply ask if it is better than milk.
Nectar.
Nectar is right. When Ganymede asks about people his age to play with, Zeus points out this figure. Hesiod wrote of this figure as the fourth primordial deity to spring into existence after Chaos, Gaia, and Tartarus.
To Eos.
Go for it.
Eos.
Eros.
Oh, Eros. Oops. I meant that.
20 on the bonus.
One letter missing there.
Toss of 19. Peter Guthrie Tate showed that ring-shaped examples of these features can undergo leapfrogging, in which they repeatedly pass through each other. The frequency at which these features are created appears in the numerator of the Struhl number. A flow of fluid onto a bluff body leads to the rear of the body shedding these features, which then form a street named for Theodore.
Like vortices.
Vortices is good for 10.
Nice.
Nice.
That
Keep
makes
going.
sense, yeah. Look at this.
In the Dharma Bums, Jack Kerouac described a crowd's yells of "Go, go, go" at a reading of a fictionalized version of this poem titled Whale. For 10 points each, name this poem. Around 100 people listened to Allen Ginsberg recite "I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness" at this poem's initial 1955 reading.
Howl.
Howl is right. After Ginsberg's reading of Howl at the Sixth Gallery, Lawrence Ferlinghetti contacted him to have Howl published by this San Francisco bookstore, for which he later faced obscenity charges.
Oh, direct it.
City Lights.
City Lights is right. This other beat poet read his poem, A Berry Feast, at the 6th Gallery reading. This inspiration for Jaffe Ryder in the Dharma Bums wrote the environmentalist collection Turtle Island.
Gary Snyder.
Gary Snyder for 30.
Nice.
Toss up the last. A character in this novel is disappointed when nobody notices he used the term Teutonic to ironically refer to Germans. A character in this novel laughs derisively upon hearing a character play Schubert's Erwartung on the cello. In this novel, a character recounts how a socialite went mad and mailed another character a ring.
A room of one's own. Or no, that's wrong.
What was the answer?
I said something wrong.
All right.
It's okay.
Ring engraved with a sphinx. For kissing Fenichka, a frog-dissecting character in this novel, is challenged to a duel by Pavel and later dies from typhus after a botched autopsy. This novel begins with that character being invited by Nikolai to live at the Marino estate with his friend Arkady. 10 points. The Kirsanov family is upended by the nihilist Bazarov in what novel by Ivan Turgenev?
Fathers and Sons.
Fathers and Sons is right for 10. Your bonus. The Carolingian Renaissance was spurred by the spread of scriptoria out of this region, where copyists innovated the use of spaces between words. 10 points each. Name this region that Romans called Hibernia. Around AD 400, its patron saint was kidnapped and sold into slavery by pirates from this region.
Ireland.
Ireland is right.
Nice.
Around AD 800, a Columban monastery in Ireland produced this illuminated manuscript, which contains the Gospels, an illustration of Christ enthroned, and an elaborate Cairo monogram.
Book of Kells.
Yeah, that's what they.
Book of Kells.
Book of Kells is right. These people regularly plundered Irish monasteries and founded cities like Dublin and Cork. In 793, these people sacked Lindisfarne Abbey.
Vikings.
Vikings for 30.
That's right. Fucking scored 40 points in 79.
Welcome back. Another, I would say, convincing win from Lexington, 490 to 270. Sort of getting their long-awaited revenge on Straight Jesuit after that 2025 finals. With a lot of the same players. I think 3 of the 4 same Lexington players. I think
And
two
of
of Strake's players. So a lot of familiar faces. I mean, these players are just getting better every year.
Yeah, I mean, this, in a lot of ways, this felt similar to our previous game, in that Strike sort of had the lead for the first, let's say, the first 9 toss-ups and kept pace for a little longer than that.
They kept what?
They kept... And then Lexington just went on a huge streak of 7 in a row from 13 to 19, and there was really nothing. I mean, Strike Jesuit, credit to them, they called a timeout after toss-up 15.
Yeah, and their coaches sort of did a little shimmy. It wasn't depicted on stream, but they were sort of doing like this, and frankly, I thought that was adorable.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I mean, they pulled all the tools they had out of their belt, but it just didn't work. I think it was just a really gritty win for Lexington. I mean, they had 4 live 10s in the last 11 toss-ups.
And you love your live 10s.
Yeah, I love my live 10s. Some gritty live 10s on science from Adi and Atticus, who are, of course, splitting coverage of that category.
Of course, and I'm seeing that I feel like there have been several teams. I'm trying to think of what the last team to rock the Hawaiian shirts on Pace Sunday was. I'm not sure if it was.
Well, it was probably Lexington last year.
Was it? Were they wearing that drip last year?
I'm pretty sure it's.
They were.
It's part of their sort of aesthetic, also with the sunglasses.
Okay, because I know I want to say that wearing sunglasses originally to give credit where credit is due. That the shades on the big stage was a Beaver Creek 2019.
Really? You didn't innovate that in the commentary booth yesterday.
No, I just wear sunglasses because I'm bad at eye contact, and it's sort of a way to cheat.
I see.
Yeah, that's the only form of cheating in Quizbowl that I approve of.
Sure.
And of course, Barrington with their sports jerseys. Is there any and of course, Chapel Hill today with their branded Chicago hats.
And we'll soon see Park Tudor in the next round, where Evan has his flag of Indiana. I must say, I really embarrassed myself at HSNCT. I moderated for him in one playoff round. He came into the room, and I asked Evan flag of San Marino. And
That's
there's just
crazy.
there's
It's
really
impressive
no
that you know. It's
recovery.
impressive that you know the flag of San Marino.
No, but I
for
don't.
one.
The flag of San Marino is like a baby blue, and the flag of Indiana is a dark blue. I really should not have gotten them mixed up. I don't even know if they have similar designs.
Well, I guess bad bust. Then I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, I mean it was. Evan said it was the furthest incorrect guess he had ever gotten.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, I would say.
So
we'll be able to. So I'll be able to find a geographically further location
you
from
should
you.
go for the Seychelles.
That's a good one. I don't even know if it's similar.
Well, they have the famous.
They're by the
they
seashore.
have the
I've
famous,
heard.
Like rainbow flag.
Oh well, it's the right month for that. I'm being told.
So
I'm
true.
being told
Happy
by our
Pride to all our viewers.
Yeah, happy Pride to all our viewers, especially the queer ones.
True.
For the others,
Yeah.
you have your months too. But yeah. Anyways, let's. I think that we've gotten to the point where we need to break hammer in case of emergency, and by break hammer I mean
break hammer.
A break hammer, yes. What if there was a hammer with
well,
a camera inside?
I mean, Martin Heidegger wrote about this in Being and Time, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, quote from Ari. Thank you. It's very important to me. Also, I swear I didn't realize the Vander Weyden painting was literally about to be a bonus part.
I didn't
Lamau.
either. Sorry to any of our players who
I
didn't
didn't,
think
but
it was
also
mid.
because there is a 30-minute delay, it was not. No one was jeopardized of hearing it, and I had the game sense to not elaborate on our favorite Netherlandish paintings, which is like being from the Netherlands, but kind of.
I mean, yeah.
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 Netherland-ish.
Shout out to the master of 1518.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty old, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Samir Sarma, our intrepid investigative reporter,
who hasn't done any of the reporting today because our machines have been broken.
Because we have the mics in our hands.
Yeah.
And seeing a sighting of Belmont, who is not in this room.
Well, 1/4 of Belmont.
Who may have left something in the room.
No, Belmont is in this room.
Are they? Oh,
Yeah.
they are. I lied.
Yeah.
I was looking at round 14.
Well,
that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing for my part.
Not
I would like
quite
to,
as embarrassing as the San
I'd like
Marino
to
thing.
I'd like to apologize to Gregory Zeldovich. I doubted. I doubted.
Yeah.
But
and his teammates are
also
that far behind.
Are also on the way. But yeah, we have general riffing topics prepared by Samir.
Yeah, and
so let's talk about
managed to
them.
avoid them the whole
let's
stream.
Talk about
but
them. Let's start with, did you ever compete in nationals?
I did not play Quizbowl in high school. So
I didn't know that. This is the first time I'm hearing about this aspect.
Yesterday. On stream.
I wasn't on stream yesterday.
Then who was in this chair?
And who was driving the bus?
Oh.
But I did compete at nationals. I did not compete at PACE, actually.
Yeah.
The first year I was at PACE in person was 2025, which is kind of crazy that they made me that I'm the former president of PACE, and this is my second PACE.
Yeah. Well, what made you then decide to do so much work for PACE?
Because my team started going to the team I advised started going to PACE after I graduated, and it was mostly a proximity thing, of just like we were Atlanta based. We preferred PACE questions. We were a PACE team, but I think our coach at the time had some like ancestral like rivalry between PACE and like ACE camps, which is like the Quizbowl, which is like the Quizbowl camps. Like you can, yes, you can go to Quizbowl camps if you so desire. Frankly, I think it seems like a decent way to meet people and a relatively inefficient way to get better, just off the dome. This is not a dig at Quizbowl camps, which I feel like a lot of people have gotten some utility out of. I never went to one.
You should spend that money on debate camp, where you will improve more proportional to the activity.
And help pay for college debate coaches' lifestyles.
That's true.
let's look at other exciting questions. Have you ever gotten Quizbowl points from TikTok? Not yet, but when Yara Yara Funk comes up in next round, I'll be ready, and I'll be primed to get a first line buzz.
So I'm not on TikTok.
I'm
but
not
I
either.
am
So
on-
this is a terrible question.
I am on Instagram Reels.
Which is just TikTok.
Yeah, but I forget which of our players shouted out Instagram Reels in a pre-tournament interview. But I must say,
It might have been me.
Here's a little secret. I get a lot of my question ideas from Instagram Reels. So
Yeah.
pay attention to the algorithm. It will give you points.
Well, they won't have the same algorithm that you do.
Make your algorithm similar to mine, and it will give you points.
All right, Forrest, please make your Instagram algorithm open source for the public, so they can predict the forest fontent. Or
I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that Andrew Gao has tried to popularize the term forest fire. I don't think it's caught
forest
on
fire
in the way that Bentley Bull and Gannon Cannon have, because my stuff tends to be a bit.
it should be called forest thumbs down, because the content's not good.
Maybe forest funk.
Forest funk, yo, forest funk.
Yeah.
For the kids. Who is the most dripped out Quiz Bowler? What do you predict for trends in Quiz Bowl? The flags are good. We love representing your state, your region. I hope that I think that, and this is sort of I would say this is a heterodox take for me.
Ooh.
I think teams should be dressing nicer to nationals at least.
A heterodox take in Pride Month.
Yeah, I think so. Well, the opposite of heterodox isn't
homodox.
Isn't homodox.
Yeah, it's homodox.
It's homodox.
Yeah.
I would never dox. I would never dox someone like that.
Right.
But I think the team should be dressing like this for HSNCT Pace Sundays. Some people are pulling up with the no shade to the team T-shirts. They're classic.
Oh.
My high school had had our team shirt was the picture. It was like. Well, it was like a custom make thing, but it was the picture of Albert Einstein doing the tongue, and he had sunglasses on, and it was talk nerdy to me.
I don't know about that
which was quite bad, and
I would prefer dressing up.
I threw it away immediately, and I think that's what you risk when you're wearing Quiz Bowl shirts. I think you should just should have some statement pieces.
Yeah.
I've always tried to get like a little outfit together for Quiz Bowl tournaments.
Yeah.
I think that's a good practice.
I mean, when you dress up, you feel good, and when you feel good, you play good.
And when you feel good, you dress up, as they say.
For national season, my senior year of college, I wore my graduation dress to both of the tournaments, so I was as dripped out as possible.
Yeah, and let's see. How is college/open Quiz Bowl different from high school?
Yeah.
Well, for one, it's usually, say with me now, more difficult.
I was going to say played by college students.
It's
but
not always. Sometimes there are
that's true.
There are quite a few.
But
there are quite a few top
order.
teams who have sort of waded into the waters of playing college tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, Evan Ting himself plays a lot of college and open tournaments.
I would say the primary differences is it being more of a player-led atmosphere than a coach-led atmosphere in a lot of places, and two, just the content and the structure being different. It's pause. If you're hearing just stomping, Evan Ting, ever the charismatic captain, is leading their team in doing jumping jacks on the stage to try and either ice out the competition or just to get loose before the game.
If you're Belmont, what could you possibly be thinking? How do you respond to
probably
the
by
jumping jacks?
doing your own exercises, or by doing like patty cake or something.
And yet they haven't.
And yet they haven't.
Does this spell doom for Belmont A?
No, I think Belmont A is spelled BELMONTA, and not DOOM. So, yeah, I think that's a little bit of a difference, maybe in the language you speak up in France or wherever you're from.
sure. Yeah, I am definitely from La France.
That was pretty good. That you really
Merci.
put the ha-ha on it.
Peut-être je vais utiliser un accent français
Yeah.
pendant la suite de la stream.
Yeah, I had it. My old roommate in grad school was French.
Oh, my
yeah.
condolences.
Yeah, but at the last Quizbowl tournament I ever played, I think it was ACF winner at Georgia Tech. I got a book prize. I think it was the Neg prize actually. It was.
Yeah, that makes more sense for you.
I was playing solo, so I think I
so
was.
you
I
would've
think
gotten
I
both
think I
kinds of
think I
prizes.
was the top overall scorer
Well,
and the top
we can try
and the
find
number
your
one Neg.
statistics.
But yeah, good luck with that. That
No, I
you're
got
doing
it.
a search, it doesn't work.
No, I'm
It would have
searching
been
on
20.
the
It would have been
HSQB forums.
2024 ACF, 2023 ACF winner at Georgia Tech or something like that.
I see it.
And maybe I played it, maybe I didn't, maybe I made it up. But I got
You
a.
went- oh,
I
no,
was Georgia B.
You were right.
I got a book of like French phrases written by like an expat. Like he wasn't French. Like he was a guy who was American and lived
Wow,
in
you
France.
cleaned up in the bottom bracket.
I did. I locked in after lunch, but I remember that I would just read the phrases in that book to my roommate while he was playing League of Legends or some other useless game, and try and break his spirit because
Any
the
good
French was not
phrases?
good.
Any good phrases you remember?
Jamapple.
D'accord.
That's the only
so
one.
I see that you had a gritty 12-5 win against Georgia Tech.
Which is impressive because I didn't think games could end in multiples of
a 12
two.
12 and 5 stat line.
I don't even know what was happening there. Clearly I was just happy
You
to
had
be
more
there.
negs than they had tosses converted.
I was excited to be there. Clearly, no offense to Georgia Tech see it whatever tournament. Clearly, I just wanted to hit the button.
Yeah, well, you sure hit that button.
I sure hit that button. Let's see. What other activities do high schoolers compete in that may help with Quizbowl?
Well, I
debate.
mean, I have
We're both
we
debate
both have a
kids.
debate
We're both
background.
debate kids, and I think like for especially some of the, I would say the edgier half of philosophy.
Oh,
That's the kind of thing
yeah.
that debate
The-
kids really
the
excel at.
Continental philosophy, but also the early modern philosophy.
Yeah, for
it
sure.
seems crusty, but if you do traditional LD, it'll give you an edge there.
Yeah, and LD stands for
We're not
low
advertising debate.
diff. Stands for low diff,
We're not
which is
advertising debate on this.
how easy your games will be if you do other activities too and are well rounded. I
Yeah,
do think that being broadly well rounded is good
It
for
looks like
Quizbowl as well.
Our valiant stream operator Ashish is saving us from having to riff about high school debate, so we will gladly
Instead,
pass
riff
it.
about high school Quizbowl.
Yeah,
Round
we will.
15 is Belmont A versus Park Tudor. Another showdown between top teams. This one is gonna be epic, as the kids say. So take it away.
Yeah, so if everybody's getting ready, start
Also
off by
Tato
saying that
Bell.
I'm Carson, I'll be the moderator for this match. And I'm currently seeking an answer which of the two sponsorship messages I should read.
What?
Read both of them.
I guess, okay, we can save that and we'll do maybe
Guys.
a
What's your guys'
buzzer check
mascot?
/ player introduction. We can also do mascot introduction.
Wait, we need to name him.
Yeah.
Hold it up during protest.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
our
fun part.
protest.
Protest.
Alright, so
Thanks, Gavin.
what we've been doing is you can test your buzzer and then also give your name,
His
your
name should be
grade,
Gary,
and if
because
you're a
Gary's
senior and you
901 is
know
not
what
Gary.
college you're going to, you can add that in as well. So, starting with Park Tudor.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go,
My
Ava.
bad.
Locked in.
My name's Ava. I'm a freshman.
I'm Evan. I'm a junior.
I'm also Evan, but I'm a sophomore.
Wow, good one.
Gavin, sophomore.
Let's go.
Andrew, junior. Peter, sophomore.
Jeffrey Jr.
Gregory Jr.
Alright.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, I've received confirmation on the correct sponsorship message
great.
to read, which is This round is sponsored by PACE member emeritus Aaron Rosenberg. Good luck, have fun, and stay curious. Are we all good to go technically? Maybe, hopefully. All right, and then are both teams ready to go?
Yep.
Yes. Let's go. Pull it
We
more.
got this. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Got toss-up 1. A biannual sun festival in this kingdom is said to coincide with the birth and crowning of one of its rulers. An official who journeys past Lake Mati while sneaking away from guards to flee this kingdom has a name meaning son of the sycamore tree. During a feud over the rulership of this kingdom, a goddess tricks the ferryman Nemti into taking her to an island, and two gods engage in an underwater hippopotamus fight.
Egypt.
Egypt is good for 10.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
There we go.
In a speech given on this author's birthday, Goethe called this author the greatest wanderer. For 10 points each, name this author, whose Germanization was enabled through the Schlegel-Tieck translation of his works.
Oh, so good. Someone before Goethe, like, was a great author.
Answer?
Milton?
Shakespeare.
Ooh,
The first academic Shakespeare Society was founded in 1864 in this German city. This city names a classicist movement whose members include Friedrich Schiller.
Oh,
Schiller
no.
is I don't know, get like Weimar.
Answer?
Frankfurt?
Weimar.
I'm so sorry.
David Fuller has argued that Shakespeare was the key figure of German literary self-discovery in a book linking him to this 19th century movement which grew from the earlier Sturm und Drang movement and emphasized subjectivity and nature.
Like German romance. Oh, I know. Or it could be. Or it could go romanticism.
Answer?
German romanticism.
German romanticism is good for 10.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
there we go.
Toss-up 2. A fly fishing enthusiast who held this position was mailed 2x4 pieces of wood to protest his policy. This position's duty is removing the punch bowl just as the party heats up, according to a speech by its longest-serving holder, William McChesney Martin. While chairing PRAB, a former holder of this position introduced a namesake rule banning some institutions from proprietary trading in the Dodd-Frank Act.
Like chairman of the Fed?
Chairman of the Fed for 10. Your bonus. Japanese samurai were widely engaged in a form of this practice called mabiki, or weeding. For 10 points each, name or describe this practice that may have been carried out on 40% of all Romans during the late Empire. Sargon the Great and Oedipus both survived an attempt at this practice.
Blind. No. 40%. This makes it practice.
Answer?
Blinding.
Infanticide. Brigitte Bechtold found that female infanticide decreased with the spread of this industry in 19th century France. Most of the 1,134 people killed in the 2013 Rana Plaza disaster worked in this industry.
Textile.
Textiles, right. To prevent sex-selective abortions in the 2000s, some Chinese provinces banned the use of this imaging technology to determine the sex of a fetus.
Yeah, ultrasound.
Ultrasound for 20.
Alright, let's go.
Toss-up 3. Rotational symmetry of this order is the lowest that is impossible in a lattice, but is found in icosahedral glass quasicrystals. Rolf Husken names a class of reactions in click chemistry that forms rings of this size via 1,3 dipolar cycloadditions. Rings of this size can be produced from plant biomass in the form of furfural, the namesake of furans. 5 is correct for 20.
Nice. There we go.
Yeah,
Bonus. This quantity denoted A is a constant of motion for two-body problems with a 1 over r central potential. For 10 points each, name this vector that can be divided by m times k to give the eccentricity vector. This vector is equal to p cross L minus mkr.
Is it something related to rotation?
Answer?
Jacobian?
Runge Lenz. By a theorem named for this German mathematician, a two-body system with a central potential must possess some differentiable symmetry since the LRL vector is a conserved quantity.
Oh, just no. Neither.
Noether's right. Yep.
Nice.
The LRL vector contains a term for the cross product of P and this quantity denoted L. This quantity equals the moment of inertia times angular velocity.
So this angular momentum.
Yeah, I think so.
Angular momentum.
Angular momentum for
Let's
20.
go.
Nice.
Toss-up 4.
Good stuff.
The narrator of a novel calls a drawing of two hills in one of these places the loveliest and saddest landscape in the world. While in one of these places, the protagonist of a novel unites with the soul of the world and transforms into a storm. The native people of one of these places possess the eyes of Ibad and partake in a ceremony involving the Christ knife.
Like a desert?
Desert for 10.
Nice.
Just like, yeah, just Arrakis.
Colorful examples of these objects appear around Zamboanga City, whose inhabitants specialize in making vinta. For 10 points each, name these objects which the Austronesians set up in the crab claw design. The triangular Latin variety of these objects was fitted to ships called dhows.
So it's just a sail? Is that what
Yeah.
Sail.
Sails, right?
Okay,
This
yeah.
Filipino ethnic group, which specialized in creating vinta, was known for piracy in the Sulu Sea. This Islamic group sought to create an independent state in Mindanao.
They call more.
Moro
is right.
Nice.
Crab claw sails may have been fitted to the Hokulea, which sailed from Hawaii to this place. A Pomare king of this place allowed for the British to bring back people on the HMS Pandora.
Hamare is Tahiti.
Tahiti for 30.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Toss up 5. Flower patterns characterize an art form of this material, which make up the little red figures of contemporary artist Liu Shangzhang. Gesso and red paint are traditionally applied on this material to represent the robes of Bodhidharma in Daruma.
Wood?
No.
Fuck.
Daruma dolls. A barin is hand-pressed against this material in the mokuhanga technique, and the final image on this material is in the Aitsurie style when colored in Prussian blue. An art form that uses this material's washi type may begin by making a kite or fish base using a valley technique. Lightweight sculptures and masks can be made using a composite of glue, water, and this material. 10 points name this material, which is used to make cranes and origami.
Is this paper?
Paper for 10.
Yes! Let's go. We are so good, guys. Good job. Let's go.
The bonus is description acceptable. A 1975 essay discusses the appearance of a boy's insolent black head after he announces this event. 10 points each, name this event. The announcement of this event is used as an epigraph for a poem that describes voices that are quiet and meaningless as wind in dry grass.
It's event? Give me a second.
Answer?
Like the start of Second World War.
Death of Kurtz.
Oh.
Kurtz utters the final words, the horror, before dying in this Joseph Conrad novella.
Just Heart of Darkness.
Heart of Darkness is right. The frame narrative of Heart of Darkness takes place on the Nelly, a boat on this body of water contrasted with the Congo. Eliot's The Wasteland quotes a poem which asks, "Run softly till I end my song" to this body of water, the setting of Jerome K. Jerome's Three Men in a Boat.
Yeah, it is the Thames. If it's contrasted with the Congo, then it's the Thames.
Thames is good for 20.
Yes!
Toss up 6. A man in this location feels fullness and congestion in his head before feeling like the fiery heart of a luminous cloud. In a story titled for this location, a man on an oddly untraveled road sees great golden stars and strange constellations. A man in this place believes that gray eyes are the keenest.
Like Owl Creek?
Owl Creek is good for 20.
Good. Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. I don't know if it was Owl Creek or Owl Creek Bridge. It's fine either. It's fine.
Your bonus. After studying bias in the testing of wooden barrels at this company, Stella Cunliffe became the first female president of the Royal Statistical Society. For 10 points each, name this Irish company where William Gossett developed the tea distribution, published under the name Student.
Oh, Irish. So what's an Irish, like, shoot, what is it called?
Answer?
Tesco.
Guinness. Gossett devised a law of errors after a sabbatical working in the lab of this University College London professor who introduced the histogram and names a form of chi-squared test.
Is it Pearson? Pearson?
Pearson is right. More recent scientific research on Guinness claimed its antioxidants could reduce levels of this compound in arteries. LDL is often called the bad form of this steroid.
Cholesterol. I think so, yeah. Cholesterol?
Cholesterol for
20. Oh, we are so good.
Toss up 7. Lewis Gordon's book, What This Thinker Said, discusses the irony of his final prayer, "Oh my body, make me always a man who questions." This thinker's Beauvoir-inspired essay on lived experience repeatedly discusses a boy telling his mother, "Look, a Negro." This thinker argued that black people develop an inferiority complex via epidermalization. This thinker claimed colonized intellectuals are opportunists who lack the revolutionary potential of the lumpen proletariat.
Fanon.
Fanon is right for 10.
Sure. Fanon. Hans Fanon.
An essay on this practice by Fred Knighton discusses it in ancient Greece using Christian Sorvino-Inwood's concept of polis religion. For 10 points each, name this practice that involves ritual killing and offering made to a deity.
Sacrifice.
Sacrifice is right. A scholar from this country hypothesized Greek sacrifice as a continuation of hunting practices in Homo necans. A thinker from this country discussed Greek and Roman mythology in Theogonia, extending theories from his book, The Essence of Christianity.
Netherlands.
Germany. In The Sacred and the Profane, Mircea Eliade argues hunting, sacrifice, and this practice were to ensure the life of plants. Wendigos lend their name to a psychosis characterized by a desire to engage in this practice.
Oh, cannibalism. Yeah, cannibalism.
Correct. Cannibalism for 20. Toss up 8. Sulfides lost from boxwork structures in the supergene accumulate at this entity, which separates oxidative processes from reducing ones. On islands, this entity forms the upper surface of a Geibel-Herzberg lens. Regions of cracked sandstone can be perched on clay above this entity. This entity separates.
The water table.
Water table is good for 20.
Oh, nice. So good.
There we go.
Bonus. A
That's really
2023
funny.
championship in this sport featured a team with 4 clones against another team with clones of that animal's offspring.
What?
10 points each. Name this sport of kings. In 2025, Argentine firm Chiron Biotech announced they had used gene editing to breed extra fast animals for use in this
I think
sport.
it's like horse racing, right?
No, it's hound racing, right? 'Cause
Oh
that's
yeah, I
what
think
kings
no, you're right.
do. Like hound racing?
Polo.
Oh,
This
that's what I
politician
was
owns 5 clones of his beloved
Then
dog
it's different
Conan.
racing.
This president of
Yeah, it's the-
Argentina
yeah.
took a chainsaw with him on the campaign
Melee.
trail in 2023.
I go Jason. Melee.
Melee is right.
Yeah, that
In
was in our Spanish
2025,
presentation.
Colossal Biosciences controversially claimed to have cloned 3 of these extinct animals, a claim disputed by the IUCN Species Survival Commission.
It's like gray wolves, right?
Oh, maybe.
Gray wolves is what they're called, right? Gray wolves?
No, it's dire wolves.
Oh,
I
shoot.
suppose.
That's
10
bad.
on the
Okay.
box.
We're good.
Toss up 9. This city's name in Chinese means Sea Cucumber Bay, and 60,000 residents of the Chinese ethnicity were expelled from its Milyanka district in the 1930s. This city on the hills that surround the head of Golden Horn Bay has a statue to its native son, actor Yul Brynner. This city is the administrative center of Primorsky Krai.
Vladivostok.
Vladivostok is right for 20.
Vladivostok.
Is that 10 or 20?
Your bonus. In the early 2010s, this company implemented Chaos Monkey, a program that randomly crashes some of its servers to test network reliability. 10 points each. About 15% of global internet traffic is from what most subscribed video streaming service. In 2006, this company developed a recommendation algorithm for movie rentals.
YouTube.
It's Netflix. Chaos Monkey helps identify services that rely on a local cache or other resources, as opposed to applications known by this word, which do not store information from a user's previous interactions.
Cloud. Static.
Answer?
Static.
Stateless. Part of Netflix's Simian Army is a monkey named for this phenomenon that adversely affects the RESTful client-server communication layer. In networks, this phenomenon is usually measured by an ICMP echo request.
Can't see. Sure.
Latency is good for 10.
Let's go, guys. Let's lock it.
Toss up 10. This ruler's short-lived ban on no-fault divorce forced women convicted of adultery into monasteries. This ruler allowed homesteaders to claim property after 3 years instead of standardizing 50 decisions. Copyists called the 4 Doctors of Bologna glossed versions of a 100...
Frederick Barbarossa.
What was that?
Frederick Barbarossa.
No. 150,000 line document issued by this ruler. A set of new constitutions issued by this ruler updated portions of the digest and institutes that have become outdated in the years since John the Cappadocian helped compile them. Tribonian sat on a commission that produced this ruler's Corpus Juris Civilis. Empress Theodora may have influenced pro-woman portions of, for 10 points, what Byzantine emperor's namesake law code?
Justinian.
Prompt.
The Great.
For 10.
Yay.
You sound so unhappy.
Let's go.
You sound really
Let's go, guys. That
Your
was such a
bonus.
good buzz.
The 400-year rule of the serpent Arwa is ended by Menelik I according to this text. For 10 points each, name this text written in Ge'ez that chronicles the mythological founding of the Solomonic
What is
dynasty.
it called? No. Sorry, Greg. No.
Answer?
Gilgam. No, that's...
Kebra Nagast.
Yeah.
The Kebra Nagast is alternately titled for the glory of these people. Solomon also appears in an Old Testament book.
Kings.
Kings is right. In a different version of the story, Arwa is defeated by this figure's father, who accepts rulership as a reward. This woman, who remains unnamed during her visit to Solomon in 1 Kings, is named Makeda in the Kebra Nagast.
Nominate Gavin Sigma. Queen of Sheba.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go. We
Queen
are
of
so
Sheba is
good
right
on.
for 20
All right.
points.
Let's go, guys.
Very good half,
And a
guys.
half.
Great half.
Wait, I have
230.
I have 230 as well.
Even better.
Let's see.
Answers and toss-ups.
The questions that they got. So on toss-up 1, I had them getting 10 on the bonus.
Yes.
And then toss-up 3, or no. Or yeah. Toss-up 3 was 20. And then toss-up 4 was... Oh, okay, so it's just a toss-up. Okay,
Cool.
great.
Good stuff, guys.
Okay.
Still super losable, so let's just lock in.
Yeah. No. Again, every single team in this bracket is very good. We need to like not have any bad games.
Yeah, that might be true.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, are both teams ready to continue?
Yeah.
Yes.
Toss-up 11. This sound is named after a Hebrew nikud of 2 vertically oriented dots. A hook diacritic is added to this.
Schwa.
Schwa for 20.
Oh god.
A 12th century writer in this kingdom wrote the story cycle Amran Darajanani for 10 points each. Name this kingdom, the home of an author who wrote about the knight Tariel and his quest to marry an Indian princess. A queen of this kingdom is praised in its national epic, The Knight in the Panther's Skin.
Georgia.
Nice.
Georgia is right. The Knight in the Panther's Skin is composed of over 1,600 stanzas in this form. Omar Khayyam's Rubaiyat was written in this form, where each stanza consists of 2 couplets.
Quatrains.
Quatrain is right. A tyrant courts Tamara of Georgia. In this author's poem, The Demon, Pechorin, an archetypal superfluous man, features in this author's novel a hero of our time.
Oh, that's
Lermontov, yeah.
Lermontov.
Lermontov is good for
There
all.
we go.
Toss of 12. In this modern-day country, the Zengid Emir Nur ad-Din founded an early hospital named for himself. Ibn Battuta claimed the greatest mosque on earth was one in this.
Mali?
No. One in this country, where columns from a temple of Jupiter were used to support the dome of the treasury. This country's Masyaf Castle is where the old man of the mountain commanded the assassins. Al-Walid I constructed a mosque in this country, which contains John the Baptist's head. The Crusader Croix de Chevalier castle in this country was shelled during the 2013 siege of Homs. A city in this country names a type of Wutz steel with teardrop patterns and was the seat of the Umayyads. For 10 points, name this country that contains Aleppo and Damascus.
Syria.
Syria is good for 10.
Good stuff. This guy's good, boss.
Bonus. This work's distinction between tough-minded empiricism and tender-minded rationalism inspired 2 fictional factions of sea slugs from a Frank Jackson paper. For 10 points each, name this work by William James, which is titled for the movement he and C.S. Peirce belong to.
Yeah, pragmatism.
Pragmatism is right. James's radical empiricism is similar to the intermediate empiricism theorized by this pragmatist who wrote Democracy and Education.
What is his name?
You could go wordy, but it's not.
Johnson.
John Dewey.
Dewey.
The conceptual pragmatist C.I. Lewis, who coined this term, considered pragmatism a form of empiricism. The aforementioned Jackson paper is titled for epiphenomenal examples of these things, and a Daniel Dennett paper quines them.
I feel like cash, so like cash value.
These things.
Answer?
Cash value.
Qualia.
Oh,
10 on the bonus.
Qualia. Okay, that's my
Time
bad.
out.
Yeah. That's cool.
No, I was thinking like money, because like cash value is a thing, but like.
It's okay.
Are we really gonna get through a whole
Actually,
packet of Case
by
NSC
pace
with
rules,
no
you can't
checkoff
sub
and no
during a
return?
timeout. Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yep, just don't. Are they all juniors on that team?
Yeah. Just, I'm just but it's great. Just stay up. Stay up.
I thought they were seniors on that.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay.
Both teams ready to continue?
Yes.
We're going to toss up 13. Whether a statement is the genuine vacana of one of these figures can be determined using a set of 4. That's 20 points.
Good buzz.
Okay.
Nice buzz, Grace.
The drug sildenafil acts by inhibiting PDE5, maintaining high CGMP levels that signal continued production of this compound. For 10 points each, name the signaling molecule produced from arginine. This gas promotes the relaxation of smooth muscle.
Anesthetic.
Answer? This is nitric oxide. Nitric oxide improves the flow of this substance by causing vasodilation, which is why compounds that release it, such as nitroglycerin, can treat coronary artery disease. Veins and arteries carry this substance. Blood is right. Nitric oxide prevents this damaging condition in which blood flow is cut off from tissue. This condition, which names a type of stroke, can cause tissue death known as infarction. Answer? Ischemia. 10 on the bonus. Toss up 14. This man says an article is ineffable twaddle written by some armchair lounger before realizing he is speaking to its author. This man admits he has a bull pup and gets up at ungodly hours during a cross-examination with Stamford's friend. No.
No, you're good.
This character is astonished when a man tells him that he doesn't care whether the Earth goes around the sun or vice versa. This character watches a man beat dissection subjects with a stick before following him to a room with the word Raqqa on the wall. This man was struck on the shoulder by a bullet, allowing his new flatmate to infer that he came from Afghanistan in A Study in Scarlet. 10 points, name this army doctor, the assistant and chronicler of Sherlock Holmes.
Watson.
Watson for 10.
Bang.
Your bonus. Mary J. Walters was one of the few women artists associated with this movement. For 10 points each, name this movement that included Jasper Francis Cropsey, who built an estate called Aladdin. One of the leaders of this movement painted the Titan's goblet.
So, something. Maybe it's like Orientalism.
Answer?
sure.
Orientalism.
Hudson River School.
What?
The Hudson River School was led by this man, who painted the Course of Empire
Alright.
series and
Cole.
the Oxbow.
Cole.
Cole is right. Hudson River School artist Frederick Church's largest painting depicts this feature. Now displayed at the National Gallery, Church's 1857 painting of this feature was originally held in a special darkened gallery to emphasize the panoramic effect caused by its size and width.
Like probably like a mountain or something.
Mount Whitney.
Answer? It's Niagara Falls.
Oh, I guess that
10 on
makes
the
sense.
bonus. Toss up 13. U.S. technocrat Wolf Ladajinsky convinced the newly independent Indian government to help people in this profession at the expense of the zamindar. In the 1970s, Americans in this profession were warned to get big or get out by Earl Butz.
Farmers?
20 for farmers.
I guess.
Answer the following about crystal field theory for 10 points each. CFT and its successor, ligand field theory, are prototypically used to describe the spectra of metal ligand complexes with this molecular geometry, which has 6 substituents arranged in 90-degree bond angles.
Oh, okay. Guess the next.
Answer?
Tetrahedral. Two more.
Octahedral. CFT predicts that during ligation, a transition metal's d orbitals undergo a breaking of this property. Octahedral complexes have E sub g and T sub 2g orbitals that doubly and triply have this property respectively.
Hybridized.
Degeneracy. Ligand field theory combines CFT with this theory of bonding, which involves an overlap of the lowest unoccupied and highest occupied namesake structures. Answer?
Pi.
This is molecular orbital theory. Nothing on the bonus. Toss up 16. At the end of one routine, this performer repeatedly stomps and raises a cane to mimic shooting down lookalikes. This performer used an outlaw style and frequently worked with Hermes Pan. This performer appears to work on the walls and ceiling in the film Royal Wedding. This man notes, "You like tomato and I like tomato," during a dance duet in roller skates. And Irving Berlin wrote the song Cheek to Cheek for this performer to sing while in a tailcoat and dancing with a woman in an ostrich-feathered dress. This man co-starred in the films Swing Time and Top Hat with a dance partner who matched him backwards and in high heels. For 10 points, name this actor and dance partner of Ginger Rogers.
Fred Astaire.
Fred Astaire for 10.
I guess so.
It's an interesting
Chemotherapy pioneer Cornelius Rhodes wrote a letter in which he described killing 8 and transplanting cancer into several more people from this region. 10 points each. At the same time as 1950 uprisings, nationalists from which region tried to assassinate Harry Truman in the Blair House?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico is right. Rhodes' letter was publicized by this Puerto Rican nationalist. This Harvard grad led the 1950 Puerto Rican nationalist uprisings.
Vasquez.
This is Pedro Albizu Campos. During World War II, Rhodes experimented on Puerto Ricans while leading the Chemical Corps, which began in this year around when an armistice concluded World War I.
1918.
1918 is good for 20.
Let's go.
Toss up 17. A derivative of this compound is conjugated to galactose before it is epimerized to glucose in the Laloir pathway. Misfolded glycoproteins are marked in the ER using glucose donated from the diphosphate of this compound, which also supplies glucose monomers during glycogen synthesis. Nierenberg and Mattei showed that a polymer of this compound contains the codon for phenylalanine. This compound, which has a derivative denoted psi that stabilizes hairpin loops, begins all 3-stop...
Cysteine.
No.
Oh, wait, I failed. That's a really bad name. Sorry.
Stop codons and is removed by base excision repair after the deamination of cytosine. Both this pyrimidine and its more stable relative form 2 hydrogen bonds with adenine. For 10 points, what nucleobase is only found in RNA? Prompt. Uracil for 10. Your bonus. Claude Cahun used this medium to depict a weightlifter with hearts painted on the cheeks, a 2-headed bald figure, and a shiny winged angel. For 10 points each, name this medium used to depict characters like career girls, housewives, and hitchhikers in an untitled series by Cindy Sherman.
Photography.
Photography is right.
Oh, damn it.
Cahun is depicted in one self-portrait as a weightlifter with the caption, "I am in training, don't do this." In Alfred Eisenstadt's most famous photograph, a sailor performs this action.
Sing.
Guessing is right. Cahun hailed from this country, and as did a Dada artist who had himself photographed as his alter ego, Eros Salivy. Henri Cartier-Bresson and Louis Daguerre were from this country.
France.
France is good for all 30. Toss-up 18. A composer from this country used a concerto grosso structure for his 1938 double concerto for piano and timpani. 2 euphoniums play half notes in parallel fifths to open the brass-heavy fanfare first movement of a piece dedicated to this country's army. The grand motif B-flat, E-flat, D, B-flat recurs throughout a tone poem depicting a high castle in this country. The last orchestral work of a composer from this country is a 5-movement sinfonietta.
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic is good for 10.
Good. Nice. Wait, is that what?
Bonus. This character is shown gesticulating, shouting, cajoling, crooning with virtuosity and love while telephoning to get tickets for cats. For 10 points each, name this character who wishes to be an octopus so that he could use more telephones simultaneously. This character defines a certain group as having 0 clout as opposed to him.
Oh, that's Roy Cohn, I think. Go for it. Roy Cohn?
Roy Cohn is right. Roy Cohn phone calls for a stash of AZT while dying of AIDS in a Tony Kushner play named for These Creatures in America.
Angels?
Angels is right. In Angels in America, a woman with this surname phones an ambulance for Roy Cohn. The bell jar is set during the summer they electrocuted a couple with this surname.
Rosenberg.
Rosenberg is good for all 30.
That's so tough.
Toss-up 19. A character created by this author convulsively reaches at 2 locks of hair before uttering his last words, "Ah, my angels." A poet on the verge of suicide is taken in by a character disguised as the Abbe Carlos Herrera at the end of a novel by this author. In a novel by this author, Raphael de Valentin dies after the title...
Like Balzac?
Balzac is good for 20.
Nice. I bought that book for my mom.
In the 14th century, a teenager named Giovanni de Giovanni probably died when a hot iron was applied to him as punishment for engaging in this crime. For 10 points each, name this crime that was persecuted in one city in the 15th century by the Office of the Knight.
Is it like... No, it's just fluence, but it's like... Sodomy.
Answer. What was that?
Sodomy.
Sodomy is right.
Nice.
The Office of the Knight persecuted some 17,000 men for sodomy in this city. An antiquated German... Florence is right.
Nice.
This man may have left Florence because he was prosecuted for sodomy. This man's apprentice, Salai, likely one of his lovers, accompanied him to the court of Francis I of France.
Salai. Oh.
Answer?
Cellini.
It's Leonardo da Vinci.
Oh.
20 on the
wait,
bonus.
Did it say Ferdinand?
Toss it to last.
Oh, I wouldn't have if I...
This function of a system's entropy over Boltzmann's constant is equal to the ratio of the forward path and reverse path probability distributions by Crookes fluctuation theorem. This function of negative I times the Hamiltonian operator times the change in time over h bar is used to represent the time evolution operator of a wave function. This function of negative beta times energy gives the system's Boltzmann factors. Oscillations such as plane waves can be modeled using complex inputs for this function. This function of negative time multiplied by the decay constant is used to model radioactive decay. For 10 points, name this function.
Exponentiation.
Prompt.
Like e to the n.
Take that. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Sure.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Into Da Vinci's house. Yeah.
10 points and your bonus. The batucada style of this genre is played by large percussion ensembles that feature the surdu bass drum and the squeaky cuica. 10 points each. Name this genre of music that is performed by its schools on floats during an annual parade. Samba. Samba bands often feature the pandeiro, which resembles this instrument. This handheld percussion instrument is composed of a drum head surrounded by small cymbals, which can be shaken. Tambourine is right. Samba music switches between grooves and breaks, which follow this musical structure popular across the African diaspora. In this technique, the music alternates between the leader and the rest of the group, playing complementary phrases.
Call and response.
Call and response is good for 20.
Yep.
And welcome back to the live stream. We just saw a very entertaining game where Park Tudor defeated Belmont A. But first, I must announce some unfortunate news. My commentary partner, Aidan Leahy, has been captured by agents of the state. They were very close to figuring out where Lake County Academic Team is from, and they just couldn't be allowed to continue. So please donate to PACE to fund their bail. I am now joined by PACE member emeritus Dylan Minarik. Welcome.
Happy to be here, Forrest. Thank you.
Yes, so could you please introduce yourself to the audience, tell them your history with PACE?
Absolutely. My first run-in with PACE was they were the hard questions I studied when I wanted to get better back in the day.
So true.
I then attended my one and only NSC in 2013 at the University of Maryland in College Park. Went on to play college Quizbowl at Northwestern and became a PACE member around 2018. I am still an emeritus member to this day, where I staff NSC and help out with various things here and there. Not nearly as involved as I once was, but still love being here every year, seeing some top-notch Quizbowl.
Yeah, thank you. And speaking of top-notch Quizbowl, I mean, Park Tudor really put on a show. They had control of this game really from toss-up 1 to toss-up 20, and it was a balanced team effort. I mean, last year they made the playoffs as a solo team, just with Evan Ting, but now Evan's got some great support from Evan Dolly and Gavin Sigua, who each had 2 powers and 110. And I think that really was all the difference in this game. On Belmont's side, Greg Zeldovich had a great game with 3 powers and 4 10s, but unfortunately his teammates were only able to provide 1 additional toss-up in support. And in the top super playoff bracket of PACE, I mean, you really need to have all 4 team members getting questions.
Yeah, they started to come back there a little bit in the second half, but Park Tudor put their foot back on the gas when it counted and ended up getting themselves up to 400 in that victory.
So when you're in a situation like this where you know you need to mount a comeback, does that change your mindset or your approach at all?
It's tough. You have to play each toss-up individually. You have to perhaps consider playing a little bit more aggressively, but you also don't want to neg yourself out of a comeback like that.
Yeah, that's very true. And when you're, I guess, in a game where you sort of need your teammates to get involved, or perhaps you're the teammate that needs to get involved, is there anything that you can sort of say to them to get them to lock in?
It's a good time for a tactical timeout, especially if you're tracking categories.
Yeah, very true. And when you say tracking categories, can you expand a bit on what that means?
Absolutely. This is very common among nationally competitive teams. Sometimes it's done by the coaches, sometimes it's done by the players, sometimes it's done by both. But just keeping an eye on what categories have already come up in toss-ups and what categories have yet to come up in toss-ups. So this affects your tactical planning of it is the 4th quarter and you need 1 more toss-up to win, but you know there's bio coming and you have a great bio player on your team. You shouldn't be buzzing on those other toss-ups really aggressively, perhaps.
Very true, very true. And there was another way in which category counting on the bonuses side could have helped in, I think, round 14, bonus 20. Anyone who had been counting categories would know that visual fine arts hadn't come up, and the first part was a sort of category obscured part, which means it didn't really indicate what the topic was, with an answer line of art authentication. So if you had known that the bonus was on visual fine arts, that could have greatly helped you answer that part.
Yep.
So as we look at the standings from the top super playoff bracket, we've got the results in from the first 4 rounds, still waiting on the results from round 5, which happened earlier, and round 6, which we just finished. But the main contender is still, of course, Lexington. They are undefeated in the tournament, and they've still gotten at least 11 toss-ups in every game. I mean, the question is, who can beat them? Strike Jesuit tried in a rematch of last year's final, and they weren't able to. They've already defeated Park Tudor and Chapel Hill, some of the other major contenders. The only team that they have left to play with at least 2 wins in the first 4 super playoff rounds is Lake County Academic Team. So it's really going to be up to them to keep Lexington from clearing the field here.
Yeah, that head-to-head with Lake County is huge. That could be the difference between a 1-game final, an advantage final, or a 3-way tie at the top if Strike manages to keep themselves afloat.
Well, I'll note that Lake County's already taken a bit of an upset loss to Park Tudor. So if they get 2 losses and Lexington continues to be undefeated, that would eliminate them from championship contention. So they really need to win every game from here on out. Yeah, so in the next game here, we'll have Chapel Hill versus Park Tudor, and Park Tudor has, I believe, 2 losses. Chapel Hill will have either 2 or 3, depending on the results of their most recent game. So, oh, okay, thanks. Chapel Hill has 3 losses, so, I mean, these teams sort of have some control over their fate, but at this point, they also need to get lucky, essentially, and have other teams who are ahead of them in the standings do poorly. So when you're in a situation like this, and you know you need to not only win your game, but also have other games go well for you, I mean, is there anything that you can do? What are you thinking about in that scenario?
Just win the game. Thankfully, we can't scoreboard watch while we're playing.
Yeah, although, I mean, I guess you're not allowed to look at the live stats, but even if they do exist, but if we had them, that would make scoreboard watching a bit easier, at least. So, Dylan, were there any questions in the last packet that you particularly enjoyed or wanted to shout out?
I'm thinking. I was quite a fan of the, I believe it was Miscellaneous Fine Arts toss-up on Fred Astaire.
Yeah.
I think that something that has changed a lot since I was playing high school back 13 years ago now is that there's a lot more of that like 20th century pop culture that has started to bleed over into the fine arts distro. And we're seeing a lot of that at this tournament. I always find those questions really fun. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, as that question was getting to the end, I was worried that, I don't know, maybe nobody would convert it because it's kind of more college canon than high school canon, but I was impressed that Greg Zeldovich was able to. In terms of a question I'd like to highlight, I mean, I'm being a bit self-serving here, but I said a couple rounds ago that my favorite philosophy question was forthcoming. We've now heard my favorite philosophy question, which is the toss-up on Frantz Fanon, who is a very core thinker to a lot of different fields of philosophy. I mean, he's influenced by psychoanalysis, by existentialism, and of course to so-called Africana philosophy, so the philosophy of the African diaspora. He was born in Martinique, a French colony, and theorized a lot about the impact that racism has on the black psyche, drawing on his experience as a psychiatrist. So I think Fanon is a really cool guy, a very foundational thinker, but he's not a super trendy topic for high school questions. So I sort of took a shot, admittedly, by putting this in one of the very late rounds, hoping that the sort of cream would rise to the top, where people would hopefully be able to answer a slightly more out there question.
And it was in fact converted, right?
Yeah, there was a good buzz on the clue about the Lumpenproletariat, which is a concept he borrowed from Marxist theory. So we have, as the delays between these rounds have sort of grown and accumulated, we've started to break out this general list of general riffing topics sent to us by Samir Sarma. And I'd like to ask you, Dylan, what is it like to be a PACE member? Because you've said that you were involved with PACE as a member for many years. What does that entail? What does PACE do for the community, and what do members do for PACE?
Well, I mean, the big thing PACE does is obviously run the NSC. The NSC has changed quite a bit during the years of my membership and post-membership. I have greatly appreciated all the extra investment on the technology side, enabling us to do cool things like stream these games. As far as PACE membership, the minimum time expectation once you join is, I believe there are meetings monthly. There are various committees you can join into if you're more interested in outreach, communications, technology, running the NSC itself. It's a great way to get involved with question production, even though you are not required to be a member to contribute to the NSC.
Yes, and I should say that we have application periods for interested members, I believe, twice a year, so there will be one this summer, and then one again in the winter for anybody who has graduated high school and is interested in giving back to the community. Becoming a PACE member is a really great way to do that. And if you don't want to be as actively involved, of course, we have the donate to Pace graphic that will probably start and end the stream. Donating to Pace is another great way to help us. So another, I guess, interesting topic that I would like to ask you about is the sort of sources of knowledge that are involved in Quizbowl, because we've sort of, I guess, hinted at this throughout the whole stream, and those of you who are watching at home may be wondering, like, how on earth do these kids, especially the most impressive players in the top Super Playoff bracket, how on earth can you know this much stuff? I mean, the simple answer is obviously to study, but how does one even approach that? What are your thoughts, Dylan?
Yeah, there are a lot of methods. My favorite method back in the days of old was just reading old packets. There's a giant archive of Quizbowl questions going back some 30-some years, though you don't necessarily want to look at the older ones if you're really looking to learn something. Yeah. And just exposing to myself to the so-called canon was very helpful. In addition, there's QB Reader, which is a website where you can sort of interactively read questions to yourself and your friends and play along. Really helps sort of develop how to play the game in addition to how to know stuff. Lots of people make flashcards using online applications like Anki and Mnemosiny. If you know any medical students or people trying to learn a foreign language, then you're probably very familiar with them. For sure. But they're personally not my style, but I know a lot of top players who want to get very good at perhaps a specific category very fast will either make a big deck of flashcards and study them every day, or get some flashcards from a friend and study them every day. And it's a great way to get a lot of knowledge at the top end really quickly.
Yeah. So an old mantra in the Quizbowl community is sometimes when people ask to study, the response is just read a book. So how big has reading and things you've learned from sort of, I guess, recreationally actually learning about things as opposed to, say, making flashcards, how big has that been in your Quizbowl experience and maybe in these players' experience, do you think?
It has a non-zero role. I certainly don't read as much as I should, but there have been a lot of instances of me playing a question on a book, it sounding cool, and then me picking it up and reading it, and all of a sudden I am at least going to contest toss-ups on that work. As far as book knowledge goes, there are certain areas where it's more efficient than others. Like, you can pound through a lot of short stories really quickly and get a lot of knowledge. At the collegiate level, science textbooks are king as far as being able to get a lot of clues very quickly, even though you need a good background in math if you're going to actually understand it. Survey level history textbooks are also excellent as far as just being chock full of clues, but they are quite daunting.
Yeah, they are. But I mean, the other great thing about a lot of these books, particularly like a survey style textbook or a science textbook, is you can read a small section and still learn a lot. You don't necessarily need to go cover to cover like you might with a novel or something. It looks like Ashish has finally saved us from having to go through more of the general riffing topics. We still have many on the list, but we'll finally send it over to the game room where we will have what is presumably going to be a great close match between Chapel Hill A and Park Tudor. Take it away.
All right.
Bro.
No.
If it make you uncomfortable, I'm not going to
both teams
It would not make me uncomfortable.
Get prepared.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's get ready. Let's not consider that now until we win this. Bam.
Okay, yeah.
Bam.
You
I know.
so right.
All right, Gavin. W mentality, guys. Gavin.
All right.
Gavin. Thank you, Evan.
This is the last.
I love winning.
It was great knowing you, bro.
But it's not going to be the last.
I do love that. I said winning, though.
Before we officially started,
Yeah, but
I'll introduce myself. I'm Karsten. I'll be your moderator. And then we have a sponsorship message that may or may not have been read to some teams last round, but if you haven't heard it, Over the summer, PACE plans to release both Cornerstone, the scheduling platform used to generate this tournament schedule, and TMS, the tournament management system powering NSC operations. If you run Quizbowl tournaments and are interested in trying either platform, keep an eye on PACE announcements and social media for more information. Thanks.
It's tough.
No.
Is that? Oh,
Rest in peace,
somebody
QBRanks.live.
get that for us, that would be
Oh,
great.
that's on the live stream.
And then also, if we could just do a buzzer check / player introduction, we can start with Park Tutor.
Great website.
I'm Ava.
And you all
I'm a
say great.
freshman.
Thank you.
I'm Evan. I'm a junior.
I'm also Evan, but I'm a sophomore.
Gavin, sophomore.
Graham, senior.
I'm Robbie. I'm a senior.
Ahadi, freshman. Loka, just sophomore.
Wow.
All right.
Let's go. That's tough.
Greatest player of all.
Well, are both teams ready to get started?
Yes, let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Limelight, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Double check this time. Yeah. An announcement.
All right, Gavin, you're gonna get 10 powers here.
Correct.
So I've got toss-up 1.
I hope so.
French films in this genre were often set in Camargue and featured characters known as gardiens. Martin Böttcher wrote the score for several Winnetou films in this genre based on the novels of Karl May. Soprano Edda Dell'Orso provided vocals for a score for this film genre titled The Ecstasy of Gold. Jutsu Itami's film Tampopo.
What the hell is that? Western.
Western for 20.
Nice.
Oh.
That's
the one where it's like.
Your bonus. The real-life inspiration for a cross-dressing thief with this first name and the last name Cutpurse may have stepped in to portray herself in the play The Roaring Girl. 10 points each. Give this first name of a character who was born in Newgate and is 5 times a wife, 12-year a thief, 8-year a transported felon.
This is like Mole Flanders. Sorry, saying Mole Flanders.
Mall Flanders is right. Mall Flanders was written by this author of Robinson Crusoe. Defoe is right. Mall Cutpurse was depicted in The Roaring Girl, written by Thomas Dekker, and this author of A Chaste Maid in Cheapside, wrote Women Beware Women.
Question. Lawrence.
Thomas Middleton. 20 on the bonus. Toss of 2. A girl in this novel is unable to make her living with stenography as she only knows how to trim hats, make candy, and play Carmen. Harmon notes most of the smart ones get away from this novel's setting, where a character sees the grave of a man with this name who was wed 50 years. This novel's narrator loans a man a biochemistry book and is...
Ethan Frome.
Ethan Frome is good for 20.
Oh, that's not what I thought. It's fine.
Your bonus.
Doing good.
A 2025 book by Joe Lepore titled for this phrase was accompanied by a database of every proposed constitutional amendment. For 10 points each, the preamble of the Constitution begins with what 3-word phrase
We the
identifying...
people. We the people.
We the people is correct. Lepore identifies James Madison editing his notes to argue against an understanding described by this adjective. Antonin Scalia championed a legal theory named for this word that examines the Constitution when it was created.
Fundamentalist. It's like fundamental. Fundamental.
Original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lepore's book, These Truths, focused on women like Maria Stuart, a writer from this city. George Cabot oversaw a meeting in this city while leading the Essex Junto.
Oh, Hartford.
Hartford is good for 20.
Nice. My bad on this one.
Oh, and we've been asked to pause.
Great. Sweet timeout. Let's go.
What's the idea? Well, I don't remember what the. There's
That's
like
actually
go.
really good at Mole Flanders.
I don't know.
It's fine.
I was also
That's
probably
fine.
gonna neg on stuff.
QBRanks.live.
I was thinking that each that's like way each to toss up.
It's better than Groger. Groger. They call us the third Groger. We just popped out.
I don't know.
QBRanks.live doesn't stutter because it's a live program that gives continuous rankings of Quizbowl.
Like, don't buy. That's already come out. I know. That's why it's be a bad neg along with being like too hard of a toss up.
Yeah.
But like also like because there's a biochemistry textbook in that too.
No,
I don't know.
What
That's
subject?
time of the
Time
Gamiano
of
is
the
the most
I meant to say time for
useful
whatever
member
it's called.
of
Yeah, time of the
QBRanks.live,
I was
as
gonna
he
time
did
of you.
all of the front-end design, including making Stevenson and all of the other national labs, including our current opponents, gold on
That's
the
it. That's
website.
it. That's it.
or like a chemistry answer.
What's
key or something.
going on?
We're waiting for the bottom.
That's true. If we lose,
All right,
straight
we're
back. And Uber
we're
wins.
back.
Okay, whatever.
No,
Let's run it.
There's too many.
Alright,
like,
I guess
things.
since we've just taken a
So
long
we're
pause,
just playing
maybe
more
we
Quizbowl
do
regardless of what
a
happens.
score check after
Yeah, actually.
2
Okay.
cycles.
We're guaranteed
2 cycles.
We're guaranteed at least one round.
I guess.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are getting cooked. 2 cycles in.
What? Let's
Yeah,
go.
lock in.
Come on, the game is over. There's no reason to even play the next
should
8
like
toss-ups.
No.
Retire,
Forfeit at this
sorry,
point.
sorry.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Like give up.
Like
it's
mercy,
not even worth it.
mercy rule at this point.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Our
Finish
both
the poem
teams
with
ready
it.
to get
Finish the poem with
started.
Yeah.
Got
Yeah,
toss
ready.
up 3. Historically, this property was given to indigo by adding stale urine to form the colorless leuco-indigo. The series of straight-chain alkanols loses this property as length increases, meaning the partition coefficient of propanol and octanol is near 0. Compounds.
Solubility.
In what solvent? No.
No, bro, that's not an answer line, twin.
Alright, we're good.
Compounds with this property remain after decanting off the organic phase from a separatory funnel and liquid-liquid extraction. Sulfonic acid groups are added to aromatic rings to give them this property due to the group's strong polarity. A well-known exception to the trend of halide salts having this property is silver 1 chloride, which readily precipitates out of solution. 10 points name this property of compounds that can form aqueous solutions.
Solubility in water.
Solubility in water for 10.
Okay.
I didn't want
guess
to go.
I win.
It could be ethanol. Oh, it could.
Yeah, I think that's
It's talking about partition coefficient. That's like
Yeah,
not all.
solubility should be.
Yeah. I guess,
Yeah.
so I'll do the bonus.
That's very good. That's very good.
Know the swing at that. So your
it's not
bonus,
good then. Sorry,
before we fill out the form.
I had ethanol
In
was so much
Thailand, this policy involves young men randomly selecting a red card or black card from a lottery for 10 points each. Name this policy. In 2024, only 1,200 of 24,000 ultra-Orthodox Israelis required to comply with this type of policy responded to government requests.
Draft.
Draft is right. Thai military recruits recently fought a border conflict with Cambodia over the Priya Vihar temple sacred to this destroyer deity from the Hindu Trimurti. Shiva is correct. To reduce hazing, Thailand may follow this country's lead in adopting a waiver system to opt out of conscription. This country ended a war with an eastern neighbor by agreeing to the Trump route for international peace and prosperity.
Who warred with an Eastern?
Pakistan.
Answer?
Maybe.
Pakistan.
Armenia.
Cool.
Okay. So 20 on the bonus.
Okay, good job.
Red card.
And so
80 points.
we said, you said solubility, I prompted, and then you said solubility in oil, correct? That was the answer.
Solubility should be accepted outright.
All right.
No, not necessarily.
Say that like because of this
You can't be soluble in everything.
It led you down.
Making that change to
You're
be
just-
soluble in
So
everything.
basically, when you say solubility, like refers to a solute dissolving in a solvent, and like all that forms a solution. Like all solutions are assumed to be aqueous unless otherwise stated. So solubility in water doesn't clarify anything extra than solubility because.
Mate, you said oil.
But, like,
Okay, no, but
No,
like,
He's saying he shouldn't have even been prompted.
yeah, and can I add in?
Should
Can I
not
add
be
something?
prompted.
Yeah.
That his
Yeah,
wrong
if he
prompt
says assumed to be oil, and he-
should
or
be
assumed
like
to be
no,
water,
should
and he
be
said
like
oil
not
anyway.
taken into account because
Yeah,
by his
that's why
justification the prompt actually led him down a
changes.
wrong
No
path
changes.
because it
No
as it
record.
assumed ultra specificity
make
that
it
Yeah.
by making him assume it couldn't be
I
water.
think if they decide that solubility would have been acceptable, they wouldn't, the prompted part would not be considered.
He
as
said
that.
that solubility is equivalent to
He
solubility
that's
in
what
water
that's right.
because
That's
in
stupid.
chemistry it's assumed that all solutions are aqueous unless otherwise stated. So it doesn't need extra
when
clarification to say it's
Instead
water.
of oil. That's not what it's staying
Good stuff.
Solubility.
Was that in power?
I see your point.
It's assumed. Assumed means you still
Say
prompt.
something.
Wait, do you have a response?
Well, the answer line already says like that a solubility alone to be prompted, so it should be like it probably means that the first two lines are referring to compounds that are only soluble in water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably.
It's fine. Play without the protest as always. So good blocking.
I'd be surprised if the protest
80
wins, but
I see no. Said oil.
Okay, I guess twin.
yeah,
Yeah, this
and it's an 80 point swing, correct?
Yeah, I have 80 points.
Yes.
swing.
Great.
Hey, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Keep your extra alive.
Make it
Not
not
make
matter.
that mistake. Keep your extra
Yes.
because it wouldn't buzz.
Yes. All right. Imagine
not
if we
matter.
had 10 minutes
Let's
for
go.
that.
Let's go.
All right. Continuing with toss-up 4. In a work, this author admonished himself for admiring earthly things and wrote that even pagan philosophers recognize that nothing is wonderful but the soul. Figures representing love, chastity, and death successively vanquish each other in the first 3 of this author's 6 triumphs.
Petrarch.
Petrarch is good
Nice.
for 20.
Good buzz. Sorry.
It's fine. Right.
Your bonus. Name the following about sidemen who played on John Coltrane's A Love Supreme. 10 points each. Saxophonist Archie Shepp covered songs in this genre in the seminal album Goin' Home. These African-American folk songs include Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, and later developed into gospel music.
Spirituals.
Spirituals is correct. A musician with this surname, Elvin, played drums on A Love Supreme. 2 other drummers with this surname were nicknamed Papa Joe and Philly Joe.
Jones.
Jones.
Actually say Smith, bro.
Answer?
Smith.
Jones.
Oh my god.
Elvin Jones also played on a Sonny Rollins album titled
No,
For
no,
a
no.
Night at This Location. Bill Evans recorded a 1961 album titled For Sunday at This Greenwich Village Club.
Greenwich Village Club.
Yo, Stonewall.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Stonewall.
The Village Vanguard.
Sure.
So 10 on the
That's
bonus.
also-
Okay, cool.
Toss-up 5. A month after this event ended, Brent Scowcroft and Lawrence Eagleburger took a secret mission to meet one country's leader. Because of this event, many people from Vancouver boycotted an October 1st holiday and built a replica of a statue. The British organized Operation Yellow.
Tiananmen Square Massacre.
Tiananmen Square Massacre is correct for 20.
Oh my god.
Your bonus. The Australian Minister Robert Evans, a hunter of these events, holds the record for most visual discoveries of them with 42, for 10 points each. In 1987, the Large Magellanic Cloud hosted one of what events, which are large and violent explosions of stars? Supernova is correct. Observations of these phenomena in the remnant of SN 1987A explained why supernova remnants cool relatively slowly. Core collapse supernovae create long, highly energetic sources of these phenomena.
Quasars. Oh, maybe. Gamma ray burst? No.
Right?
Answer?
Gamma ray burst.
Yeah, gamma ray burst is good.
Nice.
Supernovae and neutron star mergers are the only known sites of this set of nuclear reactions, which occur when the time scale of neutron capture is less than the time scale of beta decay.
What's asking for? I don't know. I'm sorry.
Something fusions.
Sure, fusion.
Answer?
Fusion.
R process.
I don't know what happened.
20 on the
My
bonus.
fault.
Let's go.
Toss up
Okay,
6.
let's go.
2 holders of this title stand to the left of a sarcophagus in a lost mural that was destroyed in a fire along with Michelangelo's Sleeping Cupid. A holder of this title kneels in front of Mary and angels all clad in blue robes in a diptych exemplifying the international Gothic style. Bernini's bust of a holder of this title was based on a 1635 triple portrait by Anthony van Dyck. A holder of this...
A pope.
No.
Wait. Oh no.
Rip.
Oh no.
Of this title appears with an arrow piercing his eye in an 11th century artwork commissioned by Bishop Odo. 75 scenes accompanied by tituli appear in that artwork, which depicts a holder of this title followed by Halley's Comet. 10 points. The Bayeux Tapestry depicts the death of a holder of what title named Harold Godwinson?
King
Prompt.
of England.
King of England is good for 10.
Good job. Okay. I thought it was King of France when he
Me too. Isn't that the Van Dyke?
These fruits in Perun's arsenal are even more powerful than his stone arrows, for 10 points each. Name these fruits, one of which Eris inscribed with the phrase, to the fairest,
Apple.
causing the judgment of Paris.
Golden apple.
Apple.
Prompt.
Golden.
Golden apple is right. In another Slavic tale, one of these creatures stole a golden apple every night from a king's tree. Ivan Tsarevich tried to capture this creature, but only managed to get one of its feathers.
Feathers. Oh, phoenix.
Okay.
Phoenix.
The firebird.
Oh,
In
same.
Irish legend, the sea god Manannán owned a branch of this material that bore 3 golden apples. The belief that the beast of Gavaudan was susceptible to weapons of this material was introduced by retellings 2 centuries later.
Be like silver or something.
I like
Oh, silver makes a lot of
I like
sense.
silver.
I like that.
Answer?
Silver.
Silver's good.
Good
for
job.
points.
Nice.
Let's go.
Toss up 7. There's a note to players, description acceptable. Pagans performed this ritual naked during the Age of Ignorance before the destruction of 360 idols central to it. Practitioners often perform 2 raka'at at the Maqam Ibra.
Circumambulating the Kaaba.
Circumambulating the Kaaba is good for 20.
Let's
Nice.
go. We're so back.
In a short story named for this type of group, Mrs. Hale and Mrs. Peters find a strangled bird. 10 points each. Susan Glasspool's Trifles was adapted into a story named for what type of group of her peers. This type of group makes up the title characters of Reginald Rose's 12 Angry Men.
Yeah.
Joey.
Jury is right. In this play by Jerome Lawrence and Robert Lee, E.K. Hornbeck covers a fictionalized version of the Scope's Monkey Trial.
Inherit the Wind. Inherit the Wind.
Inherit the Wind is correct. The Ruth Snyder case inspired a Sophie Treadwell expressionist play named for one of these things, in which Helen Jones kills her husband with a bottle full of stones. Mr. Zero kills his boss in an Elmer Rice play named for one of these things.
Elmer Rice. Oh, we have to go with like a house.
A house?
Machine.
Oh,
20
yeah.
on the bonus.
All right,
Let's go. Toss up 8. These objects were first mass-produced for soldiers by Marc Brunel, having earlier been made by the Cordwainers Guild. Antoine Simon, a maker of these objects, terrorized a young Louis XVII during the French Revolution. Meiji-era reforms depressed the popularity of traditional wooden geita examples of these objects in Japan. Hiram Hutchinson bought a vulcanization patent to manufacture some of these objects named for the Duke of Wellington.
Boot.
Boot is good for 10. This process is the escape of gas from a container through microscopic holes, such as helium from a balloon. 10 points each. Name this process, whose rate is proportional to 1 over the square root of a gas's molar mass, according to Graham's law.
Diffusion.
Effusion is right. Effusion occurs when the opening is smaller than this quantity for the gas, the average distance a particle travels between collisions in kinetic molecular theory.
It's called the time of flight, right? Yeah. Time of flight.
Mean free path.
Whoa.
Thomas Graham also invented this technique, which separates molecules by their rates of diffusion across a membrane. The hemo form of this technique is used to filter the blood of patients with kidney failure. Dialysis is good for
Let's
20.
go.
Nice.
Toss up 9. The denominator of a relativistic formula for this operation contains a term equal to u times v prime over c squared. This operation is performed over indices in tensor contraction, and it's implied when adjacent terms use the same letter as an index in Einstein notation. Rapidity behaves ordinarily under this operation, and the formula for this operation ensures no object travels faster than the speed of light. In classical mechanics, the velocity of an object...
Galilean transformation.
No.
Well, it's fine. Yeah.
Object in a moving frame equals this operation between the velocity of the frame and the object's velocity in the frame. For 10 points, name this vector operation that can be performed tip to tail and returns the sum of the vectors.
Addition.
Addition is good for 10.
Good pull. Okay, it's fine.
You good?
Your bonus.
I was thinking it.
Louis Aragon argued a 1917 Matisse painting was the first to depict how these objects changed artists' views of the world. 10 points each. Name these objects, a green one of which appears alongside the artist in a 1932 self-portrait by Tamara de Lempicka.
Okay. Apple. I think so.
It's a car.
Oh.
De Lempicka's self-portrait in a green Bugatti belongs to this art movement. Streamline Moderne was an
futurism.
It's Art Deco.
To do that,
A Trabant car crashes through this structure, and Birgit Kinder's mural that tests the rest. The East Side Gallery preserved graffiti on this structure after it fell in 1989.
Berlin Wall.
Berlin Wall is good for 10. Toss up 10. Ernie and Johnny's strange upbringings illustrate this field's identification problem in a Paul Benacerraf paper. This field's central objects are indispensable according to the Quine-Putnam thesis. By analogy to the forms, the view that objects in this field really exist is called a type of Platonism. Type theory was introduced in a book titled for this field that notoriously takes 379 pages to prove an extremely simple statement.
Math.
Math is good for 10.
Just 1 plus 1 plus 2.
Yeah, I know.
A theory proposed by Thomas Talhelm argues that cultures that cultivated this crop were more cooperative due to village-wide practices like flooding and draining. 10 points each. Name this staple crop of Southeast Asia, often grown in paddy fields.
Rice, yeah.
Yay.
Rice.
Rice is right.
Yep.
Around AD 1000, Song Dynasty Emperor Xuanzang began to import drought-resistant rice named for this kingdom of southern Vietnam.
Champa.
Champa is right. The
Nice.
Toraja people on this island store rice in house-like granaries. The Makassar Sultanate was based on this island west of the Banda Islands.
Sulawesi.
Sulawesi is good for
Nice.
Good job.
Oh, shoot.
the half.
Close yours. Okay. It's fine.
Grandma.
Okay. Oh, wait, that's fine.
Yeah,
So
no.
with
we-
the protest, that's...
With the protest, we've made
With the
comeback
80
this
point
tournament.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, that's fine, yeah.
Yes.
We're gonna lock in.
Indeed.
And yeah, let's go. We've proven we can do bigger things before. Yeah, let's go. With like, honestly, like we should play a without a protest, but just assuming the protest, that's just 1 cycle. That's like super doable. Let's go.
Let's go. Keep it up. Energy.
And think about it. If the protest, worst case scenario, the protest gets started and get to make a really long forms post later.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
actually
get to
on
complain a
to-
lot. Yeah.
Alright,
Keep your
are
excitement
both
for-
teams
oh,
ready
shit.
to... Oh, wait.
Oh yeah, so ready.
Checking
Actually,
scores.
wait. First.
I couldn't get it off.
Son, where are they?
Was it?
Okay, Lexington's up
We're
by
already
30
making a lot.
after 15.
Okay.
Please, Steve.
Yeah.
After
Yeah,
15,
so we have
they've
100
scored
At 15.
Total how much?
510. It's not actually as good as
It's
I
not
thought.
as crazy.
No, 610.
610.
610 to 15.
It's not that crazy.
Out of 750.
610 out of 750. That's a lot.
Was it? Okay.
So 80%, 81%.
Yeah, they got 10 on that bonus.
That's all. Efficiency
Damn.
is
Oh, no, they
82%,
did
81%.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's the first time I got
Bam.
one. Okay.
Our efficiency against literal nobodies was 690.
Are both teams ready to keep going?
Or 610.
Yeah.
69.
We're at 68% right now.
Got
Damn,
toss-up
game's a game.
11. An annual festival named for one of these events includes the Great Steamboat Race. Panic that Black Panthers or White Crazies might disrupt one of these events feature in a 1970 Scanlon's article illustrated by Ralph Steadman. A participant in these events in Britain.
Horse races.
Horse race is good for 20.
Nice.
Yeah, that's just Thompson, guys. It's an illustrator. Great.
Fluids that have a Mach number less than 0.3 are approximated as possessing this property. For 10 points each, name this property of fluids such as water which have constant density.
Newtonian.
Incompressible.
Oh,
For an
yeah,
incompressible
that's
fluid,
fine.
applying this operator to the velocity potential outputs 0. Applying this operator to the gravitational potential equals 4 pi times big G times rho in the Poisson equation for gravity.
Go for it.
Laplacian.
Ooh,
The divergence-free velocity field definition for an incompressible fluid is derived from the conservation of this quantity, which is measured in kilograms.
Mass.
Mass.
Mass is good for 10.
Let's go.
Let's
Good
go.
pull, guys.
Good
Good
pull.
pull. Good pull.
Toss-up 12 comes with a note to players, description acceptable.
Ooh, okay.
Near the end of a nocturne third movement, one of these sounds is played at the end of a clarinet solo marked as if in a dream. 77 different types of these sounds were transcribed in a 13-movement catalog for solo piano. These sounds are evoked by the clarinet and violin in the crystal liturgy movement of quartet for...
Like birds.
Yes, I can take that for 20.
Nice. Good. That's good. Great bonus.
Your bonus. 100 million people cry through the tormented lips of the speaker of one of this author's poems. 10 points each. Name this author whose son's imprisonment inspired her 10-part poem Requiem. This author's other works include Poem Without a Hero.
Akhmatova.
Yes. Akhmatova is right. Akhmatova waited until the death of this leader to publish Requiem. This dictator forced Akhmatova to fellow countryman Boris Pasternak to decline his Nobel Prize. Stalin is right. The second part of Akhmatova's Requiem begins by referencing this expansive novel by Mikhail Sholokhov that chronicles the lives of a group of Cossacks before and after the Russian Revolution.
Wait. Oh. Quiet Flows the Dawn.
Quiet Flows the Dawn is good for 30.
Good for
Toss up 13. In one myth, after the woman he loves leaves for this location, a man instructs his soldiers to burn her letter to him on the top of the highest mountain they can find. Some stories describe a god of this location being born from the reflection of his father's image in a white copper mirror. An old man begins finding gold nuggets in bamboo stalks after finding...
The sea?
No.
Sorry.
Finding a princess from this location as a baby. A story for the placement of this location stems from a god of it angering his wife by killing the food goddess Ukamochi out of disgust. Several East Asian stories describe a rabbit that inhabits this location and pounds out rice cakes. For 10 points, name the celestial domain of Tsukuyomi, the brother of Amaterasu.
The moon.
The moon is good for 10.
Let's go. Good ones,
So
guys.
good,
Let's
so
go.
good.
Let's go.
Your
Good
bonus.
ones.
Answer the following about World War II era construction projects for 10 points each. 10,000 soldiers worked on building a road named for this state, completed in 1942. In that same year, Fort Mears in this state was attacked by Japanese bombers.
Oklahoma. No. Oregon.
Alaska.
Wait, fuck.
Colima Highway, also called the Road of Bones, was primarily constructed with laborers from this system of Soviet labor camps.
Like
Gulag.
Gulag. Gulag is right.
Let's go.
Lieutenant General Aiguma Ishida was given a 10-year prison sentence after the war for overseeing this notorious project. POWs built the notorious Bridge 277 as part of this project.
No, it's Japanese. Unit 731.
No, it's the Burma Railway.
Oh, yeah.
10 on the bonus.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Toss up 14. For selling the assets of a company in this industry after acquiring a 50% stake in 1985, Carl Icahn first became known as a corporate raider. Robert Poley led strikers in this industry who refused to give in to a 48-hour ultimatum. A Jimmy Carter-signed Deregulation Act in this...
What? Like, air.
Air is good for...
Good body.
Yeah, we're good.
The Book of Ecclesiastes and the Book of Sirach, also referred to as Ecclesiasticus, are both considered among 7 books named for this concept, for 10 points each. Name this concept, whose beginning is cited as the fear of the Lord in the Book of Proverbs, which is another example of literature named for this concept.
Wisdom.
Wisdom is right. Both Sirach and Ecclesiastes were written in this language. The Old Testament was primarily written in this language and Aramaic.
Hebrew. Yeah, Hebrew.
Hebrew is right. This letter paraphrases Sirach by charging its reader to be swift to hear and slow to speak. Martin Luther dubbed this New Testament epistle the Epistle of Straw.
Like Saul something.
What's an epistle?
Answer?
Saul.
James.
Okay, you're fine.
20 points.
Let's go. Let's go.
Alright, we got
Toss
this.
up 15.
Just worse than
In a work by this author.
Reset.
Sorry.
Good.
Restarting. In a work by this author, a man pressures a woman to give him her frying pan before she curses him and the frying pan to hell. In a work by this author, a woman swears by Saint Loy and wears an amor vincat.
Like, sing.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, no, that's... Wait, no.
Vincat
No,
omnia
no, I was right.
bruch.
That's right. Never mind.
Three brothers go to an oak tree to kill death, then kill each other over a chest of gold in a work by this author. In a story by this author, a woman says that a young boy sings after being killed by Jews. A priest uses a wheel to split a fart 12 ways in a collection by this author, which includes a story about a knight sent to find what women desire most. For 10 points, name this author, who wrote about the prioress, the summoner, and the wife of Bath taking a pilgrimage in his Canterbury Tales.
Chaucer.
Chaucer's good for 10.
That's bad. They probably
Bonus. Answer the following about the geography of toilets for 10 points each. In the 1970s, the Committee to End Pay Toilets in America got pay toilets banned in this state. Public toilets can still be found at Big Shoal State Park on the Suwannee River in this state.
Georgia.
Florida.
Okay.
The first of the city's namesake loos were installed in its Old Town Chinatown. This city's MAX light rail system connects to its suburb of Clackamas.
Seattle?
Sure.
Seattle?
Portland. This city's mayor, Katie Wilson, used a slogan involving Big Dumper Cal Raleigh to advocate for more public toilets. America's privatized toilet system is heavily dependent on the policies of Starbucks, a company based in this city.
Yeah. This one is Seattle.
Seattle for 10.
Nice.
Toss up 16. Cockroaches in genus Cryptocercus can metabolize this material and transmit that ability to juveniles via flagellates in their feces. Symbiotes in the mycangia of invasive southern and mountain beetles help them colonize this material.
Like bark?
Bark is good.
Good.
Nice!
Oh my god.
Right. That's fine.
That echoed
20?
Yeah.
20 points.
That is
Great
one.
pass.
The
really
Reuben
good.
Vase exemplifies this school's
still
study of
protest.
figure ground organization. For 10 points each, name the school of psychology whose laws of grouping include proximity, similarity, and continuity.
What?
I don't know.
Psychology.
Oh, no.
Bro, Gestalt.
Yeah.
Gestalt.
Gestalt is right.
Nice.
The Reuben is an ambiguous image
Is it
type
locked?
of these things. Another of these things consists of two similarly sized orange circles that appear different sizes because of their surroundings.
A lot of optical
illusion.
Yeah.
Optical illusion.
Optical illusion is right.
Listen, time
Max
out.
Wertheimer helped found Gestalt psychology with his thesis on this optical illusion, in which the rapid alternating presentation of two images causes the perception of a moving shadow.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, what is this
I'm gonna
called?
call it timeout.
Answer?
No.
It's phi phenomenon.
Put timeout.
All right, timeout.
Yeah, locked. Yeah, locked.
So it's a
Yeah.
protest. 220. So that
Okay,
if,
so-
if
okay.
the protest went through the maximum that it would be.
It would be
80.
well, if it's-
140
it would be
guards with
within
max.
160. Right?
Can
No,
get
no, no,
within
no.
Yeah,
140.
no, yeah. Well, we can.
140. So we need
Worst case scenario,
one
we're
more
still
to
in
make sure the
380
protest
is
doesn't
max.
matter.
Get one more and the protest.
One more to
doesn't matter.
protest and
That's my balance, Chaucer.
Okay, let's go.
Like,
Good
soft
boy.
Thank you,
for,
Miss
like,
Bird. Thank you, Miss
Playboy of
Bird.
the Western World.
Go, give me bird.
And then, like,
This is trash.
I also
So it's tough. Okay.
I would have
Our
gotten it
bulletins.
the next
Oh,
line, but it was just like
Ready?
I need to
Yes.
I need to be playing aggressive, so it's fine.
This is toss up 17. A lecture titled For an Astonishing 60 Years was given by a thinker who conceptualized the taboo of these things as a focal point. Glenn Snyder proposed that these things increase the rate of minor conflicts in the stability-instability paradox. These things were the subject of a series of debates between Scott Sagan and Kenneth Waltz. The Hobbesian trap was applied to these objects by Thomas Schelling, whose works, like The Strategy of Conflict, apply game theory to these objects and define strategies like brinkmanship.
Like nations?
No.
That's okay.
I don't know what the objects
I was
are.
gonna neg that. I was gonna neg with that too.
Defensive neorealists claim that these objects prevent war because of the
Yeah,
threat
nice.
of second strikes enhances deterrence. For 10 points, name these weapons whose use would cause mutually assured destruction.
I could protest it, but I don't
Nuclear
think it's worth
weapons.
it.
Nuclear
No,
weapons
no
is
point.
good for 10.
Talking about you.
The bonus. Thick, thin, and elastic filaments are respectively made of these two proteins and titin. 10 points each. Name these two proteins found in myocytes, one of which uses ATP hydrolyzing heads to move relative to the other one in the sliding
Actin
filament
myosin.
model.
Probably. Actin myosin.
Actin and myosin are correct. The sliding filament model describes the contraction of this tissue whose striated or skeletal type is responsible for voluntary movement. Muscle is correct. These proteins' namesake complex regulates the availability of actin binding sites by allowing a similarly named myosin to decouple from actin. High levels of these proteins in the bloodstream are a sign of cardiac muscle damage.
Cytokinin.
I like that.
That's cytokinin.
Troponins.
Oh, that's right.
20 on the bonus.
That doesn't matter.
Toss up 18. A man in this novel attempts to woo his cousin by gifting her a debauched parrot, but disappears on a flying machine. A three-legged table in this novel is used by the Mora sisters. A character in this novel runs for the Senate using the
House of the Spirits.
Yes. House of the Spirits is good
Great
for 20.
buzz.
Let's go!
Oh, he did. I forgot that.
A bonus. For his aunt's funeral, Anton Bruckner wrote a set of 2 aqueli for choirs of this instrument, 10 points each. Name this instrument that was played with a modern F attachment in Bruckner's later symphonies. Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov. What was that?
Trombone.
Trombone is right. Nice. On German-style trombones, this section of the instrument is larger. This flared end of many wind instruments shares its name with metal. Bell is correct. Bruckner's symphony of this number contains an apocalyptic low brass chorale in its finale. Part 1 of Mahler's large-scale symphony of this number sets the Veni Creator Spiritus.
8.
8 is correct for all 30. Toss-up 19. This ruler hired Polyidus of Thessaly to build a movable siege tower called a Helepolis during a failed siege of Byzantium. This was the first ruler to use embolon tactics with cavalry as part of the hammer and anvil system.
Philip of Macedon.
Prompt.
Philip. What? Philip the Second.
Yes, for 20.
Yeah, whatever. I guess twin.
I thought he was tripling. 20 on that.
Nice. Let's go.
Your bonus. At the Battle of Turina, this character vanquishes his rival by piercing him with an arrow tipped with a white rooster's spur. For 10 points each. Name this semi-legendary ruler who defeats the magician Sumaro Kante in an epic that recounts...
Sundiata.
Sundiata is correct. The epic of Sundiata has been preserved by West African griots who pass stories down in this manner as opposed to writing them down. Oral is correct. This character is Sundiata's griot and informs him about Sumaro's weakness. At one point in the work, this character enters a room covered in human skin where he finds 9 human heads arranged in a circle and a snake he has to put to sleep.
What's his name? Oh, this is my cards. Shoot, I'm like... Padenga.
This is Balafaseke.
Something like that.
20 on the bonus. Final toss-up.
Let's go.
One of these quantities is used to compute contour integrals via the residue theorem. Examples of these numbers derived from a generating function can express terms in an infinite sequence. The existence of a prime that divides all but one of these numbers is part of Eisenstein's criterion for irreducibility.
Like roots of unity?
No.
I thought it was.
If these quantities are mutually prime, Gauss's lemma applies. Ratios between these numbers are equated to a function's solutions by Vieta's formulas. The discriminant of a quadratic is calculated from these values. Descartes' rule of signs relates the number of sign changes in these quantities to the number of roots. 10 points name these constants that multiply the variable in each term of a polynomial.
Let's go.
Yay. Bonus. You have been accused of a capital crime in Elizabethan England. 10 points each. If you're a man, your best bet is to sacrifice your thumb and claim a right called the benefit of these people, which, despite the name, is open to anyone who can read. Give the specific term.
People who like clergy, maybe.
Clergy. Clergy is right. If you're a woman, you should claim that you're in this state. During the Elizabethan era, women who were really in this state would most likely consult a midwife.
Pregnant.
Pregnant is right.
Let's go.
If you're acquitted, your crime might be attributed to a fake surname such as Anoke, indicating that the crime took place at an oak tree. This later monarch established Oak Apple Day to honor the oak tree he hid from Roundheads in.
Charles II.
Charles II for 30.
Nice, good 30.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
Let's go. Good finish.
Yeah. In celebration of this event, you viewers should go to qbranks.live. Good game. Well played. Well played, Gavin. Can we know the result of that pro?
And welcome back from that very exciting game between Chapel Hill and Park Tudor, where Chapel Hill had a commanding victory with a final score of 460 to 240. Dylan, what do you think made the difference in this game?
Just absolutely dominant performance from Chapel Hill. We see 8 powers total, I believe, on this packet.
Yeah,
that's hard to beat.
Yeah, and of note, 5 of those powers were from Robert Wisdom, their top scorer, who was sure to demonstrate his Robert Wisdom as many times as he could. 2 more powers from Graham, I forget his last name, but he's normally their music player. He also got a nice power on biology. That's Graham Hallquist. Sorry, Graham. Also another power from Ahadi Yara, of course, their freshman phenom. So a really strong team effort. But Park Tudor, of course, they're a very strong team. So even in a loss, they're going to put up numbers. Evan Ting had a standard 3-3-1 stat line with good powers across the distribution. And we are sort of figuring out the final standings for the top Super Playoff bracket. We've done some math, so the unofficial standings have these two teams playing a rematch as a game for third place. So we're breaking all ties for placements in the top 16. These two teams finished the Super Playoff phase 4 and 3. So that means they're going to play a tiebreaker. And just going through the unofficial standings, we believe that Lexington, from Lexington, Massachusetts, has cleared the field, which means they've won by 2 or more games. So they went 7-0 in the Super Playoff phase, defeating Lake County Academic team in that last round. Lake County went 5-2. They were the only 5-2 team, so I believe that locks up second. As we said, Park Tudor and Chapel Hill have 4 wins, so they'll play for third. Strike Jesuit A and Hoover from Alabama will play for fifth, as they both have 3 wins. Johns Creek went 2-5, so they will finish 7th, and Belmont went 0-7 in the Super Playoff phase, so they will finish in 8th. So, Dylan, as we look ahead to the tiebreaker games for 3rd and 5th, well, first of all, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I'm interested in seeing if either of the teams we just watched play each other change their strategies a little bit now that they have a round against each other. But it's 2 very talented teams, including some very talented young players, so it could be a snapshot of future deep Super Playoff games and finals.
Yeah, I mean, well, all of these players are, of course, extremely talented. If they hit a good packet, any of them is capable of ripping off a few powers to win the game for their team. So also the games from the second Super Playoff bracket are all in except for one, and it looks like there's a real mess of a set of ties that we're going to have to break. So in the 9th through 16th bracket, there's a 3-way tie, a so-called circle of death between Montgomery Blair from Maryland, Northview from Georgia, and Saratoga from California. So Dylan, in a situation like this, how are we going to break the tie?
I believe we will break the tie by having the 2 lower-ranked teams, based on points per game, play a match on... I don't want to say for sure if it's a half packet or a full packet. We certainly have enough packets to play both because we have 2 rounds of finals.
Packets for a full packet, but yeah. And then the winner of that will play the higher seeded team. So we also have in this bracket another 3-way tie between Lambert A from Georgia, Baton Rouge Magnet from Louisiana, and Livingston A from New Jersey. So
that one is
played off in a similar format.
That one's awaiting a game result, right?
I think there's just a technical issue, but that should say 3 and 5.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a 3-way tie for 12th, 13th, and 14th, and then Walter Payton A will play Strike Jesuit B for 15th. Those teams will all win trophies, and of course will all feel very proud of themselves as they go home. But since they are trophy games, we're going to play those off. Also of note, Saratoga is by far the top JV team, meaning all of their players are freshmen or sophomores. I believe in this case they're all sophomores. They were the only JV team to make the top playoff bracket, so to make the top 24. So finishing somewhere between 9th and 11th, I mean, that's an incredible accomplishment for them. They have at least 2 more chances to improve their finishing position. So, Dylan, when you're in a situation like this as a sort of top JV team, you obviously know that you're probably going to improve in the future, but in the moment, you did very well, obviously, but you didn't finish quite at the top. So how do you sort of balance those conflicting emotions in this in this scenario?
I mean, I think that I would be really excited for the future, especially when you have everybody being in the same year. I think there's something special about like having a group that gets to play together for 4 years. And the other thing I think that is interesting is that this Saratoga team today is only 3 players. So they have a lot of potential to add a extra 4th player and make that extra step next year.
True. They're going to have to do a lot of recruiting among their classmates. Actually, that's an interesting question. If you have 3 players on a team and that's all your school has, how do you try and find more players for yourself?
Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps their 4th player just couldn't make it this weekend.
Yeah, perhaps. Although I think most of their tournaments they've played this semester have been just Arjun solo, so...
Wow.
Yeah, it's also really impressive that he's been doing so many solo tournaments. I guess speaking of solo players, we should maybe transition down to the next couple of playoff brackets. So in the 17th through 24th bracket, there was a solo player, Houghton from Compass Homeschool, ended up finishing in a 3-way tie at 2 and 5 with Klassen from Oklahoma City and Okamos from Michigan. So they will play off for 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. We are still waiting on results from some of the other teams, so we'll get you those when we have them. But that sort of covers the top 24 positions. Dylan, any particularly impressive performances you'd like to shout out? Any interesting results you find notable?
I mean, making the top playoff bracket after the prelims playing solo is also always extremely impressive. I think it was even a solo player team versus solo player team tiebreaker to make that tier.
Yeah, I guess an interesting factoid, this is the 2nd year in a row then where a solo player has made the top playoff bracket. Last year it was Evan Ting for Partutor. His teammates perhaps couldn't make it. And now, of course, they're going to finish either 3rd or 4th. So Houghton has a very good future if he continues to... Actually, wait, no. He's a senior. Never mind. Ignore everything that I just said. But, yeah, of course, it's still very impressive to make it this far. Let's see. In the next bracket, it claims that some of these teams have played more games than they should. I don't know how that works, so maybe we'll... Oh, is it because would they possibly have a carryover from prelims? Is this possible?
That seems like it would be a software issue if that was the case.
Oh,
accidentally carrying over a prelim game.
Yeah, right, that's true. So I guess while we're figuring that out, let's try and look at the small school championship because we've already covered JV. So the top small school teams, as we've covered, are Westwood, I believe, from Michigan, and New Berlin Eisenhower from Wisconsin. Westwood made it into the 49th to 56th bracket, and New Berlin Eisenhower made it to the 57th to 64th bracket. So I believe that means that Westwood is guaranteed to be the small school champion. Now, we don't have too many small schools at this tournament. I believe only 3, so if you come here as a small school, you kind of feel like underdogs, is that right?
I would say so, for sure.
Yeah, so how do you deal with that? Like, what's your mindset going in? And I guess also, how does it feel when you take a win off of a much bigger team?
It's like David and Goliath.
Yeah.
Like, especially just given, the fact that there are advantages and disadvantages when it comes to access to resources, institutional commitment to the program. I mean, plane tickets are expensive, and driving up to Chicago is not an easy undertaking, especially when this tournament is often after graduation day.
Yeah, I guess, speaking of which, that's sort of been a hypothesized explanation for one of the big narratives of this tournament, which is the relative lack of seniors in the top super playoff bracket and among the top individual scorers. So among the 8 all-star individual scorers, there was only one senior, friend of the stream, Winnie Nutkowitz from Northside. Also, I realized I misspoke earlier, Houghton is a junior, so he does have one more year to compete at the NSC. But yeah, only one of the top 8 scorers being a senior. And then most of these top
Soham from Parkway West is a senior.
Oh, yes, sorry. So there's 2 in the top 8, but still not very many. And among the top teams, Lexington is all juniors. Lake County is, I think, mostly juniors. Park Tudor is led by a 10th grader. Of course, Ahadi on Chapel Hill is a freshman. So it's really an unprecedented level of success for underclassmen and more broadly non-seniors at this tournament. So, Dylan, why do you think this might be happening?
Well, the future of the high school game is bright for certain. I don't know if I have necessarily a theory for this. Had we been a few years back, I would have thought of the potential impact of the COVID pandemic, since that certainly had huge knock-on effects in the Quizbowl world. We canceled nationals for a year, but this generation of high schoolers started after the pandemic ended.
Yeah. So I guess maybe the next natural question is, of course, most Quizbowlers learn a lot in their classes and incorporate this knowledge into what they're able to buzz on. So one would think that, having a few years extra schooling is a distinct advantage. So if you're an underclassman trying to prepare for Nats, what can you do to try to mitigate this advantage that seniors have on you?
I would start playing hard questions as soon as possible. I think that ideally, if you are trying to be competitive in a national scene, you should push yourself and maybe start playing questions 1 or 2 notches harder than you're comfortable with. In particular, a lot of things that will be like giveaways, FTP clues, easy parts, middle parts at collegiate level tournaments will come up nice and early at a high school national.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking earlier about how, for instance, some aspects of the Malian Epic of Sunjata are kind of common literature topics at the collegiate level, not as much at high school. So teams that have been playing college sets are going to have a distinct advantage on content like that. Yes, friend of the stream, Andrew Wing, has just admonished the players who don't know about Bala Faseke. Well, okay. He protests my description, but you need to know that Bala Faseke is the griot of Sunjata.
I did not know that.
Anyway, yeah, I guess that is one possible explanation for why some of these players are so good. For instance, I've talked earlier about how Bhaskar from Baton Rouge and I believe also Shashir from Lexington have been playing some college nationals difficulty open tournaments recently, which is, of course, very impressive. It sort of throws you into shark-infested waters of having to play against the top players in current and past Quizbowl on the hardest questions that exist. So the fact that they're able to come out of that, it'll give them a lot of good experience, a lot of good, new clues learned, hopefully. Looking back at the standings now for some of the super playoff brackets, it looks like all of the games are in for the 17th or 24th bracket. So we can announce the results of that. We have a 3-way tie for 17th, 18th, 19th between Waubonsie Valley from Illinois, IMSA from Illinois, and Innovation Academy from Georgia. So as we described earlier, there will be a tiebreaker between IMSA and Innovation, and then the winner of that will play Waubonsie Valley. Of course, Waubonsie Valley is one of the great stories of the tournament. They dealt that upset loss to Strike Jesuit A in prelims and propelled themselves into the playoffs, and it looks like they have a good chance to finish as high as 17th. The last team in the top 20 is Parkway West, finishing 4 and 3. And then Carl Sandburg A will finish 21st with a record of 3 and 4.
Very impressive bracket when everybody wins at least 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, and also nobody wins more than 5, so it means that all of the teams are really close, of course. There's a lot of parity, and I guess in a situation like this, you sort of understand that, well, any team can beat almost any other team, so you have to feel really proud to make it out on top of such a, I guess, messy situation. I guess we should also go over the last few Super Playoff brackets, and then we're going to take a short break for lunch. After that, we'll be back live at 1:30 p.m. Central, which will, I believe, be probably for the 3rd place game, but you'll see when you come back on, and that will also be live. So we've been operating on a 30-minute delay for question security, but now that we're just running the tiebreakers and it's on the finals packet, we'll be able to give you live coverage. So we are very excited for that. But yeah, I guess we should run through the last few Super Playoff brackets and see how well that everybody's done. So the first bracket we can cover is the 25th to 32nd bracket. So these were the teams that just missed making the playoff phase and basically won out in the 2nd tier. So it looks like the top team there is Detroit Catholic Central A from Michigan, and then followed by a tie between Hazen, as we said, solo team with just Pedregfanon of Washington at a 5-2 record, tied with Hunter A from New York City. I believe the only school here representing the greatest city in the world, followed by William Fremd in 29th, Livingston B in 30th. Depending on the results of the games that are coming in some order, Centennial A from Maryland, University School of Nashville A from Tennessee, and Lake County Academic Team B from, we are not entirely sure, but probably Illinois.
Lake County?
Yeah, from Lake County. We've tried to pin down their location, but of course, as you saw, that got aided and abducted by the feds. So we're not going to pin it down any further. The 33rd to 40th place bracket looks like it was won by Thomas Jefferson A from Virginia. Then there will be a tie for 34th, which we won't break because there's not a trophy involved. There's a tie for 34th between Harker from California and Rolling Meadows. 36th, I guess depending, we're waiting on a game to come in. So in some order, 36th will be Northside from Chicago and Belmont B from Massachusetts. Their A team, of course, was in the top Super Playoff bracket. And then there's a 3-way tie for 38th between Lambert B from Georgia, Hinsdale Central from Illinois, and Great Valley. I believe they're from Pennsylvania, is that right?
Yeah, they're from PA.
Okay. So in these brackets between 25th and 40th, anything that is particularly noteworthy here?
Some very strong finishes from B teams. Yeah. Always impressive to see them in this middle range, if not higher.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of an interesting mindset that you have to adopt as a B team, right? Like, you sort of know that almost definitionally you're not expected to win because there's a team from your school that, you know, you yourselves are betting is better than you. So how do you approach a tournament like this as a B team?
I will say, as a former A team player, it always makes you a little extra salty to lose to the B team.
Yeah.
And so that spike can really motivate you.
Yeah, I mean, I know when I personally moved up to Columbia A my senior year, we lost to our B team like 2 games in a row, and it felt really awful. We eventually locked in. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bragging rights involved. I know we've had, in recent nationals, some very strange upsets. Like last year's HSNCT, Livingston D made top 13 and beat out their B and C teams, which was very impressive. But yeah, I mean, great to see teams like Livingston B at this tournament was Livingston D at that HSNCT, so they've performed very well. Another thing that catches my eye is Lake County's B team. They had 13 points per bonus, which is significantly less than all of the other teams in their bracket. Now, you might think that that's a bad thing. Of course, you want to be scoring the most points you can on bonuses, but if you're able to win games with such a low points per bonus, that means you're doing really, really well on the toss-ups. I mean, most of the game outcome is determined by toss-ups. Points per bonus is just a good indicator of team strength. But in this case, it's clear that their team strength is a lot higher than their points per bonus would indicate, and they must have some really good strategies for getting a lot of toss-ups, you know, not negging themselves out of games, sort of letting the other team maybe gift wrap some toss-ups for them.
Yeah, I see a team like this in the standings with a little bit lower of a PPB, and they must be crushing it on toss-ups, probably strong intangibles. I mean,
Yeah.
toss-ups win games.
Yeah.
So
I mean, other teams with that archetype might be Saratoga, who is tied for first in the 9th to 16th bracket, despite having I guess the median points per bonus in that bracket, and several points less than the teams they're contending with for the top of that bracket. Let's see. So the next bracket we should cover is 41st to 48th. The teams here are, it looks like, okay, sorry, we're being interrupted here. They don't want us to talk about your favorite teams who are in the 41st to 72nd position, so you can blame Ashish and Samir for that. But
they want us to eat lunch
yeah,
instead.
we're going to be back at 1:30 p.m. live with whatever's happening in lieu of a final, probably the third place tiebreaker. We'll be very excited to see you then.
All right, thanks for watching, everybody. We'll